Yeah, well, welcome back. I trust you tucked yourself in at 9 o'clock if you made it here. And we were really worried we weren't going to have a nice Southeast Alaska day here in Sitka for you, but we did it. So we can put that concern aside. So yesterday we had heard great data from the region. We heard about tourism, transportation, fisheries, and government affairs on the state and national level. Today we'll have more from government as well as natural resources, mariculture, energy, and more. So it's another full day. Thanks for being here. But we're going to start out by hearing from candidates that have declared for the board. And I think our first, let's see, there's 4 of them. We will start with Steech, I believe. So Robert, can you... Yes, with Emily.
Hi, I'm Emily Deach. I'm the borough manager with the municipality Seagrove, and I've been in local government since 2007. If you stay around long enough, then you can I've been around and some members. I'm really excited to try for the board and to represent Northern Weitz on the board. I think we really are a community in Skyway, and you have some now in Kings and Elfon. We really strive to our mission is similar to Southeast Compensation. So I think that as a region would be pretty cool to be a part of that and to make this happen. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I should have said this seat would be for the public northern region. And we thank you so much for entering the race. To the private northern region, we have Michael Gainey, who has been serving a board appointment for a vacancy, but now running officially. So, Mr. Gainey.
I talked from people this morning, but Gaines, as I said, I've been appointed to the board for a short stint here. Still trying to learn the ropes of Southeast Conference, get familiar with everything. Look forward to hopefully continuing to serve on that board.
All right, I don't know if audio was all that. You guys hear back there?
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
Think so. Thank you, Michael. So moving south in the region, the private southern region, do we have a Markos Scheer? Have I seen him? This be one of the few times he doesn't comment when he has the opportunity, right?
Exactly.
Well, if he walks in, we can go to the private southern region.
Watch the dishes from the last night.
Potentially. And then I hear we have for the public southern region, Peter Amelon maybe beaming in. Is that correct?
Technologies.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Morning, Peter.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this morning. Really wish I could be there. But my name is Peter Amelon. Live in Ketchikan, Alaska. I've been here since 1995. Originally came here in 95, but I've been back in Ketchikan for the past 13 years. I currently work for the Ketchikan Gateway Borough as the Economic Development and Lands Manager. Yeah, and I would really just look forward to assisting Robert and his staff through serving on the board. Over the past few years, I've been helping Southeast Conference with a few different projects, the biomass boiler project in Ketchikan, assisting Saxman in Southeast Conference to get the AMHS Latoya relocated to Saxman, and then I've been participating in on Southeast Conference's transportation and economic development committees. So again, yeah, I would really look forward to serving on the board if given that opportunity.
Thank you so much. And thanks, Peter, for calling in. We appreciate it. Markos, can you hear me? Markos Scheer? We've got him. I see him through the window. Markos, we're introducing the candidates. Can you say a few words for us? Again, this is for the private southern region.
Just while you were there, Who's training? Hi, my name is Markos Scheer, and I am running to the Southern Private seat. This will be, hoping to get one more term. This is probably my fourth term. When I joined the board in 2015 or 2016, it was, part of that was, to help build Southeast Conference, but also to emphasize mariculture as an economic opportunity in Southeastern Alaska. And I have been privileged to be part of the group that has been so instrumental in things like the mariculture initiative, the mariculture development plan, the Build Back Better grant application, and the implementation of it. And as part of that, I started about the same time I started Seagrove, which is now operating 2 shellfish farms and a seaweed farm in southern Southeast Alaska. But I believe it's really an opportunity to create a paradigm shift in economic activity for non-extractive local business. And the Southeast Conference has been a really wonderful partner in that, and I'd like to continue that for at least one more term. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Markos. So with that, we'll consider the polls open, right? This is the official polls are open. You can grab your ballot, I'd imagine at the front table. Is that correct, Robert?
Members, good standing, which means you're paid up, you go take your ballot, and if you're not, you can pay up and then take your ballot. So they're available out front till 3 o'clock.
So pay to vote. Okay. Yeah. In some sorts. Well, thank you. Truly, thank you to those that have declared their candidacy. It's a fantastic board. It's a fantastic organization. And I hope that everyone feels that. I know I've talked to many people that are like, this is just a really cool thing that's going on. And we wholeheartedly agree with that. So with that, I think we're going to be off to the races. We may be a few minutes early for the conversation with Alaska commissioners. Where are we at?
We will quietly and orderly make our way to the front.
Okay.
Projects. So we always have extra time, but yeah, we get a really some coffee outside. Let's do it with some, we can pull the room and we'll invite the panel to come on up and help us. Thanks. Thank you. Can we get like something over here? Yes. The shadow. Oh, we'll just take our time. Good morning. Where?
We'll wait just a couple minutes as we're not at the 8:15 mark yet, and we've got 1 or 2 that we're waiting for, but they can just join us in motion. These are very, very busy people, so we're privileged to have them join us. This has been one of the more favorite panels that folks have asked for. It's to have the needs department heads to come and just talk about their departments, what their priorities are. It seems like there's changing times, but we heard a lot of political opinion yesterday. This is kind of where the rubber meets the road. These are the folks that are actually working for us day in and day out, implementing the programs and priorities that are funded and are great meaning to us. We've used the SEDS as kind of our guiding document for the questions and for the conversations of all the panels. everyone got one of these in their packet, and you'll see those themes throughout, especially today as we're going into more of the nuts and bolts of the work of the region. And so we're really appreciative of how each of the agencies play a role in the priorities that have been set. And it's kind of, I don't know if it's coincident or not, just that everyone's focused on the priorities. So the administration says, there's so much alignment between what the region put together over the last 14 months and what the work is that you all are doing and have been doing in the region. And I know, Commissioner, you probably, I don't know if there's a record set for a number of Southeast Conference meetings attended, but your tenure has led to probably one of those high marks. And so we appreciate that. What we're going to do is we're going to start off with an opportunity for each one to just introduce themselves, talk about the work that they're doing, in their department, the priorities, and then we've got a few questions to kind of drill down a little bit more into the work that the department does. So, Commissioner, if you just want to take it, thank you for coming and.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be here. And as Robert said, I've been participating in Southeast Conference meetings for many years. I think my first meeting, Robert, was down on Prince of Wales, not Prince of Wales, no, it was Prince Rupert. Yeah, when we were still having exchanges with Prince Rupert. Yep, there you are. Welcome. Nice to see you. So I have long connections to the region. My family originally settled in Wrangell. My grandfather was born in Wrangell, and I have family throughout the region. I see Bob and Corey here. They're very active with Southeast Conference. And it's really a great organization. I enjoy being involved, and I always come away from these meetings inspired about the work that's happening and how we can work together to move our economy forward. So, Robert, thank you to you and your team for great work and putting this program together. So I think I'd first of all like to say that at this time between the federal government and the state government, there's great alignment around resource development and energy development in particular. We've had high-level visits now from most of the cabinet members of the federal administration. In June, the governor hosted the Sustainable Energy Conference, and we had visits from 3 cabinet the EPA, and the Interior secretaries. They traveled to the North Slope. They were here to learn about our projects and to get briefings on the gas line. I've been involved in public policy for many years now, and I can say that we're closer to a gas line than we've ever been. We have a project manager, Glenn Farn, and commitments from our Asian buyers to buy Alaska LNG. The company that Glen Farm is working toward a major financial decision at the end of this year, which will determine the first phase of the project, which will bring gas to in-state to the Cook Inlet. So I can say there's a lot of momentum around the gas line. And of course, at the department, we're focused on, gearing up and making sure that Alaskans are trained and ready, not just for those opportunities, but opportunities throughout our economy. So 2 of the key responsibilities of the Department of Labor are workforce development and worker safety. In the workforce development area, we support the regional training providers all over the state. There are about 12 regional training providers. There are 2 in Southeast that were added to the TVEP legislation. TVEP is the training, the vocational education program, which is funded through a portion of the employment security tax. So we, the Department of Labor, worked with the governor and the legislature to add the Generation Southeast in Prince of Wales Island and Sealaska Heritage to that legislation. So now every year they will regularly get a reliable appropriation from that source of funding to help with their training programs. We're also working with Senator Bjorkman to expand the STEP legislation. I see our legislative delegation from Southeast. We hope that we can work with you on SB 159. It would expand the money available through competitive grants to the regional training providers, and also provide individual training support through the job centers. Many people don't know that you can walk into a job center and get support for short-term individualized training, industry recognized training that leads to a certification. So we're doing what we can to support the expansion of those opportunities through, for instance, income eligibility. We made much more flexible the federal income eligibility requirements around getting people eligible for that training support. So through the job centers, we can provide through the STEP program, individualized training support, and also through federal legislation called the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And then finally, we recognize that many of these big projects, not just the gas line, but projects that are happening around the state, are going to require the importation of some labor. And to that end, we've worked to strengthen our certificate of fitness requirements, allowing for reciprocity for electricians and plumbers from any jurisdiction that has similar licensure as Alaska. So that means an electrician or a plumber coming from, let's say, Wyoming, if they come to Alaska and our certification is similar to Wyoming, they can go to work right away. We've also implemented provisional licensing, which allows us to accept licensure from any of the 49 states or territories provisionally for 1 year for electricians and plumbers. And we focus on electricians and plumbers because the Department of Labor certifies the licensure of, or licenses rather, electricians and plumbers. The Department of Commerce has many more licenses under their umbrella, but the department specifically licenses electricians and plumbers. So we've expanded reciprocity, we've implemented provisional licensing, we've also implemented military credit. We recognize that Alaska has per capita the largest military presence of any state in the country. So we're looking at ways, incentives to keep military here in the state as they exit out of active service. And one way to do that is to recognize their experience through the licensure of electricians and plumbers. And then we've also in the workforce development area, we are working on articulation agreements with our regional training providers and AvTech and the university. I was at the rededication ceremony in July for the Generation Southeast, and the AvTech director was present as well. So we're working to articulate to be able to have those students, once they complete a program, have credit and articulation ease coming into AvTech or the university. And we're working, as I said, with the university on maritime programs and other opportunities where we can have a seamless transition to a higher level of training or to the next level of training. So those are, in a nutshell, some of the things that we've been working on, Robert, in the workforce area, and I look forward to hearing from the other participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we were talking, earlier how, yesterday was a lot of the high level, data, political opinion, and now today we're kind of diving into the work. A lot of our committees and panels will be the nuts and bolts of what it is that we're actually doing on the ground. And we really appreciate, the relationships we have organizationally, individually, communities, businesses with the various departments. And then, so just working way down through the line to have each of you kind of do an introduction of, where the status of the department is. I know there's a lot going on in DNR, but Commissioner, why don't you take a few minutes just to introduce where the department's at 2025?
Yeah, well, good morning, everybody. It's great to see you. I think there's a lot to be excited about here in the state as we try to eliminate the feedback loop that I can hear in my ear here. Thank you. One thing I wanted to just kind of throw out, though, for the record, is I heard it expressed yesterday that the governor just doesn't care or doesn't seem to care. And one thing I want to state definitively is the governor very much does care, and the governor is very much engaged on a day-to-day basis with issues of extreme significance to the state. And of course, a lot of people don't get the benefit of seeing, where the governor is and what the governor is doing, who the governor is meeting with. But those of us that get to work in his cabinet, that work with him in the administration of the state, get to see fragments of those efforts, especially as they overlap with the respective departments or responsibilities which we carry. And I can say that the governor has one fixed focus in mind, which is really driving Alaska forward. And this dovetails nicely with what it is that we're doing here at DNR. And the first piece that I'll hit on is really the energy piece. Now, here in Southeast, you guys are very fortunate. You have abundant hydro potential. You have a lot of energy that is relatively affordable and accessible. A lot of that, of course, was built on the coattails of the industry, namely the timber industry and the mining industry, which has helped provide a lot of incentive for those kinds of investments. But in South Central, we're facing a little different problem. Our issue is that we rely largely on the Cook Inlet Basin to supply our energy. And the Cook Inlet Basin is a very mature oil and gas basin. It is becoming increasingly more technical and more expensive for producers there to continue to find and produce new resources to fill market demand. And so we're in a predicament to where we show that within the next few years, anticipated production out of the Cook Inlet is not sufficient to meet anticipated demand. And again, in Southeast, you guys are like, yeah, what's the big deal? We're okay. But if you live in the rail belt and you need to heat your home at 20 below or whatever the weather might happen to be, it is a very big deal. And so solving that riddle of what we do to address the state's energy needs is of paramount importance. I would even say more than education. And the only reason I say that is you don't worry about education if you can't heat your home, or educational costs will go up dramatically if it costs us 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times the amount of money to heat our schools and to power everything that we need to do in order to live in the state. So energy and affordability are very much paramount to making Alaska a place where families can live, and that's what we would refer to as sustainable. To that end, the governor's primary focus has been on filling that energy gap for the state. And, we heard it opined yesterday that the Alaska LNG project, of course, we're all familiar with gas line projects here in the state. We've seen governor after governor trumpet agreements or, new impetus to see the gas line move forward, only to ultimately see none of those efforts come to being. But this time is different. And I feel like I can say that with a little bit of authority, having worked for an international oil company, understanding how it is that these deals come together, having contacts with people that are very smarter than me, that understand kind of the commercial intricacies of how global LNG markets work. But there's no denying that there's a significant amount of momentum behind this project. Of course, it starts with our own president, President Trump, who on day one made it very clear that Alaska LNG and Alaska's exceptionalism is really one of his administration's top priorities. And that, of course, is translated down to the changing and reshaping of our country's trade relationships with a number of key allies. And so the thing I would say that to me shows that there's a lot of progress being made is one, already we've seen AGDC and Glenfarne, who's the now private developer moving the project forward. They've received expressions of interest, which of course are non-binding, but yet they're indicative of folks that are doing the due diligence and saying, look, we're interested in buying this much gas. And thus far, they have about half of the gas line's capacity already subscribed through these letters of interest. And it's not uncommon with these types of projects to start off with entities showing that kind of interest. And these aren't just kind of fly-by-night operators or folks that we can dismiss. These are some of the biggest power consumers in Taiwan, in Thailand, in Korea, Japan. I mean, these are folks that need energy. And they also are keen to source energy from places in the world that they see as being stable, places that don't require transport through disputed waters or through areas where terrorists might fire missiles and interrupt shipping. So the prospect of being able to source LNG from a North American supplier across oceans, which offer free trade and unmolested trade, is very attractive to these entities. And so it's not uncommon that we would see these projects start off with expressions of interest, and that will continue to build through the end of the year. And as Glenfarne completes its due diligence on the front-end engineering and design phase of this project, they dial down, they get good estimates for what it's going to cost to build this project together. Those expressions of interest will quickly translate over to purchase and sales agreements once all the other pieces are in place. So is AKLNG a sure thing? Absolutely not. But is there a tremendous amount of momentum behind this project right now? Absolutely. And I think, a lot of you guys know and are sophisticated enough to pay attention to kind of global energy markets and what's going on in the world. But energy demand in the world is outpacing even the most aggressive forecasts that we had in place just a few years ago. And why is that? It's because AI, it's because of cloud computing, it's because of cryptocurrency mining. The world cannot get its hands on enough energy. There's a project in development in Texas right now to develop a 3 gigawatt generating facility to power 1 data center. So 3 gigawatts, which is some multiple, above anything that we produce in this state for the entire state. And they are building one of these facilities just to power 1 data center. Your Google searches, to use a Google search that uses AI takes 10 times more energy than your old school Google query. What does all that mean? Well, as everyone starts leaning on their phones for ChatGPT, or people start investing in cryptocurrency, or as AI starts to proliferate across the world and in all kinds of applications, global energy demand is increasing dramatically. So all of these folks, the Metas, the OpenAI folks, all the people that need this kind of power and data and processing capability, there's a gold rush on for where can we go in the world where there's sufficient energy to help power all this, where there's sufficient land mass actually to build out these huge facilities, and where there's enough water for them to use to power and cool these facilities to run all these processors. So all of this is driving a lot of investors here to Alaska to look at what we have in place. And folks are in awe at the untapped potential that they see here, not only with a potential AKLNG project, but of course with our existing natural resources, many of which we're familiar with, our hydro capabilities, our coal. Alaska has 18% of the world's known reserves of coal. We could produce a tremendous amount of power through coal, and so on and so forth. So to make a long story short, people are coming here because they need energy, and Alaska has energy. Our energy just happens to be distributed in a way right now that's a little awkward, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. And so I'm very much of the mindset that things are moving forward, and I would not be surprised to see Glenfarne make that FID decision by the end of the year. I guess in general, though, I'll dovetail on a couple of things as we delve down into the weeds. One of the bigger initiatives that DNR is working on at this time, as many of you know, the state was was entitled to receive 105 million acres from the federal government upon statehood. And to this date, we've only received about 100 million acres. So for the last 50 years, we've been working with the federal government in order to obtain our remaining 5 million acres of state land entitlement. Well, why do we care? Well, one thing, state land's a good thing. We get to monetize that. That's what helps grow our permanent fund. That's what helps grow our tax base. So it trickles down benefits to everyone. But more importantly, the 5 million acres that we're waiting upon, a lot of that includes some of our most critical infrastructure, namely the Dalton Highway, the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System, the AK LNG right-of-way, and other lands that are mineral rich and have a lot of potential. And so the state is working very closely with the federal government. And what an amazing thing it is to have alignment between the state and the federal government on these significant issues. Our goal is to actually start taking title to lands by the end of this year. It will start with the Secretary of the Interior revoking Public Land Order 5150, which has prevented them from transferring to the state those lands within the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System corridor. This will enable the state to get its hands on what is arguably its most important real estate. And from that point on, the state will be able to resolve, kind of go down the list of our priorities and be able to work that out with the federal government. And that, of course, will then trickle down to the university getting more lands. It'll trickle down to Alaska Native corporations being able to finalize some of their land selections. So the chessboard more or less will be set as all of these agencies consolidate their land positions, and then we can kind of move forward, knowing who owns what and who has management authority over what. So that, for us is certainly a big initiative. And unfortunately, you should have a panel just with DNR because we have so much going on, but I'll cede my time over to my fellow co-commissioners.
I think we'll maybe focus on that more going forward as well, because there is so much impact from DNR in our region. But just to echo your remarks about the energy situation, I was in DC last week. If you don't mind just turning off your mic, right? There, thank you. And it's very much an awareness, almost an obsession. I have a colleague in Texas where you mentioned that 3 gigawatt, just mine's just blown away. They can't even conceive how they're going to meet that. So thank you for those comments. Commissioner Anderson, we heard a little bit from you yesterday, but DOT is the lifeblood. It's hard to differentiate. All of you have such impact in the region, which is why you're here and why we're really grateful to have you here. It's the panel that gets asked for each year from the membership because there's just so much going on. But give us an update on just structurally how you see DOT and what.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And thanks, everybody. And to Commissioner Boyle's comments, I just got off the phone this morning with the US DOT and the governor talking about these exact things on the transportation world. So all these things are happening very, very quickly in our world, and things are moving. So it is exciting times, and recognizing that it's not always out there for everyone in the news. But there's a lot of people working really hard. But DOT, I imagine most people want to hear about ferries in Southeast Alaska. So I would like to just give you a quick rundown on the ferries and where we're at and how we're moving forward, because I think that's another one where there's a lot of hard work going on, and maybe it's not all being communicated as well as it could have. One of the great things on the ferry program is we have a plan, and that plan is going to be transmitted to the governor and the legislature here in the next month. The real focus for us, it's reliability, it's safety. That's where we want to be with the ferry system right now. And we recognize we're still having some hiccups. Everything in Conti a few weeks ago, and those things are happening. We're trying to be a lot better to respond quickly to those, make sure people can continue to move to where they want to go with the resources that we have available. But we're absolutely, that's the culture, that's the attitude is, hey, we got to get people to the places they need to be. Infrastructure focus, there's, I think yesterday it was mentioned by Senator Murkowski, $700 million is out there for the ferry system, and it's actually more than that. What we've been doing, the Rural Ferry Program is an FTA-administered program, and it has a lot of strings attached. So an example right now is the Kennecott is down in the Everett shipyard. getting the good overhaul work. There was an emissions problem with its generators. Those are all getting replaced. It's getting a full paint job. So when it comes back to service, that ship is going to be ready to serve Alaskans to the highest degree. And to do that, though, we weren't able to make it in time for the Rural Ferry Program funds, the FTA funds, because of all the strings attached. So we took Federal Highway Administration funds because we're actually much better, and it's the requirements for us are a lot easier to work through, and we applied those to get that done on time. So a lot of this, these funds out there, we're using the FTA funds. We have the Marine Administration now. If you look at the 170 million that's going into the terminal infrastructure and the docks across the Southeast and Southwest Alaska, that's a combination of all these fund sources that we're putting together, including the Federal Highway Administration, to make sure we can make those projects happen. Inflation's been happening. There's a lot of cost changes happening to us. The grants are a specific amount of money. So as things grow, we don't want to stall those projects. So they're moving. But this is the project development. There's the environmental requirements, which we all care about. We have to get through these processes, and you're going to see the construction happening. And so that's been, from my perspective, we're moving in a good path. Some of the things that we're tackling, like on the NEPA side, right now, one of our conversations with USDOT is on NEPA assignment. So the state of Alaska actually is assigned federal authority under the Federal Highway NEPA assignment program. And the U.S. Secretary of DOT wants to expand that into other areas. So we're looking and trying to make that argument to, hey, can we get NEPA assignment FTA, MARAD, all these other places, because that's going to move these projects and these ship projects along quicker. Toll credits has been a success. And so we in Alaska now, over the past 2 to 3 years with the governor's support, have established this great toll credit program where when we look at how you match, so we have a $320 million vessel that needs match. Some of these programs on the FTA and MARAD side are 20% match. And I don't know if anyone's been paying attention the last legislative session and the match, the DOT match situation that we have right now. I mean, there's a lot of stress on the unrestricted general funds and applying those as match to infrastructure projects right now. The toll credit program allows us to use federal authority to match federal funds. We don't need the unrestricted general funds. And so that we get credit for all the state funds that we do invest in the ferries, and then toll credits are the result. So that is keeping us in a really good spot with the ferry system. So that was another one that we're really proud of. When you look at Wi-Fi on the vessels now, that's over the past year. We have implemented Wi-Fi on all the vessels for the public and our crews. And what that's also been able to do is behind the scenes, the maintenance systems for those vessels have been vastly improved because now everybody's talking through Wi-Fi, the Starlink capabilities. So just a lot of improvements there, and it's on a good track. I mean, the Tustamina, we're getting ready to bid that ship. Right now, they're telling me the beginning of November, there'll be a contract on the street for contractors, and that's the $300+ million contract for that ship. We're also planning on investing heavily in the Aurora and LeConte to get those up to speed. We have a really good plan on the Lituya. There was a proposal brought forward to us by the community of Metlakatla for 7-day service instead of 5-day service. We have a plan to make that happen. We're still working through the unions on some issues on that, but I mean, we were ready to do that. And then of course the Taslina's ready to go in for the crew quarters. And so that's going to improve things as well as we get that done. So these things are moving forward. It takes some time on infrastructure to get these things moved. But I feel good about that. We're also doing a lot of things with workforce, Department of Labor. We have a lot of good programs out there trying to make it better for our staff that already works on the ferries to move up in the ferry and have a career on the Alaska Marine Highway System. If you were paying attention the last go around, we actually had a successful contracts negotiation with AMHS, all 3 maritime unions. We successfully negotiated those contracts with increases. So we are working those things very hard. We also have, the training programs on all fronts. I think, we're leveraging every partner we can find out there to make this thing work. So just on the ferry front, I think, there's a lot more going on. The customer service side, the fees that people are paying. I think there's been a lot of good things over the past couple of years that we've been able to accomplish together, and we want to continue down that path. And we look at DOT on the other aspects, you know, on the highway side, I think we heard from Director Goins yesterday. I mean, they're doing a good job getting projects, 150 million in Southeast Alaska. I've seen years in Southeast Alaska when I first started, 25, 30 million in a year for highway projects. And we've really done, I think, a good job assessing the needs and really trying to, it takes us a little time to get there, but we recognize places like Ketchikan, for example, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So we're on a good path there. And then on the aviation side, you know, we're working through a lot of good state of good repair, keeping these runways up to speed. We do have some challenges in places like Gustavus, where local law enforcement, you know, we don't have local law enforcement that we need there. And so when it comes time for the TSA aspects of when you get on the plane and you have to check all your bags and run them through the TSA scanners, there's requirements that if there's certain things that are found in someone's bag, we have to have local law enforcement respond. We used to have an agreement with the National Park Service that fell through over the past 2 years. So DOT and the troopers have been working out deals so that we can have coverage. And sometimes that means we're flying troopers into Gustavus on Alaska Airlines to make those things happen. That's happening in other locations as well in Alaska right now. So that's kind of an emerging issue that we're finding as DOT that we want to make sure we address for that part too. So just a lot, you know, it's Alaska. We're doing a good job. There's some phenomenal people out there that are working hard for all of you. And, you know, I'm just super appreciative to be in this role.
All right, well, we're appreciative you're in that role too. I guess we get some feedback. So as you're done speaking, if you do that way, the next one, Deputy Commissioner Latham, so much thanks for being here. And of course, we have a special spot in our hearts as an ARDER, Alaska's Regional Development Organization, being part of Commerce, but please give us an update on the department.
Right. Well, good morning. I'm Anna Latham. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development. It's an honor to be here today and see so many familiar faces in the crowd. I grew up in Yakutat and I've worked in either labor or commerce policy for the last 15 years. And our mission at DCCED is to promote a healthy economy, strong communities, and to protect consumers in Alaska. A lot of you interface with the Division of Corporations, Business, and Professional Licensing, and we've made major strides in digitizing our licensing processes. We have over 400 licenses and endorsements, and we're moving to put all of them online. Right now, we have 100 license initial applications online, and all of our renewals are fully electronic, making it easier than ever for Alaskans to start and maintain their business and professional licensing. We're also optimistic about Alaska's pursuit of joining the Nurse Licensure Compact. It's been DCCED's highest legislative priority for the past 6 years, as we work collectively to address our state's nursing shortage. 90% of Alaska nurses and all our hospitals support joining the Compact membership. It'll allow nurses licensed in our state to work in 41 of the states that belong to the Compact, and it'll free up a lot of CBPL time as well, as over 30% of our staff time is allocated for processing nurse licenses from out of state. Our Division of Community and Regional Affairs continues to provide robust support for Alaska's local governments. DCRA recently implemented a new grant management system, and they distribute nearly $1 billion to state and federal funds, including capital appropriations and community assistance. This week, they're distributing $23 million in community assistance funds to 226 communities across the state. The Division of Banking and Securities continues to ensure the integrity of Alaska's financial institutions and pursue regulation of new currencies, including crypto and digital. Our Division of Insurance continues to monitor the landscape closely. We're going to see reductions in workers' comp rates this year, as well as in individual health in the individual market. However, we're closely tracking the federal discontinuation of enhanced premium tax credits. As Senator Murkowski mentioned yesterday, the reduction in EPTCs will make Alaskans pay a larger share of their premiums, even though those premiums are going down overall. And we're working closely with our congressional delegation to provide real-life examples of how this will impact Alaskans. On the energy and infrastructure side, we're working with the Alaska Energy Authority, our broadband office, and public-private partnerships to advance electrification, renewables, and broadband expansion, which are critical building blocks for Southeast's future and quality of life. I'm proud to share that our Division of Investments currently manages 575 active loans representing nearly $74 million invested in 23 communities across Southeast Alaska. These dollars support fisheries, small business, infrastructure projects, and the day-to-day growth of our regional economy. DCCED continues its collaboration with Southeast Conference and the Alaska Mariculture Cluster through the $49 million Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant. This partnership is opening doors for Alaska's mariculture farmers by reducing barriers to financing and strengthening the foundation for growing sustainable industries. Supporting small businesses remains the backbone of our work. We're partnering with Spruce Root, which is a Sealaska subsidiary, to offer companion lending, loan guarantees, and co-equal lending. These programs put capital in the hands of entrepreneurs where they can do the most good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some updates about what the Department of Commerce is doing.
Thank you. That's what we're one of our, because you're all of our favorite agencies, but statutory, yeah, we're nested in commerce, so we appreciate that relationship. So thank you. Deputy Commissioner Koeneman, you have been to many of our events in many capacities. Congratulations on this one. What's happening at DEC?
Thank you, Robert. I almost said for the record, it's been, I'm looking at Senator Keel over there. I am honored to have been appointed as Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Environmental Conservation. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Crystal Koeneman. I am a lifelong Alaskan. This is my first opportunity here to speak to Southeast Conference, but it's not my first time attending. I'm trying to figure out what to say, how to find a message that really resonates with all of you and the importance that DEC plays. I found myself thinking about Southeast Alaska, right? What it means to me and what it means to all of us. It's the place that shaped my life and career. It's the mountains, the water, the interconnectedness of our communities, right? Everything is connected and everyone is connected. And in many ways, Robert has known me for many, many years, right? My life's been intertwined with Southeast Conference even before I realized it. My first job back in the 90s was working down on the docks in Juneau, collecting visitor information and surveys, talking with the tourists and saying, hey, why did you come to Juneau? And I was working for the McDowell Group at the time. And then spent time working at Alaska Travel Adventures and waiting tables to pay my way through college, like most kids in Southeast Alaska do, right? I then had the opportunity to work at Commerce under Susan Bell when she was the commissioner. And I was also fortunate to work as a legislative staffer under Commissioner Muñoz when she spent time as a legislator. But I'm here today as Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Environmental Conservation, alongside my sister agencies, and to help explain the good work that we do on the more personal level. What we're doing at DEC currently is we are looking ahead with a clear human-centered vision, which is to err on the side of Alaskans. It's not a slogan, it's a guiding principle. Governor Dunleavy has imparted upon us that our mission is not just to protect the environment, but it's also to help serve the people of Alaska. We're public servants, right? We are government officials. We are here to serve the people. That's what we do, to serve the lands, the resources, and to help manage those for all of us who are living here. Whether it's working with the community of port protection to ensure that there's clean water for them, healthy fisheries here in Sitka, safe air in Skagway, or reliable fuel delivery to Hoona. Alaskans count on us at DEC to help make these decisions to balance science, practicality, and the realities of life in Southeast. These decisions are grounded by 3 guiding principles that Commissioner Bates, newly designee, He emphasizes these at every staff meeting. And yes, we hold staff meetings, right? We pull our whole team together to help share our mission and our vision and the direction that we're going at DEC. And those are strong states' rights, right? Decisions about Alaska should be made by Alaskans. Second, responsible resource development. How do we support opportunities while protecting the land and the water and the communities that sustain us? Opportunity and stewardship can and should go hand in hand. And finally, how do we get more fish back to our rivers, right? More fish means healthy communities, healthy families, healthy economies. And they're not competing goals, right? These three things are not mutually exclusive. Commissioner Bates was really, really looking forward to the opportunity to be here to speak with you all today. He's also, right, a Southeasterner, grew up in Juneau, commercial fisherman. But there are conversations happening back east that impact Alaska and how we operate and what happens to our lands. And he made the decision to partake in those conversations because it's so important that the East Coast doesn't make those decisions for us, that we're in the room helping guide those. So what does that mean for DEC, right? How do we make that happen? First, it's finding a path to yes. Commissioner Boyle mentioned about all of the projects that we see on the horizon here in our state, right? Yes, we have our regulatory processes, but they should support the projects and standards instead of running up against barriers and burdens that these regulations and statutory frameworks create. Our role is to apply clear and consistent requirements, but also help the applicants and the constituents who come to us for our permitting needs. How can we help them navigate the process effectively and efficiently using sound science and a commitment to practical solutions? Second, streamlining permitting, right? Construction and operation windows, not only in Southeast, but across our state. Any delays in those can have very tangible and economic impacts to the regions. So we're working to reduce those timelines, to shorten those windows while staying within our regulatory and statutory framework. We use digital tools. We're increasing coordination among our divisions because there is so much bleed over. And we're helping to provide clear guidance to our applicants to make the permitting process more predictable. Third, it means focusing on impacts, right? Our work isn't about completing a checklist. We can issue a no permit real quick, but that doesn't help anybody, right? How do we support the communities to find a path to yes and focus on those impacts to protect the public health, maintain infrastructure reliability, and support the economic activities that your communities rely on? At the end of the day, right, our commitment's simple. We're going to assert Alaska's authority where we can and where we hold it. We're going to strive to make permitting clear, efficient, so projects have a predictable pathway forward. And we're going to find a way to stand alongside of each and every one of you to get to yes. What projects do you need? What permits do you have from our agency? And how can we get to yes? And we're going to do that within our mission of protecting the environment and the well-being of Alaskans. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I think the passion and the vision that each of you bring to, you know, through yourselves, through your staff, the department is so appreciated. And there's so much we could talk about with each of you. We just appreciate the time that we can get. And we've just got limited time for Q&A. Commissioner Boyle, your department just, it's everything for us here in the region. I had a couple different questions. I'll just throw them at you and let you answer whatever we want to answer. But as far as, you know, we're going to dive into this in the next panel to some degree with natural resources. But I mean, the state has been the primary bridge for our timber industry for quite a while. And I don't know if you want to comment on, what the forecast, what you see over the next, 3 to 5 years. Another concern we'll be diving into the next panel with the industry folks is just on the mining sector. We've got to be able to bring mines on in less than 20, 30 years. And so, what is DNR doing? What's the approach there as far as permitting and expediting processes? So it's done right, but it's done right now. So whichever one of those questions, or a third one, and maybe I didn't answer, but what are your thoughts, please?
Those are great questions. And I think I'll need a half an hour, for each one to have a fulsome discussion on everything that we need. I'll start with timber first, since that was the first question that you asked. I just want to put on the record that I love the timber industry. And I hate calling it a timber industry because in Alaska, we don't really have a timber industry. We have a collection of family businesses that contribute a lot to their communities and that are providing an incredible service to the world, which is providing music. I think many of you hopefully had an opportunity to see a recent Wall Street Journal op-ed that talked about, where do these old growth trees harvested out of the Tongass go? Well, they go to places like Steinway or Yamaha. They go to guitar makers. They go to a number of other musical instrument manufacturers because there's really no substitute in the world for old growth Sitka spruce. And so I love the family timber businesses that we have here in the state. And frankly, we don't have much of an industry. And that fact is not lost on many of you. Wasn't that long ago, back in the 90s, that we had a pulp mill here in Ketchikan, that we had a pulp mill, here in Sitka, and we also had a pulp mill in Ketchikan. These were important economic drivers for Southeast communities. These entities provided a lot of jobs and a lot of opportunities. They helped facilitate a lot of investment into some of the power generating infrastructure that we all continue to enjoy. So the timber industry, to me, is a vital piece that is missing currently in Southeast. And largely that's been born out of federal policy. And I'll just provide a little vignette, a statistic that highlights this point. So in the year 2024, last year, the state on its lands managed specifically just here in Southeast, so our Southeast area state forests, and we'll also include the lands operated owned by the Mental Health Trust and the university system to a smaller extent. But on collectively state lands, we harvested just over 24 million board feet of timber last year. And that was harvested on about 1,000 acres of state land. So 24 million board feet on 1,000 acres of state land. That's how much was logged. On the Tongass, which by the way is a 19 million acre forest, which is coincidentally the largest national forest in our country, as many of you know, they harvested 2 million board feet. So we harvested 10 times the amount of timber on 1,000 acres of state land than the entire National Forest Service could come up with on 19 million acres. So if that sounds like it's not balanced, if that sounds like it's a little wonky, it's because it is. The Tongass is arguably the most mismanaged federal asset in the entire system. It doesn't work for a lot of people. It works great for preservationists and folks that want to treat humans as intruders on land, but it doesn't work for folks that want to use it as an economic base. It doesn't work for the state. We import north of 150 million board feet of timber into the state every year. Why can't we produce that here? Why is it that we have to go to Washington State or Oregon or Canada in order to import our lumber here? Well, it's because our operators here don't have the certainty that they need to invest in the kind of milling equipment that they need to make utilization of our forests. And so in my mind, the state has done everything that it can over the past, I mean, frankly, probably decade, more or less, trying to nurse our remaining timber operators along. Our challenge is, of course, is we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as what the state has as available resource. So we are in a challenging time. Now, fortunately, there are some rays of hope on the horizon. We're in the process of working with the U.S. Forest Service to negotiate a shared stewardship agreement. This agreement would basically give the state management authority over some 300,000 acres of the Tongass, where utilizing our Good Neighbor Authority, we can actually start to conduct timber sales, and the state itself can drive more timber activity forward because we know how to do it. And the Forest Service, on the other hand, has atrophied up here to a large extent, and they don't even have the capacity to offer more timber available to our folks that need it. And so we're looking forward to that. I think that will be a help. But fundamentally, my belief is that in order for us to have a sustainable timber industry in Southeast, and in order to enable our communities to grow, because we haven't even talked about geologic hazards, which is another important function that my department conducts. We need room. We need room for development. We need room for new housing. And our communities here are constrained by the fact that many of them are surrounded by the Tongass. And so we are looking into pursuing a land exchange deal where the state can put up state lands and in other parts of the state and trade them for lands here in Southeast, and specifically those lands that would enable our communities to grow, provide opportunities for expansion, and of course, adding to the state's resource base with our forests so that we can actually have managed forests. We can provide industry with that kind of certainty that they need to continue to make investments in milling equipment and the like, and hopefully bring some measure of self-sufficiency when it comes to providing the timber that all of us need to build our homes and so on and so forth. So there's going to be a lot of challenges there and hurdles to be overcome, but yet I think fundamentally without more land here in Southeast, all of us are going to be constrained. On the mining side, I'll just hit on that. Again, another industry that I love. I love all the natural resources industry. I can't pick them all. I love them all. Mining is very important to the state. Mining is very important to the world. It's no secret. If you've been paying attention to the commodities markets, the prices of gold is near an all-time high. The price of a lot of minerals are at all-time highs. That's driving a renewed interest in mining opportunities all across the state. But you're right. The big challenge there is permitting. It's hard to spend hundreds of millions of dollars year over year when it might take you 20 plus years to get a permit, and you have to fight lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit by groups that want to claim that mining is going to kill all the fish, or mining is going to kill all the deer, or mining is going to ruin everything, when in fact we have great examples at Kensington, at Greens Creek, of mines that operate safely, of mines that operate responsibly, of mines that coexist in the midst of a temperate rainforest or surrounded by a national monument, and yet still allow and provide for wildlife habitat, but more importantly, provide a very important economic benefit and an energy benefit to the city and borough of Juneau, which gets to benefit from having those large industrial consumers of power. And of course, having the jobs and the tax base that they provide. So yeah, on the state side, we're looking, of course, at always how we can be better. The Fraser Institute, which is a large, I don't know how you want to describe it. It's an entity that studies kind of the world of mining issues, reports and the like on what the state of mining looks like. Alaska ranked number 3 in their latest report that was just released a few months ago in terms of attractiveness in the world. And I'm going to take credit for this. We ranked number 1 for permitting. So of all of the jurisdictions in the world, all of the other countries, the Canadian provinces, Australia, so on and so forth, Alaska ranked #1 in the world in permitting, and we ranked #1 in the world for geologic data. And again, that's another function that the state provides to our Division of Geologic and Geophysical Surveys. So we're working on our processes. You've heard on the federal side, the implementation of FAST 41. We're seeing some mining projects across the state enter into that program. That is likely to lead to more expedited timeframe because again, we need these minerals. They're essential for national defense. They're essential for energy security. They're essential for all the gadgets and gizmos that none of us can live without. So we have to produce these critical minerals. We have to refine these rare earth elements and get them into production quicker. So I think we have that alignment currently between the state and the federal government. I think we'll continue to make more progress on that front. And I would love to see more mining in Southeast. We have great opportunities in Haines. We have great opportunities still in Juneau. There's abundant resources on Prince of Wales, rare earths and critical minerals. So there's a lot of potential here in Southeast. I think we'll see more of that activity come to bear, specifically as the regulatory environment improves. But we're going to continue to press forward on those initiatives because Alaska has what the world needs in that regard.
Okay. Okay, we'll try this one. We certainly could spend the rest of the day diving into what you just said. We'll look for that opportunity. Thank you very much. Commissioner Anderson, you've got ports, harbors, ferries, roads, bridges, airports, trails, connectivities, lots to prioritize there. Last year, you talked about innovative approaches to prioritization and project development. You want to elaborate on just how the department's approaches to really address the needs of the region? There's a lot going on.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll be really quick. I mean, yeah, I mean, we need all of you. And that's, I think, one thing you're seeing with like this rural planning organization and what we're working with the agreement with Southeast Conference. I mean, having that ability for everyone that's a user, and this is what you see with our long-range transportation plan and user stories, to let us know where the priorities are. So then we can take what we understand about the funding programs and really try to make those things happen for all of you. I think later today, you're going to hear from Jill about our some of what we're doing with this 10-year planning effort and trying to make things, if you go on the STIP and you see it's open, it's transparent, you can go on there, you can download, you can see everything that's happening. That's a 4-year horizon. We want to take that to 10. And then also provide you tools so you can do your own analysis on that and then come back to DOT and say, hey, this is how we want to look at things. When it comes to the funding pieces, I think what you're seeing from DOT is, we're trying every innovative approach that we can with the resources that we have available. The federal funding programs, of course, again, have a lot of strings and rules attached. So we're doing our best with there. We haven't had much of a state capital program in the past few years with our fiscal constraints. So, we're working through that and still trying to make the most of everything on the transportation world with those constraints. So really, I mean, yeah. Open to ideas. We're running down every idea that comes to us and doing the best to see what's possible and then where things are, are tough. And working through those as well. But yeah, it's been a good effort. We've had some good successes. If you look at the program right now and where we're investing, I think you'll see, on the STIP and whatnot that, it's fitting into our strategic investment areas that have been talked about. And then with the new long-range transportation plan, that's a good opportunity for all Alaskans to have that bigger picture input on things. And then for Southeast Alaska, of course, Jill is leading on the Southeast Alaska plan, transportation plan. And that's a great place to make sure that if there's priorities here in Southeast Alaska, get them communicated. That's where these project lists are generated from. And then that's how we also brainstorm about, what other types of funding, what other ways are there to do things. We are excited. Yesterday was the discussion with USDOT and some of these tribal transportation programs and how the state can better partner with tribes. And so we are running down those options too, to see if we can put our resources together and do more with what we have. So that's a big part of it. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Muñoz, there's just so many different ways to approach workforce development, and the brain drain and the out-migration, the region, we'd love to find approaches to, bring workers in. What's the highest and best, what are you finding is the best approach to attract and recruit new workers?
Well, clearly, our greatest opportunity is with our young people. Just recently, we completed a workforce planning effort in partnership with the Alaska Safety Alliance. We surveyed hundreds of businesses across all sectors around the state. And the number one common theme that we heard throughout that process was that the young people that they are recruiting and bringing into their organizations seem to have a lack of career awareness about the different job opportunities and the training necessary to get into those jobs as they graduate high school. And so this is a real opportunity for us to raise awareness, starting in the middle school up to the high school, about the different career pathways that are available and the training necessary to get into those jobs. Just recently, on this subject, we partnered with the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development, and Sealaska is a partner as well, to put career guides in many of our rural schools to work with students individually around a career plan, to identify areas of interest and the training pathway necessary to get into the job area that will provide a family wage job upon graduation. So I think there's a lot of work to do in this area. Clearly, we have a great opportunity with our young people. I think another wonderful opportunity is with our military. As I said earlier, Alaska has the largest per capita presence of military in the country. So we're working on a number of strategies to retain active personnel as they're transitioning out of active service. One other model that I'd like to throw out there as well is the apprenticeship model. Alaska has dozens of apprenticeable trades in healthcare, in the skilled labor, in construction, and a whole the country for the number of active apprentices that we have in the workforce. We have about 2,500 active apprentices in our workforce. These are individuals that are getting trained while they're getting paid in a job and completing related technical instruction that leads to an industry recognized certification. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue to grow our apprenticeship opportunities. The federal government and the state government are aligned. We're trying to promote more apprenticeable fields. And even just recently, I was listening to the radio and I heard that the local fire department in Juneau, to recruit workers, had established an apprenticeship program where they're bringing in young firefighters, they're getting trained, they're getting paid while they get trained, and then they have a core group of young workers coming into the force. So it's a model that we're very much invested in and we want to see expand. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner, we try to promote small business development and sometimes they struggle with finding markets or penetrating markets. How's the Department of Commerce helping to open up new markets for Alaska businesses?
Thank you for that question, Robert. We have a lot of initiatives right now. One of which is our Made in Alaska campaign. We have a licensing program for handcrafts that are manufactured in the state of Alaska. And this is nominally funded with permit fees. You may have seen Buy the Bear or a blue logo that says Made in Alaska. There's a good example of a lot of those products in the Anchorage Airport in the B Concourse. But we recently held a craft fair at the Egan Center and we had 150 of our permit holders participate. There were even more that wanted to, but we needed to restrict it to that. And we're holding another Made in Alaska fair this fall. We're also recording interviews with those business owners so they can talk about entrepreneurship and their experience of manufacturing and crafting items in Alaska. And we're going to air those interviews on public radio throughout the state coming up. So that's really a grassroots level. We also have partnered with the Alaska Chamber on an It's Your Business campaign. That is to tip the needle amongst Alaskans in some key industries such as mining and oil and gas. And then we have another marketing effort that's aimed at attracting international investment. That's called the Alaska Business Initiative. We have a few vendors that we've partnered with, DC firms that have helped Alaska to facilitate our participation in Select USA, which is a premier investment summit. Last year was the first year that Alaska had a seat at the table and had a booth at that conference. There was a lot of interest. The Governor's Sustainable Energy Conference was shortly after that. There was even more interest in foreign investment. Excuse me. And we also have an Office of International Trade within the Department of Commerce. We recently filled that position. It's a one-woman office, but Emily Fairbanks joined us in this fall, and she's done an amazing job of facilitating meetings amongst consul generals. We've met with Consul General of India and Australia recently. Both of them are interested in expanding their tourism markets in Alaska. Australia has over $2 trillion in sovereign wealth, mainly from their pension programs. They want to invest that in the United States. They see us as one of the most viable partners, and they're very interested in Alaska. We held a roundtable with Australian companies that are already participating in Alaska, and I asked them what their statutory and regulatory struggles were compared to the other states that they're operating in. They said we're the best state in the nation to invest in right now. We have the best tax climate. We are easy to work with. So that was really promising for bringing in new business
Great.
and opening markets.
Thank you. And finally, so Southeast Conference is a large initiative dealing with municipal solid waste, trying to tackle that regional initiative together, and curious to your department's approach to support those outcomes, that process.
Absolutely. Thanks, Robert. This is the fun part where I get to brag about my staff and the good work that our team does. I don't like talking about me. I like talking about what they do. So for the last 5 years, DEC, along with Southeast Conference and CSWA, which is Southeast Solid Waste Authority, they've been working to address these solid waste challenges that most communities face here in Southeast. Together, they've supported studies, hosted trainings, and helped secure $500,000 in federal funding for a regional project that's now underway. Quick shout out to Spruce Roots and Denali Commission for all of their partnership and the help that they've helped with for the funding for that. And the first feedback session for that project is going to be this Thursday at 1:30. Zach Giannotti, I don't know if you know him, but he's there from our team. He's amazing. And he can be there to answer any questions that you all may have. Please feel free to reach out to him. He's great. And while normal permitting processes will still apply, the best thing, early and often communication with us always helps. If you have projects, solid waste or otherwise, reach out to us early and often. We can help you. Now, CSWA is meeting monthly. We do have a new staff position coming online in Juneau to help with Southeast solid waste issues. Don't worry, you won't lose Zach. He is still there. But we will have that position to help Southeast. Again, DC, we're going to help provide the leadership needed to help move these projects forward. Again, that's what I said. We're going to err on the side of humans, help communities, right? Whatever we can do to help partner with Southeast Conference, with the communities. I live in Juneau, right across the channel from the landfill. I see the struggles. I see the challenges, right? I breathe the air. We know it's a real issue in Southeast. We know we need to fix it. Let us help you. And again, erring on the side of humans. We all live here. We all share the land. We all share our resources, our fish, our animals. We need to bring regulatory oversight, also bring partnership. Also, I didn't get to mention, but if I could, because there's a Mariculture panel shortly, I do want to give another shout out to our environmental health lab for all of the good work and testing that they do for the mariculture industry. Without them, without that facility, without the equipment that they have in that lab, we could not do the mariculture testing. So anyways. Thank you all for the mariculture industry and allowing us to help facilitate with that. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you. Yeah, and on that note too, I think Southeast Cops is probably the only nonprofit in the state that actually has been funding the state. I think we've got about $4 million into DEC. We've been participating with Fish and Game University, so be able to bring that mariculture funds into which is nice. We'll be back for more later, but this season we're able to actually participate. But really, truly a heartfelt thank you for each of you, all of your staff, the vision to keep us moving, working, and being able to have sustainable economies and a quality environment, which is our mission. So a round of applause for our commissioners and the work they do, their staff. Thank you. I want to invite the next panel to come on up. Okay, there was your 5-minute refill. Get those coffee cups topped off. Stretch your legs for just a second, but we want to keep on going because we have a full agenda, but you do get a break right after this. So you don't have to have a full cup of coffee, but let's go ahead and take our seats. Don't make me pull out the other mic, but I'll just keep going like this until somebody catches the fact that I'm trying to talk. And good. All right, thank you all. So as we heard from the commissioners, we have a wide portfolio of natural resources that they help manage in the region. And taking that down to the on-the-ground perspective of where, the coffee pot. Okay. That door works the other way too. So if you have to continue a conversation, let's take it on the other side. And Michael, are you hearing me okay in that back table? Oh, you're not hearing me that back good. Do I have to go like this? Okay, now can you hear me? Or do I have to ask IT help for more? I need to be overpowering. Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't make me pull out that mic. All right. Okay. You won't have to compete with it. I do this until we get the room under control, and then it's like, it shouldn't sound like a chainsaw in the forest. There should be quiet in here. All right. Thank you. All right.
If you really need some noise, maybe this one's better.
All right. I'll try that one. And I put them close together and then we'll get the feedback, but all right.
That will quiet it down.
Thank you, everybody. So I am very pleased. We've got some new faces and we've got but they're all veterans to a large degree and working in a space that is very near and dear to us, past, present, and more importantly, future, as we take a look at the priorities that we've found and established region-wide through our SEDS program. So thank you, each of you on the panel. What we're going to do is just give them each a few minutes to 3 to 5 minutes, which is a liberal term, widely interpreted in various languages. But just take a couple minutes to introduce yourselves, the role you play in your organization, and just kind of the primary outlook, responsibilities, futures, priorities, and all of that in this, first 5 minutes. And then I've got some questions. And if you would, you have to hit the button to activate, and then please click it off when you're done. But we'll go in the order of the agenda, even though we're not sitting that way. But Tessa, please take it away.
Red means stop. Still tricky for me to remember. I was thinking, my name is Tessa Axelson. I'm the executive director for the Alaska Forest Association. I have the privilege of representing the operators and businesses and communities and tribal organizations that are connected to the industry across the state of Alaska. When I was looking at the agenda, I always appreciate that Southeast Conference has a tagline or a focus, and it's resilience. And so for me, I think about resilience meaning how someone or some body or group or entity or industry quickly responds to a setback. If you had the opportunity to just listen to the panel of commissioners, I don't think I need to say a lot about what needs to happen in our industry because Commissioner Boyle knocked that out of the park. He gave a very succinct summary of some of the challenges we face and what can be done to solve those problems. And I'm interested to hear from the state and the federal government representatives on the panel today with regard to how they are looking forward to assisting our industry in becoming more resilient. Really, for us, there are three main areas that we're thinking about. First and foremost, that we want to not just sustain our industry, but we want to maintain and grow the industry in significant ways. Certainly, the industry in the 90s was a much larger player, not only in communities, but in data sets, in documents like what Meilani provides every year. The timber industry used to be an entire page of Southeast by the Numbers, and now it has become part of a grouping of other industries. And that's not great from the perspective of industry because we could be a lot more. But I also think it's a really interesting representation of the fact that individual people and numbers matter in the data. We're concerned if we see movement out of community by 3 or 5 or 20 people. It matters in our region. And an industry like ours is significant and should be considered as significant because the hundreds of people that we employ in Southeast Alaska, connected to thousands of people in the United States, are important in our communities. And those family wage jobs are important. The connection to mortgages and students in schools and tax bases for our municipalities are important. So we're still here. We want to be larger. We should be. The story around our industry and telling it well, I appreciate what the commissioner said. There are people in this region, in Alaska, outside of Alaska, who would like you to believe that the industry is very different than what in actuality it is today. Every one of the operators that are members of AFA qualify as small businesses under the SBA's definition. This is a grouping of individual companies, of small family-owned companies, individual operators, particularly in Southeast. And so recognizing that and thinking about how those operators in that industry can support the fabric of our coastal community is important. And then finally, I would say one of our main priorities is to ensure that we have certainty in the form of supply, which means policies in the state and more importantly in the federal sector need to change. We need to have durability. If you're a small business owner, you know that without certainty, it's very challenging to be in business. And so we need sustainable supply for our industry. We need to recognize that the Tongass is the most over-regulated by the federal government asset of the federal government. It's time for that to change, and that needs to occur through resiliently utilizing opportunities we have right now. A state stewardship agreement, looking for a land exchange, looking for ways to durably repeal roadless in a way that makes sense for our region and our communities. So talking about who we are, recognizing our importance, looking to certainty through supply, and addressing policy issues in a way that makes sense for our industry and also for our region is what our key priorities are right now. And I was also just wanting to share, Robert, just before the last panel finished, there was discussion by the DEC Deputy Commissioner about the Regional Solid Waste Authority program. And then I remembered that 18 years ago, we were in Skagway. And at the time I was working for the Denali Commission, and we were there to announce a grant, a pretty small grant with a Southeast Conference to pilot a solid waste authority model. Resilience in time can mean different things in different environments, but it's about the forward progress and what the effects of that can be on our economies and our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. Jason.
Thank you. My name is Jason Gubatayao. I'm the General Manager of Natural Resources for Sealaska Corporation. I've been in this role for 4 years now, but I've been with Sealaska for 13 years. I live in Ketchikan, raising a family there. I've got 2 young kids, beautiful wife. But to talk about, well, one thing I'll say is, I think I know what some of you are thinking, and the answer is I'm 36 years old. I often find myself being the youngest person in the room when I'm, part of these forums. But recently, actually, I've been seeing some other comrades in the 30s joining the ranks. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen more often. But yeah, that's just a little bit about me. But I think to understand where Sealaska is at right now, you have to understand where Sealaska came from. So specifically in the natural resources, right? So our core strategy for the last 40 plus years was timber harvest and timber extraction. And that was really the kind of main rope that really pulled, what was happening in Sealaska's natural resources. And as many of you probably know, in 2021, Sealaska discontinued its timber operations. And that was, part of my role when I first came into this was shutting down those timber operations. And over 40 years of a logging history, we really had built up a lot of infrastructure and built up a lot of assets. And so it took some time to really discontinue those. It doesn't just happen overnight. Probably the first 2 years of my time in this role was shutting down our timber operations. So now we're in kind of this creative space. We're in a spot where we can be looking forward and be innovative about what we do with Sealaska's natural resources going into the future. And so it's been an interesting time. It's an interesting time in Sealaska's story right now. And I'll share a couple things that are priorities for Sealaska. And when we get to the question section, I'll share a little bit more. But one thing that I'm particularly excited about and interested in is this arc we've taken. So in this time, we looked back at our 40-year logging history and, okay, what do we do going forward? And it's, I think it's really obvious and logical that we should be doing restoration work. So last year, we really invested in doing more habitat restoration across Sealaska's land base and been continuing that into this year. It's something that, like Tessa mentioned, if you can get, 3 or 5, 6, 7 people in a community working on restoration projects, like that makes a big difference across all the communities. And so we've been investing in that and pushing towards doing as much of that as we can be doing. And it's logical in the sense that, right, we extracted this value from the land base, and now we're hearing our communities say, and have been for a long time, right? Deer are a priority, salmon are a priority, accessing those resources is a priority. So we're reinvesting, right? We extracted this value over a long time. I think it's logical to now reinvest, some of that value back into the land base. And so that's one of the exciting things we're doing. We have this restore project. We're very creative with naming the project, but it's a watershed level assessment, design, implementation project on Prince of Wales Island. And we've pulled in a lot of different folks, a lot of experts to help us, think about how we can be managing our land going forward, because really at the heart of a timber industry focus, we've been trying to answer the question, how many board feet can we produce on 1 acre of land? And so all the decision making, right, all of this goes towards answering that question. And now when we've switched, we've taken that question, and now it's a second tier priority. I mean, it's still a priority, but now we've replaced it with, how many eco services can 1 acre of Sealaska land provide? How many, salmon can it produce? How many deer? How much carbon can it sequester? And so that's kind of the phase we're in, is answering that question. And we've got people working with us to try to answer that. And it's it's something I'm interested in and excited about, and I think there's a real future in it. And if things go right, maybe there's a restoration economy, maybe there's meaningful work for, young folks for the next 20, 30 years in that sector. So just one of the priorities that I wanted to share, but thanks for the invitation to be on the panel. Happy to be here.
All right, appreciate it. Leila, you get to do double duty today, not only representing RDC, but Deantha sent her regrets. She got called to Washington, D.C. to testify for the Natural Resources Committee that sent most of its members to Southeast Alaska recently. So if you would just take the time to maybe speak, I know she left you some notes and on what's happening with RDC as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Well, good morning. And for those who don't know me, my name is Leila Kimbrell. I'm the Executive Director for the Resource Development Council for Alaska. We are a trade association committed to growing Alaska through responsible resource development. I see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. And so some of you know who I am, but if you don't, we represent 5 key industries that have been historically important to the state of Alaska. That's oil and gas, mining, timber, tourism, and fisheries. And so I know that we've covered tourism and fisheries over the last couple of days. We have other timber experts on the stage here. So I get to cover for my colleague Deantha Skabinski, who is the head of the Alaska Mining Association. I can get into stats later, but just initially reflecting on kind of the theme for your conference this year, Robert, rooted in resilience. Tessa talked about this a little bit, but what does resilience mean? That means going forward. We have a lot of things to look forward to. You alluded to you mentioned the congressional hearing that happened yesterday. That's very positive. For those who didn't tune in, we can share a link later. It was a very good hearing focused specifically on Alaska's issues. We have the executive order specifically focusing on Alaska. In addition to that, I've counted at least, I think almost 15 other orders, executive orders touching on the industries that are important to our region here in Southeast and around the state of Alaska that touch on those industries. And so there's a lot of work to do. And so as I think about resilience and what that means, it means, we're resilient because we continue to collaborate, because you are all in this room together and we continue to look forward. So always appreciate being invited to the stage to continue those conversations. I have some more comments going forward, but I'll leave it at that for the introduction.
Thank you. And then Ashley, this is your first Southeast Conference meeting. We've had Jeremy here many times, but welcome, and would you introduce yourself and kind of where the department's at?
Good morning. I'm glad to be here. I'm Ashley Reed-List. I'm the Deputy Director for Forestry within the Alaska Division of Forestry and Fire Protection. We're housed in Department of Natural Resources. And this is my first time at Southeast Conference, but it's not my first time in Sitka. This was actually the first place I worked as a forestry technician. I worked here seasonally for a few years, and it's really good to be back. So with that, I know Commissioner Boyle gave a good summary of what the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection has going on. So I'll try to go into a little more detail on that. In terms of jobs for Southeast, the division sustains jobs by continuing to offer timber sales on state forest lands as our primary function. And our other management activities include a pretty substantial thinning project right now, and we're continually working on road infrastructure maintenance. So those also are background job source. We manage 2 state forests in Southeast, and they're pretty different. The Haines State Forest Resource Management Area is a 286,000 acre contiguous block, whereas the Southeast State Forest is comprised of 32 scattered units, all south of Petersburg, mostly on Prince of Wales. And that's a total of 47,000 acres, but only a 33,000 acre timber base. So that's where the bulk of our work takes place. And that's the land base and timber base that our workforce is sized to manage. We also manage timber on general state lands where forestry isn't the primary purpose, but fits in with the overall management goals for those lands. So those are lands that, for example, are designated by Department of Natural Resources area plans for settlement, and we can do timber harvest on those before the land's sold out of state ownership. So right now, with all of our efforts, we're trying to meet the timber needs that the industry is asking for, and that's across the range of operators from small to large. Although, as Tessa pointed out, when I say small to large, I mean small to large within our scale of operators here in Southeast, which, as we all know, our large operators are not considered large in the grand scheme of the timber industry in the lower 48. So to do that right now, our main effort is the Governor's Timber Bridge program. And that's an effort to meet the industry's needs and keep them working until timber on other land ownerships can come online. This isn't the first Timber Bridge program that we've undertaken. The first one was in the mid-2000s, and I had actually come down to help out on that. When I was a forester on the Kenai, I came down and did timber sale layout on Prince of Wales. So that's a big part of the timber bridge effort is in order to have the capacity to do that work. We're bringing in other foresters from the division around the state. We're working with contractors. We're using purchaser layout for the first time. And those are all ways that we're trying to be able to fill that gap in supply. So this is a temporary effort given our relatively small land base. The goal is to offer at least 14 million board feet a year for as long as possible. And for context, in the fiscal year 2024, we sold 23.7 million board feet. That's almost 2.5 times our 10-year average. And by 10-year average, that just is our usual background management that we're always doing on state forest lands. So that additional volume is typically coming from places that are settlement lands where we can have that additional harvest. But it's not land that we'll continue to manage for forestry. It's lands that'll go out for subdivision sales. And that sort of ultimately ending up in private hands. So for fiscal year 2025, we sold 21.9 million board feet, and that's twice our 10-year average. So once again, this is an effort to sustain the industry in the short term so that there's still an industry and still jobs in the long term. And with that, I think I'll turn it back to you, Robert.
All right, thank you. I'm very pleased to welcome the new forest supervisor. And so we'll let her introduce herself, but Monique, welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Monique Nelson. I am now the forest supervisor for the Tongass National Forest. I started this position in April of this year, so I'm about 5 months in and very honored to be here with you. I'm not terribly new to Alaska. My family and I moved here in August of 2020, so I've been working for the Forest Service in Alaska for about 5 years. And I'm proud and honored to be raising 2 young boys in Juneau here on Tlingit Ani, which is just a fantastic way to raise a family. My training is in forest management and forest ecology, but I've spent most of my 15-year career with the Forest Service working in planning and developing collaborative solutions to really complex natural resource problems that have implications at local, regional, national, and sometimes even international scales. My perspectives are very much framed by the experiences I've had primarily in the Western United States, working with diverse interest groups. And I come out of it recognizing that it is hard work to come to negotiated solutions, and that when we do, it's important to stick to our commitments to promote positive outcomes and to be in the best interest of the communities that we're working with. The Tongass covers about 78% of Southeast Alaska, which means that the federal government has a huge responsibility for both ecological and economic sustainability in this region. Every presidential administration has a little bit different take on how they're going to approach the problems and complexities of dealing with land management here, but it's always under a multiple use framework, which means that there will always be challenges. And it's always underneath the premise of the Tongass Forest Plan, which at this time was developed in 1997 and substantially updated in 2016. During the last administration, the Tongass was very much focused on investing in diverse economic industries across Southeast and worked with the USDA to invest $25 million in a variety of industries and demonstrated that through partnerships with communities, tribes, and municipalities that we can grow that investment substantially and have economic benefits for the region. There are publications available here at Southeast Conference that show the value of those partnerships and also show the value of those investments and how we can multiply them and demonstrate their value in both jobs and wages. This administration is very much focused on mining and timber and energy, which are very important contributions from the Forest Service land base to the communities we serve. So there's going to be a little bit of a shift in our emphasis areas working for the Forest Service, but it really doesn't change our commitment and dedication to supporting communities through all of the diverse industries that sustain our economy. We make contributions to all of the major industries that we heard about yesterday when Melani presented on Southeast by the numbers. If you think about the government sector, the Tongass and the Alaska Regional Office contribute about 300 jobs to the economy here. These are high-paying jobs with skilled labor, and they're distributed across Southeast Alaska, including in very small communities where we have a really important role to play as neighbors, active community members, people investing in local economies, and sending our children to school. We support the mining industry, both through exploration and smaller mines across Southeast, as well as through permitting and support and administration of the two large mines at Greens Creek and Kensington. In the past couple of years, we've approved expansion for the tailings facilities at both of those mines, which substantially increases the life of those mines and the jobs and wages that they'll be able to contribute. We also make major contributions to the fishing industry. We maintain healthy streams and ecosystems across the Tongass, which is important to all of our communities as well as community economics. During the past several years, we've made major investments in restoration in streams as well as thinning. And through those restoration projects, we create and sustain jobs in construction and engineering. And we've also had tremendous opportunity in workforce development through things like the Native Forest Partnerships and Alaska Youth Stewards programs, where we're able to develop a young workforce, develop skills, and maintain youth in our communities. We also contribute substantially to the tourism industry. We maintain some of the highest visitation facilities throughout Southeast Alaska, and we also create opportunities and provide permits for outfitting and guiding and many other opportunities that our visitors love to be able to take advantage of. In addition to those industries, we also provide the land base that sustains many people and communities across the region. Our land is important for subsistence resources as well as traditional and cultural uses of the land. With regard to the wood products industry, Commissioner Boyle made some strong points. And I'll say that since I took this position 5 months ago, that I have refocused the work of the Tongass National Forest to really bring focus to the wood products industry and make up for some lack of focus there in the last several years. We do expect in the very near term and throughout the next several years to increase the sales and the offers of timber volume on the Tongass, consistent with our forest plan. All right, so while we've been on the very low end of offering timber sales for the past few years, we expect those volumes to increase substantially consistent with the plan in the next few years. A lot of our ambitions are described in the economic plan that has been distributed here today. The Tongass is very much interested in developing environmental analysis to support a 3-year supply of timber to maintain our industry, including the small and larger mills within Southeast Alaska, and to give some certainty to those businesses. We're also looking to the future of the wood products industry in partnership with many of you here to be innovative, to utilize biomass, and to successfully transition to a primarily young growth timber harvest. One area where we're working with tribes very closely right now is on the economic impact of cultural wood. And so we also plan to expand our emphasis in that area, expand those partnerships, better understand and make available the cultural wood and the trees that tribes need to be able to support their traditional practices, as well as create the economic stimulus that things like totem raisings bring to our communities across Southeast. Commissioner Boyle addressed several opportunities for the state and federal partnerships, and we look forward to engaging in those. We have several active good neighbor agreements, and we expect to expand the use of good neighbor agreements for management of our timber resources as well as restoration work. We've had excellent collaborative work in developing a young growth forest inventory, and we hope to continue that work in the inventory and then development of timber economics and timber opportunities based on the findings from those. And we look forward to shared stewardship with the state and other partners in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And while we're still under that USDA umbrella, I'm going to take a side trip. He's been with us all day yesterday, last night at the reception, but we have the new state director for USDA Rural Development. Eric, if you just stand up for just a moment so we could recognize you and welcome you to Southeast Conference for your first appearance. But it's good to have you with us. And if you haven't met him, unfortunately, he's going to have to leave before the banquet tonight. So do engage him, introduce yourself to him during the break and lunch and this afternoon as you have a chance. But thank you for being with us today. Moving to our most cherished partner in the region, our regional tribe, Jill.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning. First, I'd like to say Gunal Shish to the Shikakwan for allowing us to gather on your lands. My name is Jill Weitz, and I serve as Government Affairs for the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska within the Office of the President. I live in Juneau, Alaska on the traditional and present homelands of the Akwan and Takukwan Tlingit people. And I'd like to acknowledge my leadership, 6th Vice President Paulette Marino, who is here with us this week. Tlingit and Haida is the largest and oldest federally recognized tribe in the state of Alaska, and we represent over 38,000 tribal citizens and serve as the regional tribe for Southeast Alaska. Most of my work has focused on the intersection of water and fisheries policies and our coastal communities. Prior to my work with the tribe, I served as a compliance and enforcement officer for the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, where I was tasked with inspecting mines, seafood processing plants, and large-scale construction projects. And that preceded my decade of work to defend our transboundary salmon rivers and the families and economies that they support. I also serve on the Juneau Economic Development Council and the TTC with Tessa and Jason and Robert. So it's been a minute. I'd be remiss not to share a bit of perspective that I've gleaned on my journey as a non-Indigenous person here in this region. For many Alaska Native people, what are often described in policy and industry as natural resources are understood first and foremost as the lands, waters, and beings that sustain cultures, communities, and ways of life. Salmon, forests, and clean water are not simply commodities with market value. They're living relations that provide food security, cultural continuity, and spiritual grounding. The value placed on them cannot be measured only in dollars or board feet. It is rooted in reciprocity and responsibility with an obligation to ensure abundance for future generations. Alaska tribes are key drivers of regional economies, providing thousands of jobs through tribal government, essential services, and community infrastructure. Tlingit and Haida's approach to development is grounded in stewardship, ensuring that fisheries, forests, and waters remain healthy so that they continue to provide the food security, cultural strength, and livelihoods for generations. In this way, tribes contribute not only to measurable economic value in today's terms, but also long-term prosperity rooted again in our Indigenous values of balance, reciprocity, and responsibility. As we heard yesterday, tribal government continues to increase in the region. Thank you, Milani, for your wonderful work. As always, last year, tribal government employment rose 6%, with wages up 11%. And over the past 3 years, these tribal government jobs have increased 29% and our wages have grown 50%, accounting for 11% of all government jobs in the region and 3% of the region's employment and wages. Tlingit and Haida in particular has grown from about 300 employees to over 600 employees in the last 5 years. And approximately 80% of our staff are enrolled tribal citizens of Tlingit and Haida. For us, the greatest opportunities for job creation, again, reflect those values. But as one of the largest employers in Southeast Alaska, we see continued growth in areas like natural resource stewardship, renewable energy, cultural tourism, and expanding tribal programs that deliver essential services to not only our citizens, but the communities of Southeast Alaska. Looking ahead, we also see opportunities in workforce training for emerging sectors, and I'll speak to that in a little bit as far as what we're doing specifically around workforce development. But those sectors including climate resilience and sustainable development. So the values guiding us are clear. We want jobs that strengthen our communities, sustain our lands and waters, and honor our way of life. Economic resilience for us is not about short-term gains, but about creating livelihoods that can endure across generations and what makes sense for our communities within the limits of balancing economic opportunity with cultural integrity and environmental responsibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We have very limited time for Q&A. I've got at least 5 questions for each of you. We'll give you one, but maybe we'll try to keep our answers as succinct as possible. But Tessa, a lot of folks see the future of forestry through the rearview mirror of the 70s, 80s, 60s, 50s. Give us a little peek of what you see, and especially as the young growth is coming online. How do you frame a sustainable forestry outlook and program? What should those investments and jobs be, and how do we sustain that?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Robert. I think it's a couple different things. One, recognizing that supply, knowing supply, having a long-term sustainable supply is critical for businesses that are in the sector to be able to make decisions. A piece of equipment right now, on average, new, costs anywhere between $700,000 to $1.5 million. If you are in the industry, you take on the cost of development, such as road building, prior to and in advance of your payment for whatever the timber sale you're purchasing is. So you need to know in advance, in most cases 32 months out, what your supply is so that you can make decisions about capital investments. Understanding capital investment is going to be critical to knowing who could come into the sector in Alaska and ways in which the sector can change and respond to markets, because markets are fickle, to say the least, and the opportunities in the Tongass are multifold. The Tongass National Forest is an old growth forest, and there are niche markets for old growth, some of which the commissioner spoke about in his comments. Some we've talked about in other times that we've presented. Some of the suppliers of products in the United States refer to the products from the Tongass as the champagne of lumber. It's used in very specific, unique applications, and those are very different than what young growth timber will be used for. It's a very different type of processing. It's different types of products. So having the ability to guarantee a supply and also respond to what local communities want and need. So the micro sector, the small operators, there's really amazing things happening. Recreational cabins here in Sitka are being built by local operators who are producing the timber. That's exciting, as it should be. I hope Ashley gets to talk about the lumber grading program. Our operators have historically and continue to provide cultural woods that are utilized across the communities in the region and are utilized by artisans in other parts of the country or in the lower 48. And also there's opportunities for markets to expand, but you have to have durability in terms of policy so that things do not go back and forth between every election. And I think the other piece is recognizing that there is a continuum of training that needs to occur, the restoration piece that is being considered in advance by organizations such as Sealaska, the ways in which communities are engaging with planning around their resources in the Tongass, having foresters that are being trained up to do different kinds of work. All of that will support the industry and jobs. But from our standpoint, there has to be concrete understanding of what supply is, and we are reliant on the landowners to make those decisions. The landowners are the ones that determine what they put for sale, how they follow the administrative plans that govern those lands, and the ways in which they engage with industry. So all of that's important. Young growth is important, but we're not there yet, and we need to be able to support the industry that exists in the Tongass as it is used now, not just in Alaska, but all over this country and across the world.
Thank you. Jason, a lot of times when we talk about forest management, folks only think, oh, we're talking about chainsaws. Sealaska has long been a leader in multi-use development of its lands. And so I know you've got a broader vision for how those lands are managed, which includes timber, but certainly many other things as well. What is kind of the vision and outlook for Sealaska jobs, investment for going forward?
I'll start out by saying that something I've learned about visions is that I think a proper vision, you got to squint a little bit to see it, right? It's something that feels just out of reach, and that's kind of what drives you to see if you can get there. We're particularly interested in kicking off an initiative towards a vision of how can we build a home with second growth that's milled locally, that's graded locally, right, and that goes into home construction. And can we do it, right? And I think there's a lot of pieces towards that effort across the region, but can you do it in a way that's competitive or cheaper than importing lumber from out of the region? And so it's something that we're going to be working on. We're starting out by utilizing a facility on Prince of Wales Island. It's a former logging camp, but it's been used for storing our cultural use wood that we have for our log donation program. We do firewood production out of this site. We lease a portion of it to a construction company, but we want to expand that site and try to concentrate, an effort towards that goal of using, local second growth that's been processed locally to go into home construction. We think it pairs well with the restoration effort, because I'm going to get in the weeds here just a little bit, but young growth forest, if you've been managing it for as much, board feet per acre as possible, right? If that's been your goal, you end up with a very dense, forest canopy that doesn't have a lot of biodiversity in it. And if that's your goal as a landowner, that's great. You kind of achieve your goal. But if we've switched like Sealaska has, right? We've kind of switched that priority a little bit. Then now this forest that has that doesn't offer all of the other values that we appreciate from the land as people that live on this planet. And so to get into the weeds, in order to kind of accelerate biodiversity in a stand that has a very dense canopy, the practice is you open up some light penetration right to the forest floor, and that stimulates growth, and you get more huckleberries, you get more devil's club, you get more of these species that we utilize. And so in the process of opening that space, you're inherently cutting trees down. And if you cut those trees down, it's not ideal that they just rot away. There could be merchantable logs. They probably will be merchantable logs. And so, and a different definition of merchantable too, I should, emphasize that. But can we extract these in a way that's effective, cost effective, and can we get them through this wood utilization facility, and can, the byproducts be used for briquette production or firewood production, and can we do it? Can we, get to, a home, affordable home that was built with local lumber? Again, I think at least from my perspective, I got to squint a little bit to really see it. I think that all the pieces are there, but it's about, I think what we're really saying is that we want to support all these efforts that are going on and try to bring them together and fill in any gaps. And as you know, we're positioned well to do that, right? We have young growth that's at an age class that can be, milled. And, if I heard it earlier, right, there's this conversion of mill production. Can we help in that way or conversion of mill equipment, right? Can we help in that capacity in some way? And so again, maybe we'll 5 years from now have learned some important lessons going down this path, but it's important that we, go down it. And then maybe in 20 years, we'll be looking back and in this room and wondering why we ever imported lumber from out of the region in the first place when we have so much around us here. And so that's a vision, right? Is, there could be an opportunity there. And so we want to take a hard look at it and invest in it. And that's part of the reason I'm here is to kind of broadcast that and look for, support and partnerships. And I remember watching Anthony Malott, the former CEO up here all the time. And he would talk about these partnerships and these networks and how important that collaboration is to accomplishing things in Southeast Alaska. And, he's absolutely right. And so that's part of why I'm here. And, the expertise of some of the folks that Tessa represents in the room, like they're going to help us figure out how you, extract a young growth log in a cost-effective way. And, we don't have all the answers, but we're hopeful that collectively, through that collaboration, we can try to get there. And so that's one of the visions we have for the future of Southeast and job creation and how we can, interact with our environment in a little different way than we have in the past.
All right, thank you. And I look forward to those partnerships as well. We've had some conversations and there's many more ahead. RDC has the big picture of resources throughout the region, the state, and it's easy to compile a long list of, hurdles and challenges, but I want to ask you to address maybe the solvable ones that RDC is working on. Do you have a short list that RDC is focused on that may be achievable here in the near future?
Solvable. Okay.
I'm gonna try.
No problem, Robert. Before I jump into that, building on, I just want to say, I think that I'm hearing great collaboration between the state, between U.S. Forest Service, between our different landowners in what we can do in the region. My personal history, my grandfather grew up working for Louisiana Pacific, worked on in the timber industry on Montague Island, so we have some of that. But I couldn't help but notice your centerpieces, and we can do a lot better than this around the state, right? And I think that we're working on that with the different programs that have been mentioned here today. I'm not making a joke of this. I truly am serious about this. I want to make sure that we mentioned that up for rescission is the roadless rule exemption for the Tongass, and also a national rescission for all our national forests. A colleague of mine this morning, I'm going to just give credit to that, reminded me this is a national forest, not a national park. We have to recognize the multiple use mandates for not just our forests, but also the different forms of federal land management around the state of Alaska that really impacts our development opportunities, and how we go through those permitting challenges, how we recognize the investment opportunities. So we do have some solvable solutions. We all recognize that they take a long time, but I would be remiss to not remind everyone that there is a public comment opportunity on the roadless rule rescission that comes up this Friday. There's also an opportunity for those who may not know, for all of the executive orders that are positively impacting opportunity for Alaska, you can weigh in directly with your federal representatives. It's not necessarily a rulemaking, a public comment period that we're typically accustomed to, but you can definitely weigh in and say why this is positive or what needs to be done to effectuate this. And then the other thing I would say is, the Governor Dunleavy recently issued an administrative order to look at building efficiency into the regulatory programs for the state of Alaska. And so that is an open comment period right now as well. They're looking for your input. It doesn't necessarily mean cutting out regulations. Maybe there's a need for regulation that you have out there. But it's looking at improving efficiencies into our state governance programs and permitting in particularly that, we focus on so much with the business community, with the resource development community. So if you need information on that, feel free to reach out to me or Robert. We can get those links to you. I'm supposed to talk about the impact of mining and oil and gas statewide. So I can do that if you want, if we have time for it. I know we're running out of time. Oh, one more thing. We also have a couple of key Alaska appointees to our federal delegation. So we have a lot of support from the current presidential administration, our congressional delegation, our governor, and then we have a couple of key appointees. Kara Moriarty, my former colleague from the Alaska Oil and Gas Association, is now been appointed as the senior advisor for Alaskan issues in the Department of Interior. So we have a key individual who understands Alaska resource issues, based in Anchorage, and is supposed to be, and is intended to be a facilitator to help build those conversations between here and DC. And then we also have Drew Pierce, for many who may know her, former legislator here in Alaska. Is been appointed as another senior advisor in Washington, DC, for the Assistant Secretary of Lands and Minerals. So we have a lot going on right now, and we have to just not forget that we have that. So part of the resilience, communicating and collaborating, and Milani provided all the stats, and we know the stats, and I can fill that in later. But I think that these are some of the things to highlight and not forget. So again, appreciate your rigid flexibility here.
All right, thank you. And I would add former DEC Commissioner Emma Pokin to that list of federal allies that are very strategically placed there at EPA. So. So building on a couple of comments that Jason made about young growth utilization and boards, Ashley, maybe speak to the lumber grading program. I know you folks have been doing a lot of activity in that realm.
Well, we've been really excited to see all the interest that there's been in the Alaska Local Use Lumber Grading Program. It was signed into law in August of 2023, so it's pretty new. And for those not familiar with it, the Alaska Lumber Grading Program provides an alternative to the default grade stamp system. So those are the stamps when you go buy a 2x4 and you see the stamp on it. That's part of the National Grading Rule Committee. So we don't have an Alaska lumber grading stamp. It's not a stamp on its own. Instead, it's a different way to be able to use local lumber and meet the residential building code requirements, and just as importantly, be able to qualify for funding for building structures that require the grade mark lumber in the absence of the program that was created. So we've cooperated with University of Alaska Fairbanks Cooperative Extension Service, and they really are the outreach expert. So they're out giving trainings on sawmilling and also lumber drying. And Matt LeBrenz is phenomenal. He's the lead for that. He's actually in Kloak today doing a training. And through this, in the last year, he's been able to do 13 courses in 10 locations, and he's certified 156 people. So with that, it's been a really good opportunity, particularly for communities off of the road system with extremely high transport costs that raise the cost of housing. So not in Southeast in particular, but out in Galena, the Ludin tribe, and the Kuskokwim Corporation. Those are just a couple examples of communities that are pursuing this as a way to be able to use local lumber and bring down those costs. And I think if anyone is interested in that, or your community would be interested in training, definitely get in touch and we can connect you with UAF Cooperative Extension. And that's how DOF is supporting the program now, is we're providing oversight and ongoing guidance with that partnership. And we're helping them connect with communities where we know there's likely demand for the program. And our very important partner in this is the Forest Service, who's provided funding through their Wood Innovations grants. And that supplements the lumber grading program, helps deliver training. And one thing we're really excited about is there's going to be an online wood products directory that will help connect people that are interested in local Alaska lumber and forest products with the people producing those.
Great, thank you. So everything that we want to do in the forest is guided by the forest plan, right? Yeah, and that's going to be revised. I mean, that's the big effort that's on the horizon. Can you just give us a thumbnail sketch of what to expect, timeline, and how the public can participate?
Yeah, sure. Some of my colleagues have been referring to the roadless rule rescission, which is being led by our Washington office. And, that's an issue that's being dealt with high above us and can be a really divisive issue. And so I am very excited that we are able to take on locally revision of the Tongass Forest Plan. We started this effort about a year ago with the assessment phase and traveled to many communities across Southeast to get community input on what people are hoping to see, what their vision of the forest would be into the future. And now we are preparing to release those assessments as well as embark on development of a full plan. And we expect to develop that plan in approximately the next year and a half. And we'll have substantial opportunities for public participation. We expect to host community workshops again this coming April, and then a long public comment period at the end of the summer. And we hope to engage with many groups and individuals in the interim as those opportunities arise. In the fairly near future, after releasing the assessments, we'll be looking to release a need to change the forest plan, which captures some of the issues that we'll be addressing, things like modernizing and simplifying the forest plan, integrating the needs of the tourism industry, addressing the concerns expressed by tribes in the traditional homelands petition, and modernizing some of the timber direction for our current and future industries. So we very much look forward to getting public comment on that need to change and any ideas you have moving forward with the forest plan in general. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And intentionally, I asked Jill to go last because we are very focused on place-based economies and jobs and using the resources that we have available. But the tribal values, the vision should inform how we do the work that we do. So as we close this panel out, would you just maybe give some insights on the tribe's visions and priorities for, creating living wage jobs in our rural communities?
No pressure. Thank you, Robert. So a bit of this is just a recap of what I mentioned earlier, but Natural resource jobs, as they're currently thought about, of course, can bring many short-term gains, but Tlingit and Haida approaches the responsibility to ensure that lands and waters continue to provide for us long into the future. And so we are focused on building economies that don't only extract value, but sustain it. And we've focused a lot of time and energy the last handful of years on building stronger partnerships throughout the region, not only with our colleagues at the Forest Service, but a variety of industries and different governmental entities throughout the region to create those economic opportunities with key business sectors while still upholding those tribal values and working towards the long-term goal of sustainable stewardship and economic sovereignty. Some examples of our work to sustain living wages in the region, of course, Commissioner Vincent Lang yesterday mentioned the Wild Fish Conservancy efforts. There have been many to disrupt our fisheries here in Southeast Alaska. And in one of those efforts to close our Southeast Alaska troll fishery, we did some work to really advance the place for a tribal voice in that conversation. And when we compared CFEC data, Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission data, with our tribal enrollment, we gleaned that 30% of troll permits in Southeast had been registered to tribal citizens of Tlingit and Haida. So not only is fishing, of course, a traditional and customary practice of Alaska Native people, but we have great interest in the resiliency of some of these fisheries and the industries and communities that they support. We're in the process of developing a tribal fisheries program in Southeast Alaska to further advance some of those efforts. To work in collaboration with Department of Fish and Game and other tribes to monitor our fisheries and the habitats that are needed to continue to produce the salmon that we all depend upon. We're also working with Sealaska and Spruce Root and the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, Alaska Sustainable Fisheries Trust on the Southeast Village Fisheries Collective to ensure that communities in Southeast Alaska have halibut quota to get especially young fishermen on the water and fishing. Man, that's just fisheries. We, as far as leaning in a bit to tourism, we had a historical agreement, a statement of, or memorandum of agreement or statement of whatever, co-stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service for the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Area, where we have evolved a cultural ambassadors program. So those 1-point-something million visitors that are visiting the Mendenhall Glacier are and can be met by cultural ambassadors to better understand the significance of the indigenous peoples of this place and also the cultural ties to the glaciers. And I would say that with pride, it's been a really great year to have that agreement, working collaboratively with the Forest Service and the City and Borough of Juneau to navigate staffing needs and the needs to ensure that that place can continue to operate and function as it has. Workforce development, we have Generation Southeast, both in Juneau as well as on Prince of Wales Island, to advance opportunities for Indigenous trades, utilizing some of those natural resources, as well as working towards the regenerative economies, while also advancing opportunities potentially for biomass. And yeah, the list can go on, but really, how are we meeting our communities where they're at with what they need and want to ensure those long-term wages are felt within the communities and not simply just by industry. So we are encouraged by the relationships that we are working towards to continue to strengthen, and look forward to doing that in the years to come.
Thank you very, very much. All right, we scheduled a longer break because we knew we were going to eat into it, so it's now half gone, but you still have the other half. So we're going to take a quick break and then talk more about natural resources in the mariculture space. So we'll look forward to that. Is Casey here? Anybody from North Rim? We want to thank them for the sponsorship of the break, but please give a heartfelt welcome to a thank you to the panel. And this, we'll see you at 11:45. Okay, everyone, we're ready to come back and get the next section of the agenda underway. John, you can call up Caitlin. She's supposed to be on the next panel.
You want a little extra feedback?
Yeah, well, let's see. If I don't get oh no, I think this is gonna work. I think this is gonna work. All right. So as you know, as you all know very, very well, because if I'm just rambling, that means somebody else is talking and I'm trying to talk above, and I'm trying to save the good stuff for last. Okay, so Southeast Conference has been working, what, 3.5 years now on those amazing Build Back Better Regional Challenge Mariculture Project, the Alaska Mariculture Cluster. And Deputy Director Dan Lesh, the guy that somebody said had a birthday yesterday, is leading that project. And so I'm going to turn this session over to him and let him take it away from there. So be careful of the feedback on these mics. They're hot. You want to use that one? Take that one.
I like this better. Hello. We'll get my slides up here, but I'm excited to give you a few updates on this big grant that we've been managing, a statewide coalition of different state agencies, economic development districts, entities. You can go to the next slide. But just as a reminder, we competed for this grant and won this award, one of 21, through the Build Back Better Regional Challenge Program, which is still alive and well. All of our money has flowed consistently through all the changes in the last few months, year. We've got 7 different components projects. I'm not going to go through everything, but I want to give you a few highlights and teasers, and then we've got some folks here on our panel to give you some more details and more color from Southeast Alaska projects. Mark Scheer with Seagrove, Kelp, and Oysters is going to talk about his business and his role and thoughts on the industry. And then Angie Bowers leads or co-leads the UAS Mariculture and Aquaculture program. We've got some students here, which excited to have you, welcome, and some other mariculture visitors in the audience. And we are, as Robert said, we're entering the 4th year in a roughly 4.5 year long project period. And if you go to the next, we have started with 13 subawards. Go to the next slide. Now we have over 20. We've issued 26, no, go back one, sorry. We've issued 26 RFPs. We've been busy laying the groundwork. So of the 49 million we've spent, as of middle of summer, maybe about 15 million. So most of the work and most of the impacts and the results are yet to come. So you'll, if you haven't seen all this yet, keep paying attention, because I think our impacts of this grant are just accelerating. We spent a lot of time laying the groundwork, building capacity, building relationships, investing in people across the state. And so this 26 RFPs is a lot of work, allocating over $18 million. There's 83 projects that came out of those RFPs, spread across about 50 different contractors and subaward entities. So that's the platform that we have to work from, and we're really using everything we've learned over the last couple of years to inform our investments. The next slide, there's a short video we've produced. I think it's like 3-minute video about our cluster.
With the local native people, you're taking years and years of traditional and ecological knowledge and putting it into play. And, you have to remember, we are are the people of the tides. When the tide is out, the table is set. That's what our elders used to say. And, you know, we've been doing this for over 10,000 years now. It's nothing new to us.
This whole kind of burnt point area is like a nursery, or it's just, it breeds so much life, and there's always whales, there's always eagles fishing, killer whales going by, or, you know, land otters.
And got some mom and a baby.
As he was saying.
Nor the charismatic megafauna.
From my perspective, the biggest opportunity for Alaska is the fact that the amount of coastline that's available to do aquaculture operations is damn near endless.
And me personally, I love working in Alaska. I love working with the people here. Some of the best people I've met are in Alaska.
We're trying to do something pretty ambitious. So we really need each other. We need to share information. And you're seeing that. We see that all the time. You know, one farmer is working really closely with another farmer, and they're not trying to be secretive. They're trying to share information.
And we really want to see other families doing it. It'll make our business so much more successful. So much more profitable and worth so much more.
Obviously, climate change is impacting a lot of things that our coastal communities really depend on here. And so I think mariculture could be a way to like revitalize a lot of these coastal communities, both, you know, as like a subsistence resource and as an economic opportunity.
There's so much resources there to supply what we need for food, for animals, for humans, for pharmaceuticals, for so many different ways that we can transform natural resources into a real economically, environmentally safe supply chain.
It's pretty incredible what Southeast Conference is doing, what NOAA, what Sea Grant. You have all these major organizations that are working their ass off to work together and be like, and create some sort of seamless production between them.
It is a lot of work to try to establish something like this in our community. But at the end of the day, I fully believe in what we're doing, and I fully believe that it will make a great impact in our community.
We have, oh, thanks. We got a new version of that video too that incorporates a trip to Cordova this past May. So that's still in the works, but we're hoping to feature some more voices. But I like this video just because it shows how the breadth of our state, the breadth of our industry, from different folks come into mariculture for different reasons. You can also see a lot of the infrastructure of the seafood industry in the background of those shots. That's really what we're building on and partnering with increasingly, hopefully, as the industry gets bigger. But certainly many of the people, including these two, come from, you know, a seafood background and are applying that to mariculture. So this is the 7 major component projects of our grant. I just want to give a quick update on a couple things on each one, but there's way more information than I can convey here. But the revolving loan fund was approved this summer by EDA, and so we're live with that. We're focusing on supporting collateral for existing lenders and not competing with them. But we've got Spruce Root on board already, and so that's live, and we're hopefully making loans soon, and 2 more lending partners onboarding soon. So the revolving loan fund is live and excited. We've got some brochures out here, and Jamie can stand up and wave to everybody. If you want to talk about your financing of your mariculture business, Jamie can help, not just with the revolving loan fund, but other information as well that could be useful. We've got the rest of our staff here as well. Who's Stefan's back there. There's some people, but there's Darren. Darren, stand up. Darren Kelly's new to our team, helping with the equipment program. And I guess most of the folks are not here right now. Charlie's getting married, so, and then is Abigail here? Abigail, stand up. She's our new Alaska Fellow. We're excited to have her supporting the program as well. So our governance coordination outreach component, we have a governing body that meets quarterly, and a key component of this is also investments in the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, trade organization for the mariculture industry. They've recently brought in some new staff and adopted a communications plan, so we're supporting them with rolling that out. On the workforce development side, you'll hear from Angie about what UAS is doing. There's similar things going on in UAA and UAF, especially in Kodiak and Valdez, but also in Fairbanks and Juneau and other areas of the state. So there's also a strong mariculture workforce component led by the Native Conservancy. I believe Dune's here in the audience that's focused on a native kelp farmer immersion training program in partnership with Spruce Root, and that's a cool program as well. Of those contractors I mentioned, we brought on 80 contracts, 50 different contractors. Most of that is in the research and development side of things, trying to figure out and invest in experiments to try out new ways of processing, new farming techniques, new hatchery techniques in the hatchery, and quickly learn what works and doesn't. And then we're using that information to guide our investments. Our newest RFPs have focused on things like kelp seed quality, which is an issue. There's inconsistent quality coming out of our hatcheries. It's just not their fault, but it's just we need to keep modernizing and learning and growing. And then new markets like the biostimulant market is a big focus for the industry right now and for us as we roll out different grant programs. So we've got contractors producing biostimulants and testing their efficacy on crops to try to demonstrate the value there. And certainly there's a lot of interest from buyers participating in the industry right now to producing biostimulants. We have our annual conference in the spring, and the next one is going to be in March 10th through 12th in Anchorage at the Captain Cook. So if you're interested in learning more about the results of all this work that we've been funding, please come to that conference. Also, our website's got a lot of information and reports posted on it. Seaweed tissue analysis, we've got some good information coming out there, but we've been testing not only different wild seaweeds as well as all the farms that participate. Like we got 70 samples this year from different farmed kelp. We're trying to better characterize what's in that kelp, what's the variability across the state and across different species. So the marketing side, we've onboarded a new contractor to help with marketing, and we've got committees that AMA, Alaska Mariculture Alliance, has put together to help guide their work. But these are the type of contractors that work closely with ASME, with ATIA, the Travel Industry Association, and we're excited to have that horsepower directed towards promoting Alaska kelp and oysters and getting their awareness out there in the marketplace. Green energy, we're still this work is still ongoing. We're waiting for some of the results of their work, but there's a lot of interest in how we can make the industry as green as possible, as energy efficient as possible. So I know yesterday I was hearing about an electric skiff that's going to be operating in a mariculture farm out of Kodiak pretty soon. So that kind of thing is exciting, and we're supporting through a research and demonstration project. On the equipment side of things, we've got over $7 million in equipment going out. It's focused on processing and then the hatchery and nursery sector, trying to work with partners to deploy equipment that helps just grow this industry. We're starting from a pretty small base and really trying to generate momentum. And then, of course, this grant's going to end and we're going to step away, and hopefully all these investments and people will take it from there. So on the agency side of things, one thing I'll highlight is the PSB testing equipment that DEC is buying through us. These are like $800,000 piece of equipment that they can use instead of the live mouse assays. And they're already putting this to use. There's emerging toxins that have showed up in Alaska that they're starting to test, the diuretic shellfish toxins, which aren't yet on farms, but they're validating methods to test for that using this new equipment that we purchased for them. So that's exciting. And then they're going to also be validating the methods. It takes years to validate a method so that you can adequately protect human health. But that's the work that we're able to do. Is that's things that take 5 years and $4 million. Like that's what this grant is able to accomplish. So laying a lot of groundwork for the future. Next slide. We try to put all these results on our website. Please check it out. These are news posts from the last year, results of different projects, new investments that we're announcing. You can also join our mailing list and get our newsletter at AlaskaMaricultureCluster.org. The next slide, please. And then we developed a platform called the Alaska Mariculture Insights Platform with our contractor Hatch. And they went around the state and took a lot of video and interviewed people and analyzed data. And this is an attempt to make it easy for folks to ramp up their knowledge and understanding of the mariculture industry in Alaska quickly and in a fun way. There's a lot of videos, data, photos, and interviews with farmers. The fish site is on here. That's a website where, yeah, you can go to the next slide. They've posted a series of, I think we're up to 10 or more articles now. It's an aquaculture focused website with an international audience. And we're sharing stories through this contractor about what we're doing in Alaska and it's just kind of interesting to see yourself being talked about on a global stage. It's quite inspiring how much excitement and interest there is in what we're doing. Even though we're small, we're innovative. We've got so many interesting problems and resources here. So we're really getting more and more on the radar globally. And I know that Markos can talk about all the different things he's applying from the world. We're very connected, we hope. We are working to connect with what folks have learned around the world where aquaculture is larger. So this is one example. So while most of our investments are medium or long-term to pay off, we're tracking what's going on in the industry and how it's growing. We see on the oyster side, some of the, you can see down below, this is sales from the hatchery to farms. And you see how big uptake there in 2023. So we're waiting for that to translate into sales to the end consumers. That's the top graph. And we haven't yet seen that. We think this year we'll start to see we're predicting, basically a doubling of the previous record for oyster sales, or close to that. And then, increasing from there. And go to the next slide. On the seaweed side of things, it's been kind of sobering couple of years as harvests have declined. Many of these harvests were not sold. They were just like in 2022, that didn't all get sold to markets. Some of it was grown on speculation and then not able to be sold. So what you're seeing is farmers being more judicious and only growing what they have a market for. And then you also see we're projecting a rebound in 2025, tied to new markets and especially focused on wet stabilization where you don't have to dry or freeze the kelp. So you just grind it up, add a acid or stabilizing agent. And then that's much easier way to process kelp. So we're seeing that helping stimulate the market. And then I'm excited in particular about this 17 aquatic lease applications, previous slide for a second, that came in this spring through Alaska DNR for more farm sites. It totaled 605 acres. And most of that was in Southeast Alaska. So we're excited that, it's a good indicator that there's a lot of more investments coming in the industry. So yeah, we're working to reduce the cost structure, invest in supply chains and growing the industry equitably and durably, and then expanding markets, creating new markets, supporting those. We ultimately, we have to produce something of value to the world or this industry won't stand on its own. So I will turn it over to the rest of our next slide. I just want to mention again, this conference in Anchorage next spring. And of course, we're always welcome to answer any questions you have about mariculture. We've been meeting while we're here with some farmers here in Sitka that are getting started and excited to support them and anybody else who wants our support. So I'll turn it over to, you can hear more about the industry. We'll start with Angie, what you're doing here at UAS.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, my name is Angie Bowers. I'm an assistant professor at UAS here in Sitka in the Applied Fisheries program. And if you were at last year's meeting in Ketchikan, I was there and actually brought a group of students with me then. And today we've also super happy that Southeast Conference welcomed our students here again. They're all up here at this table. If you guys want to stand up or give a wave there. Yeah, it's great to have them here to kind of see what kind of efforts are out there as far as growing this industry while they're putting in all this effort and time to learn and figure out what they want to do with the skills that they find while they're here. So today I'm going to talk about, kind of give you a program overview of the Applied Fisheries program. I'll talk about some of the semester highlights of our Alaska aquaculture program that these students are here for. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some results from a survey that we did this spring with some of our past students to find out kind of where they're at and what they're doing. Give some program updates, some new things from that are new since last year, and then talk about some new curriculum that we've developed, and then a few of the projects that we're working on right now. I don't know where to point it.
Point it at you. We'll point down.
Down? Oh. Aha. All right. Sorry. All right. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the Applied Fisheries program, we fall under the School of Career Education. And so all of our degrees are workforce development based. We work with industry to develop our courses. And so Mariculture has been kind of a new thing that we've been doing. Well, I guess for the last 5 years, this cohort of students for the Alaska aquaculture semester is our 5th. But we offer degrees up to an Associates of Applied Science in Applied Fisheries. Students can study fisheries management or aquaculture. We also offer certificates, so students can get that in about a year under those same topics. And then we've developed these occupational endorsements so students can come and they can get a degree in 1 semester, and they can do that in aquaculture, also in mariculture, and in scientific diving. And so each fall we offer this Alaska aquaculture semester where students come from all over. Let's see. Oops. Let's see where I am. Oh, sorry. All right, so. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, so for the Alaska aquaculture semester experience, just a little bit more about that. Students study, they have an intro to mariculture class that they get credits for. We do salmon culture class. They also do fish and shellfish pathology. And all the students do an internship in kind of their area of interest, which I'll talk a little bit more about what these students are going to be doing this semester. And then with some of these funds from the Build Back Better grant, we've been really fortunate to be able to travel with students. And so that really gives them a lot of insight into what's out there, get to meet with farmers, bring in industry experts. And so that's been a really wonderful experience. This semester, we're going to be going to Prince of Wales, where we're going to go to Blue Star Oyster Farm. We're going to go to Seagrove. Hopefully a couple of other oyster farms, and then spend a day in Ketchikan, where we'll go to the Oceans Alaska barge, and then go to Premium Aquatics, Markos's processing facility, and see what's happening there. We also take a trip to Juneau, where we go to UAF CFOS and see the mariculture research that's happening there. Go to Fish and Game, see the mariculture research that NOAA has going on. And so they get a really good overview of what's happening in the industry here in Southeast, at least. And then for the internship portion, which is something that we're really excited about, because I feel like in past years, especially when we first started this program, it was a little bit like the egg before the chicken, I guess. It was kind of like we're developing we're training these students in this industry that there wasn't a lot of opportunity for them to go into, and that's definitely changing quickly, which is really exciting to see. So we had a couple of students that actually did internships before the semester started this year, just to open up opportunities so they could go to other areas and work. And we had a student, Audrey, who worked with Sequester Farms in Juneau on their kelp farm, whereas Johnny was here. And then we also had Josie go work on in Blue Star Oyster Farms down in Prince of Wales. And so hopefully we can grow those opportunities in the future as well. We have students that are working with NSERA here locally in our lab at the university. There's a new seaweed farm coming online here in Sitka, Island Endeavors Seaweed. So we have a student working with them to get their farm kind of up and going. Josh is doing that work. And we have students working at the Sitka Sound Science Center, both in their aquarium and hatchery. And then Evan O'Brien with Merrick Shellfish has offered an internship for a student on their farm, on his farm. And the CTOR lab, the Southeast Alaska Tribal Ocean Research, they do PST testing. So we're, Isidra is doing some work with them to look at kind of, one of the questions is whether you can use equipment that does use PCR analysis to actually measure levels and changing levels of toxins in the water. So there'll be some interesting things that come out of that. And then, yeah, so it's really exciting to see all these opportunities out there for our students. And then as far as the survey, we sent out a survey earlier this year just to kind of see what our students are doing, what they've been up to. I don't know how well you can see the graph on the left. If you see the first year we offered this program, none of the students were from Alaska, but we did see a lot of them stay. And so that was a really exciting thing to see students come into the state and stay. And then in 2023, I can't see my own numbers here, but it was I think it was 17% were from Alaska. And so we've kind of seen that number grow and kind of stay up there with a large number of our students coming to us from within the state, which is something we like to see. I think a good mix of both is really good for the industry, people from coming out of state and interest from within. We've saw 88% of students that graduated from our program go work in the industry and aquaculture fisheries, and 75% of those students were here in the state. So that's something really exciting to see. When surveyed, 100% of students said that the program positively influenced their career, and 97% felt like they were prepared to go into the industry. And then some program updates. We recently acquired a boat from the U.S. Forest Service that's really going to enable us to do more things on the water as far as farming, taking more students out there. We have a new farm application in the works to be able to grow our own species. And we have been for years working on and had many, many meetings trying to acquire what is now the Oceans Alaska barge, which is down in Ketchikan near Markos's processing facility. And we're really hopeful to see that here in Sitka to be able to use not only to create commercial animals for farms, but also as a training tool and kind of a collaborative space for mariculture training and development. And so it looks like that is there, it could happen. The Board of Regents passed the bid to go out to build a dock so that we have a space to tie it up. Sea Grant has helped with the funding to get the barge, and so we're really excited that this is a potential that's coming down the road for a program that will really open up a lot of possibilities here in Sitka. We've also have a pretty nice wet lab space set up at the Sitka Sound Science Center. Sarah and I have both become National Safe Boating Instructors certified and got our 25-ton captain's license so that we're able to train and be safer out there on the water. And we are right now hiring for a new position where we're going to have a shared mariculture education person that we're going to share with the Sitka Sound Science Center, which I think will really strengthen our relationship with them. So we're excited about that. Okay, real quick, I'm going to go along here. Curriculum updates. We are right now have a seafood business and marketing class that's being taught by Quet and Fong from UAF and Sea Grant. It's a 1-credit class for students interested in that aspect of mariculture. A lot of these students are taking that class. And then this spring, we'll have a new shellfish hatchery and farming techniques class that will be available online for students. And then we are also developing with AMC mariculture marine safety course. Right now, that's for people working in the industry. And then mariculture projects that we're working on right now, species specific, we're going to work in our nursery with 3-ribbed kelp, which is kind of a species of interest for farmers that turned out to be kind of challenging in the nursery. It didn't want to grow like the other kelp. So we're going to do some work to figure out what we can do to trigger its growth a little faster. We're going to undertake kind of a bull kelp outplanting timing to see if there's a window that farmers can look to best grow bull kelp the fastest and most efficiently. We're working to start a gametophyte bank and also an herbarium in our lab. All right, so many people to thank. It really, as far as our program goes, it just takes a whole lot of people to really make this experience for students and for ourselves really valuable. And we just really appreciate everyone's effort. There's a lot of people in this room that we look to for their expertise and help, and also internships. And so, yeah, we're really, really thankful. And that QR code, if you scan that, it takes you to our program page. You can learn more about what we do. So thanks.
Does that mean I'm up, Dan?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Angie. That was really interesting. I love what you guys are doing. And it's such and I really want to welcome you folks to the room. I'd love to see that. You know, it's one of the really great opportunities as this industry grows to, you know, to get new folks involved in it. So I'm excited for you. So my name is Mark Scheer. Just a brief background for me. I moved to Prince of Wales in '82 and then Ketchikan in '85. I worked in the seafood industry for most of my life. I became involved in mariculture and mariculture development been on the Alaska Fishery Development Foundation board for almost 20 years. And, and we, in our role there, we began with the Alaska Mariculture Initiative, which was part of the Foundation for the Alaska Mariculture Task Force, which produced the Alaska Mariculture Development Plan, which was a foundational document for the Build Back Better grant application. So I really believe in this industry as something that is an opportunity for us to create jobs, food opportunity in related to the seafood industry, and for coastal Alaska that has that it's a real paradigm shift from so much of the economic activity in Alaska since colonialization, which has been primarily extraction based, whether it's timber, furs, gold, oil, whatever it is, has been this extraction based model. And I looked at this as an opportunity to do something that's really sustainable and renewable and non-extractive. But also intensely local, because you have to live near your farms to operate them and do it effectively. And I think that's that mixture. So in 2016, I had been an attorney for about 20 years in the seafood industry, and I left that after a complicated conversation with my wife. And started Seagrove, which is a multi-species shellfish and seaweed company that's started on Prince of Wales. We started in 2019 with a 100-acre seaweed farm. In 2023, we built a shellfish farm. In 24, we built a shellfish shipping facility in Ketchikan, and in 25, we bought into and took over Hump Island Marble Seafoods, which is the Hump Island oyster operation outside of Ketchikan. So we now have we have about 320 acres of cultivation area in southern southeast. We've got about 5 million oysters in the water, and we are producing seaweed. Our goal is to produce 100 tons of sugar kelp this year for next year harvest. Over the course of this, we've added about 12, 15 full-time jobs, which I think is really significant in areas that are where different economic opportunities are really important. So that, my wife and I both graduated from Ketchikan High School, and I really think this is an opportunity that's unique, and we don't get many opportunities to be part of something that could be a transformational change for a region long after I'm in the dirt. A pretty special thing. Some of the things that we're working on, on the shellfish, the intent of the model that when I originally conceptualized this was to draw from what I could find the best and most efficient technologies from around the world, and adapt them and apply them in Alaska's environment, which can be hostile, as you know. And so the oyster grow out system that we have out in Craig is called Oyster Grow. It was developed and implemented on the east coast of Canada, and it's been out there for 15 or 20 years now. There are tens of thousands of these, huge operations out there, significantly dwarfing anything that's been contemplated in Alaska at this point. But it was a proven system where they have bad weather, and we're now going into our third winter with it, and the results have been really good and efficient. It grows good quality oysters. It survives the winters, and we've had, I don't know how many 100-knot storms have blown through there in the years since we put it in, and we've had no losses of equipment. So that's pretty remarkable. And we really ramped up our market and sales component this year. We have, we'll move, 40, 50, 60,000 dozen of oysters to markets around the U.S. and Alaska. Over here, I'll introduce Lisa Rettinger is our Alaska sales and Ketchikan office manager. Hi, Lisa. I just want to put you on the spot. Yeah, you're welcome. It's the least I could do. So we're selling high value branded oysters into markets in Seattle, Salt Lake, Chicago, Denver, Minneapolis, throughout Alaska, and that is pretty exciting. Right. I mean, it's new. This is new enterprise. On the seaweed side, we are one of the coolest projects that we became involved in is with Uncharted Distillery in Ketchikan, and just on a whim, I was talking with them, and I had just happened to have some seaweed in the plant, and Travis said, "Well, let's try to make a vodka out of it," and so we dropped a couple 100 pounds of ground sugar kelp off, and they went and did their voodoo that they do and whatever it is, and came up with this Holdfast vodka, which is freaking awesome. It is really good. And just so you know, tonight at the auction, you're going to get an opportunity to bid on a couple of bottles of that as part of a couple of packages. So just put that on your radar. And but really cool, innovative ideas. It won a number of awards at the Symphony of Seafood. And those types of things are really where I think the potential is going to be founded. Are the majority of the seaweed that we produce that's in the nursery in Ketchikan now that will go out to Craig in the new year is going to go to a Canadian enterprise and for biostimulants. And so we're excited about that potential and what it means to produce and provide some significant volume to and it'll be delivered to Prince Rupert. So we're excited about that. One of the things I want to make sure recognition out is, we're shipping oysters all over the country, and we do it every week, and we couldn't do it without Alaska Air Cargo and their participation in it. It is essential because we have to get them to market quickly, and we have to get them to market cold. The cold chain component is exceedingly important, and so I appreciate the work that they've done. We also ship some with Alaska Seaplanes, and they're a good partner as well in the region. So those types of relationships are really important to what we're trying to do and what the industry needs to do to move that product into the marketplace cost effectively, efficiently, and with high quality, because that's where we're going to build our industry. So Alaska Airlines, thank you for collaborating with us on and as we work to try to develop that side of the business. Our goal is, if things go to plan, we will build another farm outside of Ketchikan, another scaled oyster grow farm outside of Ketchikan in the new year, and then hopefully stock that, and it would hopefully start producing in 27. So I think that diversification is really important. One of the topics that I want to talk about was what I see as some of the challenges for the industry as it grows, and some of the opportunities that are there. Some of the challenges I see both on the seaweed and shellfish side is getting efficiency in processing and production cost. As I'm fond of saying, cost doesn't add value. So how can we find ways to be more efficient about how we produce it so that there's margin on when we go into the marketplace? I think building Alaska mariculture product brand value, much like we've done, the seafood industry has done with Alaska Seafood, it is a globally recognized premium brand. And we can do the same thing with Alaska mariculture products, shellfish and seaweed, and anything else that we can cultivate, which could be abalone and mussels and a variety of other. We could do sea cucumbers if we wanted. I mean, there was a lot of things that are produced around the world that we could also produce here. With the right folks and working to adapt those technologies. These industries in other places are much better established. I mean, Korea has been farming kelp for 400 years. There's knowledge there, right? And adaptation to our climate is going to require shellfish farming. Shellfish have been farmed for thousands of years. The Romans did it. The clam gardens is another way of mariculture and shellfish farming. I mean, this is not a new thing. Did you know that the first oyster farm went in south of Ketchikan in 1910? So we've been doing this for over 100 years, and that operation existed for about 45 years until the mid 60s. So, this is not a new thing. It's just the current version of it. So Diversification. I think that another thing is cooperatives. When you look at agriculture activity and other land-based agriculture around the world and in the United States, the cooperation and collaboration through ag cooperatives is a really important part of of most of those sectors. I think doing that in Alaska, there's a cooperative forming in Kodiak, which I think I'm really excited about its potential, and it's got all sorts of participants, tribal groups and farmers, and I think that's a really exciting development. I hope it's really successful because I think it's a great model. There's a cooperative on Prince of Wales, an oyster cooperative on Prince of Wales out of Knockety, which I think is a really, I think that's a great concept. I'm super supportive of that. Some of the challenges that we have to deal with is market and market development. For seaweed and shellfish, they have different relationships, different needs. With seaweed, it's really about product form and integrating into what's already a 35 million ton industry around the world. How do we integrate into that? How do we find enough value in product and product form to become involved in that sector? And shellfish, shellfish is very much brand associated, right? An individual farm, and that brand value creates it. But right now, Alaska shellfish in the lower 48, which is a big industry. I mean, there's 200 or 300 million oysters a year sold in the continental United States. And how do we get a foothold in that when we're a kind of a higher cost premium alternative? Well, we do it the same way that Alaska Seafood has, through marketing and brand and story and all of the things that we do. Alaska has value, the name, the story, and getting out there and getting an opportunity to tell those local stories in places really resonates with folks that want to buy our stuff that we do. So I'm really excited about the Alaska Mariculture Alliance and the Build Back Better marketing program that is being implemented, because that hopefully will address part of that. And capital that is available for operations of all size, from institutional lenders, and their ability to access that capital to build and expand and try new things. The BRLF is a big part of that. Another one is that may not be aware of is the state of Alaska from Governor Dunleavy in 23. Proposed a capital support plan, which is basically they put $5 million aside which conduited through the Alaska Mariculture Alliance for a matching grant. And it was to incentivize private capital to come in. And they have committed to $3 million now of capital, where if you spend $1, there's an opportunity to get a rebate of 50 cents. So, 50% return on that, and you can match that with a mariculture loan and, as your match. So really a tremendous opportunity for folks to try to get into this and try something new. I'm really excited to see the new farm sites coming on and the new opportunity, because we got to reach there's a certain critical mass. Are you giving me the hook?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. You can finish.
No, I could talk all day long.
Well, let's keep working on that critical mass, and we hope you guys all make some investments or engage in the mariculture industry, or at least let us know if you have any questions. So thanks to our panel. Thanks for all the work. Thanks to the students for coming and investing their time and future into the industry as well. And move on to the next panel.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started for the last panel of the morning. This is going to be a pretty brief panel, but for those of you who said Robert takes change suggestions to change and ignores them. We heard a lot about work sessions and breakout groups being missed. And so he willingly let us bring them back on Thursday. But we wanted to make sure that everybody was prepared and aware of what the different breakout sessions were so that you could think about ahead of time which one you might want to attend. There's been a lot of action going on in the region. And as you probably got from Milani's presentation yesterday, that as I call them, are support sectors, the kind of pillars that build a community wellness and just quality of life are suffering. And so we have today three panelists that are going to talk about some exciting projects that are underway or getting underway or are part of the new SEDS initiatives. And they're going to cover the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan, a child care initiative and future needs and movement, and then also a solid waste regional planning effort. And I'm going to go ahead and just let Jill Melcher with Alaska DOT and PF start us off.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So yeah, I'm the Jill that the Commissioner Ryan Anderson kept talking about. I'm the planning chief with our South Coast region and been in that role about a year, but I've been with the department for 25 years now in the planning role, kind of behind the scenes. But now I get to actually lead one of the plans that I have always helped support in the past. So it's pretty exciting. Anyway, I wanted to point out too, before I talk about the workshop, in here on page 20, objective number 2 is develop a long-term strategic multimodal regional transportation plan. So that is what we're doing. I was really excited to see that, and thank you, Katie, for pointing that out. So what is a Southeast Transportation Plan? It's a 20-year multimodal plan. So it includes airports, public roads, and the Alaska Marine Highway System. But we're not going to be reinventing the wheel, by the way, because we already have this great new AMHS long-range plan that we're incorporating into that. Now, we may add to it based on what we hear from all you guys. So on Thursday at 1:30, room 1, I believe, we want to hear from you guys. All of you are invited. We want to include everybody from tribal, federal, state, local, nonprofit, or just private industry or general public, whoever, to be involved with that plan. And so this is our first workshop, and we want to hear about what your transportation issues and needs are. And so we can start designing our goals and our visions around that. And so, yeah, we need you guys to help us do that. I hope that you show up for that workshop. And yeah, I'm very excited to be part of this process. So thank you.
Jill, what is the timeline for the plan as far as community meetings, and then when you hope to have a draft done?
That's a good question. So we are kind of on a tight timeline, but that's good because I don't want this to take 2-3 years to do it. So we hope to have a completed plan by November of next year, November, October of next year. But the public involvement part will be all throughout this fall and getting really into it. So not just this one workshop, we're going to have plenty more. So we're going to keep asking you for input on these things. But as far as having a draft, I'm not really sure. I'm thinking next summer, maybe. Yeah, we can talk about that at the workshop. We'll have our whole team there, and we are going to talk about the planning process, by the way, and the timeline. So.
Perfect. Thank you. And then Blue, I'm just going to keep us going right down the line.
Hi, everybody. Blue Shibler. I'm the Executive Director of the Southeast Childhood Collective. We are a regional childcare resource and referral agency working to expand childcare capacity in all of your small communities. My agency is going to be leading the effort on the childcare initiative in the SEDS plan, and I'm looking forward to getting a lot of help in accomplishing some of those lofty goals. I did want to take a moment to really thank Meilani and the Southeast Conference for elevating childcare as an economic driver. Childcare capacity has been really low in the region for all of the 25 years that I've been in the sector. And for a long time, we were kind of just operating from like a social services perspective. And now it's been really elevated as a key economic driver. I think it's a common goal of most people in this room to want to keep families in our communities and attract new families. And to do that, we need to provide the things that they want. One of them is childcare. So our breakout session, I'll be joined by Kirsten Shelton from Evergreen Economics and Nick Moe, who's a childcare policy expert from Thread. If the planes land today, he'll be here. And with our sort of boots on the ground perspective, the breakout session will focus on solutions in two key areas that I think could really help move the needle. The first one is regulations. This is licensing regulations, background check programs, all the things that childcare providers have to comply with to start and stay open. The regulations themselves are not a huge barrier, but some of the implementation of them are a challenge. And I think there are really some pretty easy fixes to them. We just need a group of people working on it, advocating for changes. And the other one is funding. Childcare as a business model does not work in this economy, and it needs a sustainable funding solutions. So we really hope you'll join our session if you're ready to roll up your sleeves and help us define some goals to take action toward change. We hope to come away from the session with 2 dedicated working groups in those 2 areas, regulation changes and sustainable funding models. And we really need people in the room who have the influence, the power, the money to get this done, because I can create plans and talk about policy, but I don't have those things. So if you do and you want to help, I hope to see you there.
Thank you. And now the last workshop that Southeast Conference has got to be quite involved with revolves around regional strategies for solid waste. Tom has become the new chair for the Southeast Alaska Solid Waste Authority. And so we threw him up here to kind of talk to what's going on and where that plan is at.
Thanks, Caitlin. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tom Wetor. I'm the Public Works Director for the City and Borough of Wrangell. I've been the CSWA chair now for a couple months. Took that over from Chris Cotta, the Public Works Director from Petersburg, who has since moved on, previously served as the Vice Chair. For those of you who don't know, CSWA is the Southeast Alaska Solid Waste Authority. It has been around for nearly 20 years. And tomorrow we are doing our workshop on, like Caitlin said, the regional municipal solid waste study. So as many of you are aware, costs have increased dramatically over the last few years. I can't speak to everybody, but, in Wrangell, our rates have gone up nearly 50% in the last 5 years. And it has been a while since a regional study has been done, been close to 15 years. And so with the help of Southeast Conference, CSWA applied for a Denali Commission grant. We were successful. And this study is focused on Southeast Alaska, but it is also considering state and national trends. Asking questions like, is shipping south still the best option for many of us? Or has waste to energy come far enough that it can be safe and pencil out? Or, a regional landfill or a regional processing facility is something like that worthwhile to consider. What would be the resources needed to pull one of these initiatives off? Who would the different partners need to be? What kind of funding are we talking about? Ultimately, maybe we end up doing what we're doing and not much changes. But also maybe not. And we're also considering, what are some of the problems or challenges of the modern world, similar to Alaska Marine Lines, disposal of electric cars and batteries and things like that. That's a modern world problem that's going to require some new solutions that need to mitigate the risks that are associated with those changes in industry. So, after accepting this grant, we hired Respect to help us with this study. They began work in March of this year. This is going to go on through next year, and I think it will be done in early 2027. Patrick, our project lead, and Megan and some of his staff have been working with CSWA and meeting with Southeast Conference regularly at our monthly meetings. We're only partway through, but so far Respect has been doing a great job gathering a lot of the info on all the different communities, big and small, throughout the region, and creating a regional profile for each of those as well as kind of the region as a whole. So, we are going to try to determine things like who, deals with the most trash per ton per resident, who pays the most per ton. Why is that? What regional resources are there? For example, all the Prince of Wales communities being connected by the road system, or Petersburg and Wrangell and our proximity to each other, or regional scrap metal options or hazardous waste disposal options. Juneau is also currently working on their own study. We plan to meet with them next week and hopefully, talk about some of the different crossover between these two efforts. Ideally, we are able to work with Juneau. They produce basically as much trash as pretty much the rest of the region combined. And for us to team up and work together would certainly help a lot of the small communities a great deal. So on that note, I don't want to give everything away for tomorrow's discussion. Of course, it's a lot of important things to talk about, but we hope to see people there. If you're a small community that deals with municipal solid waste, talk with the Respect folks while they are here this week in person so that we can gather as much information and data as we can and make this study as useful as we can. Trash is a problem that isn't going away. For many of you, you still operate landfills, and someday those landfills are going to fill up, and what then? We live in a very challenging environment to permit new landfills. Those efforts typically take years and years and millions of dollars to come to fruition. And so, let's be proactive and try to address some of these issues so that we don't get caught flat-footed and see these projects through. So with that, we will be discussing the regional study here tomorrow in breakout group 2. If you want to talk more about municipal solid waste, we'd love to see you there. Thanks, everybody.
And I do hope, I know that a lot of these 3 efforts are asking for somewhat of the same groups to attend, and we only have an hour and a half, and they're all happening at the same time. But we do hope that if you have representation from multiple organizations or from the multiple people from the same organization or community, we encourage you to spread out. As it's been said, these projects are not ending in the next month or 2. They're efforts that are going to happen over the next year or so or longer. So we really encourage you to come out, attend, gain information. I know that Respect and the Southeast Alaska Childhood Collective both have tables. Jill, did you put information on any of the tables about the transportation plan in the lunchroom? Okay. But I encourage you that if you can't make it to tomorrow's work sessions, peruse the tables of information that are in room 1 and or connect with any of these panelists to just make sure that your business, your community are involved. We want voices. I know that one of the things that Respect is hoping to accomplish while they're here is we've been pestering all of the communities in the region, and some of them we're still trying to pull data from. So we're doing our best to be broad and extensive. And so we're here to pester all of you guys for more information. And so with that, that's really all I wanted to prep everybody for with this panel today. Robert did have some closing words before we break for lunch. I don't know where he's at though. That's,
He's
oh,
right out back.
Robert, you think the volume would be loud enough for out there. Well, okay, so while I go bug him, does anybody in the audience have any questions for the panelists for tomorrow?
Here he comes.
You asked to speak more, so I gave you the moment.
Okay, all right, thanks. So we have a lot to look forward to and appreciate the work that all of these folks have been doing in committee work, which is a good reminder for if you're a member and you're not plugged into committee, please get plugged into a committee because that's where the real meaningful work does. And the workshops tomorrow, let's make that experiment really worthwhile. So thank you all for leadership on that. We're going to try to get through lunch quickly, which thanks for the extra couple minutes. We're pivoting. We're going to have Senator Dan Sullivan. We're also going to be joined by some guests from the Sitka Chamber. So we may have a little fuller tables, which is really good. But as many of you can be in the room, there's the overflow room if we need it there. But we want to make sure that we're here and ready to listen to the remarks that he has there. Lunch today is sponsored by ASME. Is Greg in the room? I'd like to call out anyway. There he is. They've been great supporters of the industry, of the organization, the region, state, et cetera. Thank you. So please thank our sponsors, thank our panelists, and let's go have lunch and get back and do some little networking, and then we'll let you know when the center is online. All right. Thanks, everyone. Well, we have confirmation. There he is. Senator, can you hear us okay?
Can you hear me?
There, we have a connection live from DC. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Dan Sullivan.
Good, great. All right. Well, let me begin by thanking everybody. I want to thank the Southeast Conference. I want to thank Robert. I want to thank all of you. You guys do such a great job, and I can't thank you enough on so many issues that matter to our economy that I just want to begin by really thanking everybody. I hope you had a great summer. I know that the tourism season in Southeast looked really strong. Speaking of people I want to thank Sherry on my team. I think you guys all know her. I believe she's in Sitka right now at Southeast Conference. Sherry, are you there? Can you stand up and wave?
She's waving at us. Yes.
How about a round of applause for her? She does a great job. I'm very honored that I have her as a teammate. So look, we had a very busy August. My team and I, we were all back home, made it to Southeast, just not too many times. I was down in Sitka, actually working hard on the issue of the glacial outbursts for the flooding. We actually had a hearing this morning with the head of the Corps of Engineers, and I got a commitment to them that they need to really focus on fixing that short-term, medium-term, long-term. We can't have flooding every summer for hundreds of homes. Very dangerous. So, but busy summer. We were hosting a lot of the Trump administration cabinet. I know a lot of them made it down to Southeast. So many are wanting to help us. We had that big, of course, Alaska summit, which the whole world was watching, and hopefully we're going to make more progress on that. And then just a couple things here in DC. The last couple days been really focused. Senator Murkowski, Congressman Begish, and I, we hosted a roundtable on fisheries for Alaska. Had the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Agriculture, the head of the NEC, that's the top economic council, Kevin Hassett. And this administration is really wanting to help us with our coastal communities, with fisheries. We're right now debating the National Defense Authorization Act. That's a really important bill. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. We're trying to attach the Coast Guard bill On to the NDAA. That's a bill that I wrote as the chairman of the subcommittee in charge of the Coast Guard. I'm talking about the Coast Guard here in a minute. And then my Fish Act is also we're trying to get that on the defense bill. The Fish Act is the Fighting Foreign Illegal Seafood Harvest. That's what's called the IUU fishing. I think a lot of you know, people in the fishing industry and our fishing communities know that's where the Chinese go out with their gray fleets. They ravage the oceans with on the high seas. It's just horrible. They'll bring 500 fishermen out, boats, and this goes after IUU fishing, which is illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing practices. So we're getting really close to get those passed, but hopefully by the end of this week. But what I really wanted to talk to you about, and you see the slide there, it's the budget reconciliation bill that we got done in July. And it's called the One Big Beautiful Bill. I really like to call it the Alaska Opportunity Act. There's no state in the country that did better than we did on this bill. So we've been trying to get the word out in August. I was doing these kind of events. We're trying to do several a week, even when I'm in DC, to let Alaskans know, hey, look, and we know you've seen some TV ads and, you know, that's political stuff. I don't want to get too much involved in it, but consider the source. Those are a lot of the groups that want to shut down our economy, don't necessarily always like me. They've been running a couple $1 million of ads saying this bill's bad. That's not true. So we're trying to get the word out. This is a really good bill. We're going to work together to implement it. But like I said, no state did better than the great state of Alaska. If this were 10 individual bills, and I'm going to go over different sections of it, these would all be a big deal for our state. This combined into one bill is, as you're going to see, quite a home run. So please don't listen to the, some of these ads. I don't think they're running anymore. I'm just going to give you the facts. Some of you may have gotten this. I sent a letter that I wrote with my team. It's a little long, 25 pages, but it's got a big table of contents. And we sent this out to, I think, 30,000 Alaskans saying, hey, if you want to know the truth about what's in this bill, here are the details. We have a really deep table of contents. So if you care about, what we did on resource development or the Coast Guard or aviation safety, take a look at the table of contents and we'll walk you through the bill. So we really, really are trying to get the word out. And so Robert, and all of you at Southeast Conference, thanks for the opportunity. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to get through this PowerPoint pretty quickly. Hopefully, I'll leave time for questions. Some of the slides I'll go through real fast. Some that I think really matter to the interests of Southeast and our state at large, I'll spend a little bit more time on. So hopefully you can see the PowerPoint slide and presentation in front of you. And with that, we'll start. So I'm going to go kind of section by section. The first is, now again, this isn't exactly Southeast, but this matters so much for our state, our economy. You heard the president saying, hey, this bill unleashes Alaska or America's energy sector. It's really about unleashing Alaska's energy sector. Probably 85–90% of the entire bill on the energy side is about us. And this matters, of course, because, even though these might not be jobs necessarily in Southeast, when you get oil revenues, when you get more economic development, it helps the whole state, certainly from the perspective of Juneau and what our state legislature can do. So you see there, you have mandated lease sales in the law for ANWR, for NPRA, for Cook Inlet. This is really important because the last administration, as you know, the Biden administration, they went to shut down these areas of federal resource development production in Alaska. This says you can't do that anymore. These are 10 years of mandatory lease sales in the law. And that is a really big deal. Even if we have a Democrat administration that wants to come in and do what Biden did, which is try to shut down the Alaska economy, not going to be able to do that now that all of these lease sales are in the law. You take a look though, the other thing that's really important, I guarantee you, if there are any state legislators in the audience, they're gonna love this. But we've been trying to get from federal lands a split that's more favorable on the federal state revenue side for decades. You know, the Statehood Compact Act said the split should be 90-10, favoring the state. We've never gotten that. It's always been about 50-50. So in this bill, we got, after 2034, the revenue split to be 70-30 from federal lands for our state in terms of oil and gas revenues. That is a huge deal for us. We've been trying forever. That's going to be more revenue for the state of Alaska. You see, heck, in Cook Inlet, the state only gets 27% of the revenues from Cook Inlet. Now it's going to be 70-30. So we're really, really excited about all of the elements. The MPRA stuff is a gigantic home run. And you're starting to see, again, it's not in the direct economy in Southeast, but we're starting to reverse that decline curve in TAPS, right? We're expecting with the Pitka project, with the Willow project, with these lease sales that give investors certainty, at least for 10 years, you know, we're going to get back up to 750,000, maybe even 1 million barrels a day within the next 5 to 6 years. That's really exciting for our state. Like I said, I'm calling this the Alaska Comeback Bill, the Alaska Opportunity Act, because we really, really do well here. Let's go to the next slide. Couple other things. There's a significant increase in timber harvest. Now, it doesn't say the Tongass or Chugach, but it requires 250 million board feet a year from federal forests in America. That's mandated. Well, there's no way you can get to 250 million board feet without Alaska. So I had a discussion with the Secretary of Ag, her leadership team. We think this is going to be really important for our timber industry in our state. Of course, that matters to Southeast. There's some good, it's not great, but some pretty good permitting reform in NEPA, which we've been trying to get done for a long time to bring projects moving forward, whether infrastructure or other projects. So that's exciting. A really new, interesting development on financing for both energy projects. The Alaska LNG project is going to be able to utilize this new energy dominance financing program. Matter of fact, I just met with the CEO like 10 minutes ago in my office of the AKLNG project, Glen Farm. That is moving out. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been working on that issue for over 15 years, way before I was a US Senator. I've never been more optimistic on the Alaska LNG project. And again, not directly in Southeast, but if we hit that 50 to 100 years of low-cost energy for Alaska, exporting it to our allies, is going to transform our state in ways it's never happened, including in Southeast. They're talking about final investment decision on that project by the end of this year. Super exciting. But you also see the critical minerals fund there that we think is going to benefit our mining sector. So next slide. You see, so that's resource development for Alaska. You can see why. If this were just one bill, it would be a really big deal. The next thing for all of you, because we have so many business leaders at the Southeast Conference, this bill takes the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which cut taxes for everybody, middle-class families, small businesses. That was going to expire at the end of this year. This says, nope, it's not going to expire. We're going to keep those taxes where they're at. We'll have certainty and we'll have permanence. Those taxes are not going to be raised. Certainly going to avoid this $4.5 trillion tax hike, which is what would have happened had we not passed this bill. So every small business, every middle-class family, taxes are going to not increase. And some really, really exciting things, particularly the child tax credit, child independent care tax credit, employer tax credit, child deduction. This is about as pro-family as it gets. This is the biggest child tax credit relief for families that are struggling with can you work? How do you do that? Small businesses, how do you balance that? Probably ever in any legislation. Take a look at those numbers there on the PowerPoint slide. Very, very exciting. You go to the next slide. You may have heard President Trump talk about these next provisions on the campaign trail. You know, this is a negotiation with the House, the Senate, the White House, but these no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, tax relief, like I said, for small businesses. We have a service economy in our state. This is going to help working families. By the way, for small businesses, this tax bill will allow for full expensing for capital expenditures and investments all in year one. So again, we think on the tax side, this is going to be a real spur to economic growth. For those who care about housing, affordable housing, it expands and makes, it expands the affordable housing tax credits, the low-income housing tax credits, which are really important for housing, and actually makes those even more generous for building housing, and a whole host of other things. Let me go to the next slide. I'll just go through this one quick. You know, you'll see the ads, hey, this is a tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. That's just not true. It's their tax at the same rate that they were prior to the enactment. I don't want to get into the specific politics of this, but that claim is not true. People are no one's getting a tax increase, no one's getting a tax cut. You're just going to get what you have right now. But that $4.5 trillion tax increase on America that would have happened at the end of the year had we not passed this, that's going away. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to spend a fair amount of time on this because I know in Southeast and in Sitka and in Juneau, you know, and in Ketchikan, you care about this. I'm very proud of this part of the bill because I wrote a lot of it. And by the way, it's gotten very little press, which is kind of surprising to me. This bill makes the largest investment in the Coast Guard in U.S. history. And that's just a fact. Over $25 billion. And here's the deal. The Coast Guard's annual budget for the whole Coast Guard is about little under $12 billion. A lot of that is for personnel and benefits and pay for personnel, housing. This is twice that. And this is just about capital investment. Now look, in Alaska, we love our Coast Guard. Coast Guard, in my view, is a lot like the Marine Corps. You know, in the Marines, we always say, hey, we can do more with less. Coast Guard says the same thing. We can do more with less. But when you're driving a icebreaker that was commissioned in the early 70s, or you're flying a helicopter that's been around for 45 years, you can't do more with less. You got to do more with more. And, you know, Sitka's got the great Coast Guard Air Station there. I've done some great training as a Marine out of that beautiful facility. Sitka's getting a new Coast Guard cutter. But here's the thing. Look at these numbers, you guys. This is pure capital investment. 16 new icebreakers. I mean, we got 2 icebreakers. One is broken right now. Now, the great news is, hopefully those in Southeast saw the news. I was at the commissioning ceremony of the Storis. So exciting. The new icebreaker coming to Juneau, going to be home ported in Juneau. But that doesn't include the 16 new ones that we're building. You see those 3 polar security cutters, those are the heavies. Those are going to be home ported in Seattle. That's where the 2 current heavy icebreakers, the one that's broken and the other one, are currently home ported. I didn't like that decision, but it probably makes sense. The Coast Guard is going to continue to home port those heavies in Seattle. But look at that slide. 3 new Arctic security cutters. Okay, medium. I'm the chairman of the Coast Guard Committee. We're going to hold a hearing here soon. Guess where I am going to work day and night to get those built. And then guess what? Home ported in our state. And it is exciting. That's going to build on the home porting of the Storis in Juneau. You look at that, speaking of Juneau, I worked really hard. Hey, we're going to home port this icebreaker in Juneau, but it needs shoreside infrastructure. Sure does. We got $300 million of shoreside infrastructure to build out for Juneau in this bill. About $4.5 billion for additional shoreside infrastructure for the Coast Guard to home port new assets. And that money's going to Sitka. That money's going to be going to Kodiak. That money's going to be going to Ketchikan. It is exciting. 40 new helicopters. Trust me, I've flown on them. Those H-60s at the Coast Guard Air Station in Sitka, they need new helicopters. We're getting new helicopters. So this is giant. We are so excited about it. The Coast Guard, who we all love, they need this investment, and this is going to be transformative, generational change. So I did want to spend a fair amount of time on that. And by the way, $300 million in Juneau, there's going to be about 200 Coast Guard members attached to that icebreaker in Juneau. Think about what that does. 200 new Coast Guard members in Juneau with their families. That's going to be a giant economic boost. Same with the Coast Guard cutters coming to Sitka and Ketchikan and Kodiak. And then when you build out this $300 million, that's a lot of jobs to do the building. So we're really, really excited about that. And I wanted to spend a lot of time on this slide because this hasn't got a lot of news. It's historic. We got to take care of our great men and women in the Coast Guard and their families. And this bill does that more than any other bill probably in American history. Next slide. I'll just be very quick on this one. You know, the president's doing a great job of securing the border after the disastrous Biden years. 11 million illegal. I mean, I just don't even want to talk about it. It was such a fiasco. But as you know, we've had the highest fentanyl overdose rates in the country, in Alaska, the last 2 years in a row. So when people ask me, hey, Dan, why do you care so much about the border? Alaska's 4,000 miles away. I say, because we have Mexican drug cartels and Alaska Native villages poisoning our young people. Look at the numbers. This is going to secure the border in a huge way. The president's already off to a great start. But my view is if you can't secure your own border, you don't have sovereignty and national security for your country. This is historic investments in doing that. Next slide. I'll briefly touch on this. You guys see what's going on in our state. You see the Russians and the Chinese doing increasingly aggressive incursions into our airspace, into our Navy, in terms of our waters, our exclusive economic zone. This again is a huge buildup for our military, $150 billion. Again, buying munitions, shipbuilding. You see one of those items there I'm very focused on, $115 million for reopening ADAC, the naval base out on the Aleutian Island chain. Take a look at a map. That is one of the most strategic places in the world. We're going to reopen that base. I just had a good discussion with the Secretary of Defense, the Deputy Secretary of Defense yesterday on making that happen. A whole host of things that we think are going to be important. And by the way, shipbuilding in Southeast, in Ketchikan, I just met with the new team from JAG. We have great opportunities for shipbuilding, and this bill is going to be a very big jumpstart for that. And of course, missile defense, President's Golden Dome. I'm the lead senator on that. We're the cornerstone of missile defense in Alaska. So a lot of this military buildup will be coming to our state. Let me go to the next slide. This again is another one that has not gotten nearly the attention, in my view, that it deserves in this bill. I worked very closely with the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, who I hosted in Alaska this summer. We are doing, again, one of the biggest buildups of air traffic control safety, ATC reform, as we're calling it, of any time in American history, and we need it. You've seen these horrible instances of crashes down here in the lower 48. Actually, one in DC where a American Airlines jet hit a Black Hawk Army helicopter. Just horrendous. But there's no place in the country, you look at that slide, that needs aviation safety upgrades more than our great state. We are a great state, but we got challenges. And one challenge is we have the highest accident rates and death rates in aviation crashes of any place in America. This investment, $12.5 billion nationwide, we are going to get a big chunk of that. The secretary was in Alaska. He said, I'm committed to this. I launched a number of years ago an initiative called the FAA Alaska Safety Initiative, the FOSI initiative, that we are trying to bring down these horrible crash rates. And you may have seen the president himself in a press conference a couple months ago said, we're going to use this money for 174 new weather stations in Alaska. That was announced by the president. So we are off to a good start. You see these AWAS systems that we need. The bottom line is we have so many pilots. We have great pilots, but we have really a not up to par infrastructure. A lot of airports in Alaska don't have the infrastructure that they do in the lower 48. What I've been saying is your senator is like, that's unacceptable. We're all Americans. We need the infrastructure, particularly for our small airports, that every lower 48 community gets. And this bill is going to start making huge progress in that. We've already had, you see the numbers, over 120 million dedicated from the FAA and the Department of Transportation just for Alaska. With that 12.5 billion more coming, it's going to be very significant. Okay, next slide. So now you can see why, as I'm talking about aviation, Coast Guard, small businesses, resource development, a huge win for our state in so many areas. Let me talk about this. This is another one. It's a really big topic. It's healthcare in Alaska. No, I know some of you might have been seeing ads. Hey, this bill is going to cut Medicaid. It's not cutting Medicaid at all in Alaska. Why? There's going to be reforms to Medicaid in this bill, but the bill focuses on what are called provider taxes. Provider taxes are when states tax medical providers, healthcare providers, hospitals, and then they get a rebate, and that enables them to juice up the amount of federal dollars they get from Medicaid. This has been referred to as kind of a scam, a scheme. President Obama, when he was in office, he tried to fix this provider tax situation that's clearly an abuse of the system. Well, guess what? There's one state in America that has never used provider taxes the way everybody else does. Guess who it is? It's us. Yes, we are a much more noble state. We have not done the provider tax scam. So when you're talking about Medicaid reform, which this bill has significantly because they're going to clamp down on this provider tax abuse, one state is not being impacted by this at all, and it's us. So when you look at that slide, Medicaid has 4 funding streams. Traditional, that's a state federal match. The expansion, that's a 90-10, 90 fed, 10% state. Expansion population tribal, which is 100% federal. And the CHIP, that's Denali Kid Care, that's about 75 fed, 25 state. None of that is touched by this bill. None. Zero. So when you see ads, you see, things saying, hey, this bill's cutting Medicaid in Alaska, that's false. To the contrary, I'll go to the next slide. We were able to get a very significant increase. This is just some of the politics that happened on who actually cut Medicaid. I had a provision in this bill that actually increased dramatically our what's called our FMAP, our federal match. It was in the bill. I went directly to the President of the United States saying my state needs a higher, more Medicaid federal dollars. It was in the bill. The majority leader of the U.S. Senate supported it. The president supported it. Unfortunately, and I don't want to be too political here, Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats stripped out that provision for Alaska. Complicated story, but when you see the ad saying, hey, this bill cuts Medicaid, the only guys who tried to cut Medicaid in Alaska was the minority leader of the US Senate. But if you turn the next slide, but we were able to pivot, and this is really exciting. This was something that I was able to get in the bill. We got this Rural Health Transformation Fund. I was able to increase it from 25 to $50 billion. In our state, this is going to be a great way to strengthen our medical system. States are going to have to apply. We're working with the governor right now on this, but I am quite sure that we're going to get about close to $300 million a year additional money for Medicaid and other systems from the feds to the state of Alaska because of this Rural Transformation Fund. It's very exciting. We have challenges, no doubt, in terms of healthcare, but this is the final bill, and my team and I, we worked really hard on this because we do have challenges, but we think this is going to do a great job to strengthen, great opportunity to strengthen our healthcare system. Let me go to the next slide. There's a number of other provisions in there that you may have heard about. We got carve-outs on some of the work requirements, which we think are common sense approaches, particularly for 20 hours a week to work, volunteer, go to school. And this, again, is only for able-bodied people on this program. But we have a whole bunch of things, Senator Murkowski and I, Congressman Begich, we worked on to protect some of our unique aspects of Alaska, our native population, seniors. You see that, a great tax deduction for seniors, one of the biggest ones we've ever had in terms of Social Security. You look at other provisions where we protected what I call vulnerable communities, which I believe is a responsibility of all of ours. A bunch of those are in the bill as well. Go to the next slide. And there's some more examples of where we've protected vulnerable communities, had special carve-outs for Alaska on work requirements and other things, because we are unique. And, we were successful in a number of these. Let's go to the next slide. Now, one final thing, this does, we think, it achieves historic savings. There's a lot of savings. You look at the numbers here. And ladies and gentlemen, one thing that doesn't get talked about enough, look at that number. We have a $36 trillion debt. Last year, we spent more on the interest on our debt. Look at that number, $950 billion, than we did to fund the Pentagon. You look at history, great powers start to decline when they hit that inflection point throughout history. If you're spending more on what you owe people in terms of interest than on what you're doing to actually defend your own country. So this makes an important mark in terms of starting to reduce spending and increase savings. You look at some of those numbers, but what I think is going to be most important, and really the only way you can really get to a debt of that size, is you got to grow. You have to grow your way out of it. We think this bill, just like the 2017 Tax and Jobs Cuts Act, which brought in enormous more revenue than the Congressional Budget Office predicted, about 1.2 trillion more than they had predicted. Why? Because it got us back as a country to 3% growth, GDP growth. We can hit 3.5% GDP growth. That's when you really start to bring down your debt to GDP ratio. So another element of this bill that we think is important. Finally, I won't go into this. This is just political, but it's just another example here when we were trying to get all these good things for Alaska. And look at that list; it's quite long. The Senate Majority Leader in our system, when you have Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, when you have budget reconciliation, one side or the other can try to strip out provisions of the bill, say, hey, this violates what's called the Byrd Rule, a provision from the 1974 Budget Control Act. And, unfortunately, the other side, every one of those good provisions, every one they tried to strip out. Like I said, no state did better than Alaska. We fought back, saved almost all of them. So, but if you end on the last slide, and I know I'm running over time here, so I apologize, Robert. But look, what we want to do with everybody, and it's going to be important with our delegation, with the Trump administration, you know, I think that there are so many things that we think are great opportunities with this bill. Some of the programs, SNAP, Medicaid, are state, federal shared programs. This rural health fund, which has enormous opportunity for us, is going to come from the governor. It's an application from him. There's just a whole host of things where we all got to work together. And like I said, that's my commitment with the legislature. I've given this PowerPoint to dozens of people already. You can tell my voice is going, including our state legislature, saying, hey, look at this opportunity. Let's work together. Infrastructure in Southeast, we're going to be bringing a lot of it for the Coast Guard in particular. But we need to work with communities on housing and other things to make sure that we bring new Coast Guard cutters, the families have a good experience, have good places to live. So I think it's an exciting time. This bill and a lot of the other things we're working on, to me, is indicative of that. Yeah, we have a lot of challenges, but I think we're moving in the right direction, and this bill is going to be an important part of that. So, Robert, thank you again. I appreciate the time to be able to give an update on this, to kind of lay out the facts. And I really, really can't thank Southeast Conference enough for all your leadership on so many issues, but we work together. We're going to have some great opportunities, and this bill is going to be a big part of that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator. And your resolve and the excitement that comes through your voice after 5 o'clock on a DC Wednesday evening, it's amazing and much appreciated. So we appreciate that. One quick question before you, if you go, if you don't mind, the $300 million that's coming, is that going straight to the Coast Guard? And will this be a good test for those streamlined NEPA rules so we can get that stuff deployed and built for the stores?
Yeah, so, and again, the good news is this bill as a budget reconciliation bill. You know, a lot of times here in DC, you got to authorize money, and then you got to appropriate money, right? This bill does it all. So that 300 million is in the bank, like that's done. So as a matter of fact, I'm working with the Coast Guard now saying, hey, you guys just got $25 billion. It's in the bank. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Look at all the work we got to do. So the answer to your question is yes, but the money's there. The 300 million is there. The bill's passed, signed into law by the president. However, you are asking a great question. You know, I love the Coast Guard. It's one of my favorite services. I love them all. But the Coast Guard, for being the smallest service, is very, very bureaucratic. And they will admit it themselves. As a matter of fact, they're the most bureaucratic red tape service of all the military services, despite being the smallest, which I've never fully understood. This Coast Guard bill that we're trying to attach to the defense bill right now is trying to streamline some of the Coast Guard's own internal red tape. But to your point, NEPA, the Coast Guard's red tape, we got to move out. That's $300 million sitting there waiting to start building out the pier in the shoreside infrastructure for the Storis. But also you saw $4.5 billion for other shoreside infrastructure for the Coast Guard. A lot of that's coming to places like Sitka and Ketchikan and Kodiak. So in Seward. So it's a pretty exciting time, but you're right. We got to move out on this, and you have certainly my commitment to do that. And it's great that so many leaders in Southeast are at the conference. It's going to take all of us, right? That's city councils, that's borough, assemblies, that's mayors, that's the state. We got to all be pulling on the same oar on this, but I think we're off to a good start.
All right, challenge accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Dan Sullivan. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. That's a lot of money, and let's not leave it on the shelf. So let's communities, let's figure out how to get that appropriated and underway, because we certainly need that. So appreciate the efforts of all of our delegation. Congressman Begich, he had a conflict for beaming in. He's going to send us, we'll hear his pre-recorded message tomorrow. So we're going to give you just a minute to clear your tables and come back for the panel that starts in 7 minutes. But Casey, what is it? What do you hold in your hand? What is that? What is that?
Well, I don't know if y'all know what's happening in just a few short hours, but we are going to be hosting our annual gala for the Southeast Conference Foundation. And one of the main things we do at the gala is pull a winner for this incredible raffle that I think most of you have probably talked to one of our board members about. But if you haven't bought your raffle tickets yet, please, please, please buy your raffle tickets. Where are our board members? Stand up. If you've got raffle tickets, you need to stand up and show yourself. There we go. Couple in the back. I have some right here. If you're interested in raffle tickets, it's $20 per raffle ticket or 5 for $100, which is pretty great. And we're happy to sell you as many as you like. We take credit cards, we take cash, whatever you want. So definitely come and see us. We're also selling them at the registration table.
And it's for the kids.
It's for the kids.
All right, and we'll ask the energy panel folks to come on up front when they can. We have joining us on the panel today. We've got Alec Mesdag and Michael Rovito, Jessie Huff, and is Jason Custer still in the corner there? He'll be right back, and myself here. So we've got a little changes. We had a couple of last minute casualties, folks not feeling well or stuck in the weather. Imagine that. So yeah, or both. One contributes to the other if you're not careful. So anyway, well, there's a lot of things happening in the energy world, and this particular section of the agenda just kind of focusing on some of the infrastructure, energy security issues, and things that are going on. We're just going to give some updates and opportunities to get caught up on what's going on. So I'm actually going to start off with presentations by Mr. Rovito, who's the Deputy Director for the Alaska Power Association. And then we'll go to Mr. Seidman, who will be sharing his screen. So Michael, come take it away.
I'm gonna.
What works best for you?
I'll do handheld.
Okay.
Thanks, Robert. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. So this is good timing because my pants have finally dried out. So I think I'm okay being up here. It's amazing how like a 5-minute walk from the Aspen can make it look like you jumped in the ocean. But us Palmer guys aren't used to this. I live up in the northern country where our rain is like a little drizzle and then we're done. So anyway, I'll try to keep it cool up here. So my slides should be appearing at some point. I hope so, because I didn't memorize them. They'll be up there eventually. But I'll start off. So as Robert said, my name's Mike Rovito. I'm the Deputy Director of Alaska Power Association, or otherwise known as APA. And APA is the statewide trade association for electric utilities in Alaska. Here's our mission statement. We exist basically to serve our members and to help them do what they do best, which is providing Alaskans with power and other services. We have a number of members here in Southeast. I put them up on the screen here, and I've seen a bunch of you here this week. So you all are well represented in our association by the wonderful people who provide power to Southeast. And AVEX sneaks in there by providing power to Yakutat, which is new in the last 10 years. They purchased that utility. So really great. Of course, Alec from ALMP and Jason from AP&T are members of ours and very active members in our association too. So we appreciate them. I thought I'd go real quick and just talk about a little, some state and federal stuff that we have been looking at both in the rearview mirror and in the front view mirror, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. Energy legislation, you know, the 2025 session, a lot of the energy legislation really focused a lot on the rail belt, a lot of the major bills. And a lot of this was renewable portfolio standard legislation, net metering. None of this passed or even got out of its first committee of referral, but quite a lot of the attention has been paid on the rail belt for, I think, a variety of reasons. But we're in Southeast, and so I wanted to talk about things that are, I think, impactful to Southeast, one of which is power cost equalization. I know a number of your communities down here are on PCE, and the good news about PCE is it was super boring this session, which is what I really, really like. I really like boring, quiet PCE where it just operates as it should be. And I know that there are some folks who see the need for a few tweaks with PCE, especially pertaining to large-scale integration of renewables. I'm not here to discuss that today, but generally what we want at APA is PCE to be funded from the endowment as it should be in state law, and to be very like boring and under the radar. So it's quiet. In fact, I had a conversation in the hallways of the Capitol, I think in February or March, with a legislator. I said, what's it with PCE? And she said, shh, don't say anything. Nobody's paying attention to it. It's operating as it should be. So that's good. The Renewable Energy Fund is, I want to talk about the importance of this fund to all of you in case you don't know about it. The Renewable Energy Fund is a program of the state managed and run by Alaska Energy Authority that does what it sounds like. It funds renewable energy projects and other parts of the projects across the state. It's a competitive application process. They have a REFACT, Renewable Energy Fund Advisory Committee, made up of a bunch of stakeholders that decide which applications move on. And the beauty of the Renewable Energy Fund is that it is appropriated by the legislature. So the legislature has a role in this, is that it can fund these projects at different stages. And you've seen projects where they're actually getting project funding for the actual projects, or you've seen like early stage funding where maybe the community needs some help, or the utility perhaps needs some financial help to complete a feasibility study that can then be used to go to the private market and get capital to build their project. And so the Renewable Energy Fund is a very strong, very well operated, and extremely well run fund and program of the state. APA advocates every year for full funding. This year it would have been $21.2 million. We did not get all of that. We got a little over $6 million, which went to the first 6 projects. We are grateful for that funding. To all the legislators in here that voted for it, we are grateful for you. I believe 2 projects in Southeast had that. Pelican, I think Goat Lake Hydro, if I'm remembering correctly. Yep, Jason's giving me the head nod over there. So I'm spending so much time on this because one of APA's longstanding state policy positions is investment from the state in the electric infrastructure of the various electric systems in coordination and close coordination with the electric utilities that are running these systems, because we think of electric infrastructure at APA like other infrastructure, like roads and airports and bridges and stuff like that. Without electric utilities, without electric power, none of that stuff really runs these days. And so where there's smart investments like the Renewable Energy Fund, it can be really impactful. So if you have a chance to talk to a legislator, tell them that you like the Renewable Energy Fund and Mike said it was great. And that won't mean anything if you say Mike said it was great, but it'll be helpful if they hear from a lot of people. There is a bill, I just mentioned this real quick, from Representative Burke out of Utqiagvik, 196, to kind of do a little bit of clarity and statute on some of the aspects of the Renewable Energy Fund. It's a new bill and it didn't get a whole lot of traction last year, but we're hoping to work with her office to make sure that that bill is advantageous. What happens next session? I don't know. Maybe somebody in here knows, but I don't. But I think that there's some interesting outside forces that I wonder what will mean for session. One is what happens with the energy focused legislation with the, I should have put quotes around loss of certain tax credits. There's a lot of federal tax credits that I'll talk about in a minute that have been drastically changed. And how will federal priorities impact or influence state legislative priorities? A lot of what the federal government does, as everyone in here knows, is very impactful in terms of their priorities, their policies, what they fund and what they don't fund. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Regardless, APA will continue to advocate for funding for all the important things in the electric infrastructure realm. Real quick on the federal side of things, you know, it's interesting, whenever you switch a federal administration, there's always some change, but we've seen a sea change in the way the administration looks at electric energy. During the Biden administration, the 4 years that he was in office, there was a lot of, as all of you probably know, a lot of push towards renewables and tax credits that were aimed at renewable integration and building out the renewable system, a lot of green projects. That has, as you can imagine, switched completely. And the Trump administration is more closely looking at more fossil fuel type projects, or what they're calling, I don't know the exact word they use, but more base load. So hydro, geothermal, they're pulling back drastically from intermittent sources. And I'll talk about that in just a second. One of the big aspects of this is tax credits. There's tax credits for all sorts of things out there. And depending on who's in Congress and who's in the administration and who's in charge, those tax credits are aimed at whatever the priorities of that group who's in charge happens to be. During the Biden administration, a lot of those tax credits were aimed at renewable projects. The Trump administration, the Republican Congress has taken a different tact at that. So there's ITC and PTC. Somebody once told me to translate my first paragraph here to English, and I haven't done that yet. But basically, production tax credit and investment tax credits that these projects can get from the federal government if they meet certain parameters. And this is important, especially for utilities and APA's membership, because it can serve to lower the cost of these projects, or it can offer, especially in the case of co-ops and municipal utilities, direct pay incentives for the production these projects put out. And so holding down the cost or having advantageous price controls is helpful in the end to rates. The big beautiful bill did a few things to these tax credits. Hydro made out fine, I guess is the word to put it. So the OB3, as we call it, largely preserved these tax credit sections of the tax code. And they have to, so right now hydro projects must begin construction by December 31st, 2033 in order to hold on to these tax credits. And this was kind of a battle. One of the iterations of the One Big Beautiful Bill significantly constrained hydro projects to like 2027 or 2026, I think. I can't remember the exact year, but it was way too tight to do a hydro project. Anybody here in this room who's built a hydro project or even started looking at one knows that it takes years and years. And so working with Senator Murkowski's office and the other of our congressional delegation and other groups advocating for this, there was the One Big Beautiful Bill maintained this timeline that was more conducive to hydropower projects, which is good because not only do you have a lot of hydro down here in the Southeast, but there's other places in Alaska that are looking at hydro. For instance, there's a project in outside of Dillingham that Nushagak Cooperative is looking at in terms of integrating hydro, that if that project worked, they would be off diesel completely in Dillingham and other outlying villages. And so there's always an impetus to go look for these projects. And I want to mention all of APA's electric utility members, not all, but most, are looking to diversify their generation. They're looking to get away from single source of generation, whether it be diesel or natural gas. And these tax credit programs were an avenue to do that, integrating other sorts of power, other sorts of generation. But wind and solar, not so lucky. So the OB3 did quite a lot to phase down and pull back the wind and solar tax credits. And there's a little bit of verbal clarification I'll do on my the slide here. So now projects starting, hydro or wind or solar projects starting after July 5th, 2026, they have to be placed in service by December 31st, 2027. That is not a lot of time. That's very close. Projects starting before July 5th, 2026 have to be placed in service by December 31st, 2030. And some of this has been in flux because they passed the bill that changed this, and then Treasury came out with some guidance. And so the administration has really been putting the squeeze on these sorts of tax credits. And this is becoming a challenge because not everywhere in the state has a hydro opportunity. And a lot of our members are seriously looking at wind and solar and battery in order to lower their reliance on maybe natural gas or diesel out in the village communities out in Western Alaska and other places. And so this is going to cause, could cause quite a bit of an issue, especially as they look at these projects. And I want to say, and some have told me it may not be the biggest deal, but some of the concerns we've heard from our members is that bottom bullet about as large projects in the lower 48 rush to get these projects in time to satisfy the tax credit requirements, they're going to take up all the materials. And there's also another little hitch, which I didn't put in this PowerPoint because it's complicated, something called FEOC, Federal Entities of Concern, where if any of your project materials or anything have components from companies with ties to certain countries, that really messes up the tax credit scheme too and other things. I'm not going to go too deep into that because it's complicated. And Robert told me not to take forever too. So what does the future hold for utilities? On the left side of your screen here, I think, utilities, and we're hearing this from our members, they're going to have to make hard decisions over the next few months, investment decisions. You're already seeing this in the rail belt. You've seen some news stories about large scale wind projects that independent power producers were pursuing that may not pan out because on the timeline that it takes for an electric utility to fully evaluate the impacts of an IPP project and integrating it into their system, they very well could and likely might miss these tighter tax credit windows for wind and solar. So they're going to be looking at these utilities about what they can take advantage of But the most important question they ask themselves every day at the bottom there, bottom left, is will it protect reliability and cost? Your next speaker, Robert Seidman, once made a quote on the Alaska Powerline podcast. Subscribe if you're not a subscriber. That's APA's podcast. That electric utilities have a balance between, paying for the infrastructure and the rates, and he'll put it more artfully than I will. But in essence, an electric utility could have the most expensive, amazing electric system infrastructure. It never goes down there if there's a problem, but your rates will be super high. On the other side, electric utility could invest almost nothing in their electric infrastructure and your rates will be very low, but that's not a wise thing to do. So there has to be a balance that these utilities are going to have to find. On the right side, there's things that won't change. And I gave this same slide to a national trade group when I talked about Alaska, where our remote disconnected nature is not going to change. We have challenges up here that you don't see in the lower 48. Our small population is not going to change. Even if we have growth, we're never going to be as big as other states, and that has an impact on the ratepayer base. We need federal spending in Alaska, and I'm not embarrassed to say it. We're a young state. Other states have had federal spending, and I think federal spending has been put to wise use up here, especially on the electric utility side, and we still need it. But the good things is, electric utilities are innovative and they're inventive, and they're going to tackle these problems. I will say, I've been in this job for 11 years and I've seen some amazing things happen. And when I go to conferences in the lower 48 and talk to people who are from a distribution cooperative on a vast regional network of lines, and they say, well, if our system has a problem, we just call our neighboring utility and they send the power over. But we don't have that luxury here in Alaska. And so our people need certainty. They need these projects to be there and work for them, and they have the know-how to do it. They just need the investment certainty to be able to do it. So Robert, I think that is it for me, just a little baseline stuff here, and I'm happy to look forward to questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Seidman, I believe you've got the power to share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you, and now we see you.
Okay. Let me go ahead and let's see here. Is this displaying the entire presentation, or is this just a slideshow?
Here we go. We got it. You're not in slideshow mode, but we have your slide deck up and we can see you below it.
Okay, let me try one more time here.
There you go.
That's slideshow mode?
Perfect. You're in slideshow mode. And so for the folks that may not know about SEPA, go ahead and introduce yourself and take the floor, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Michael, and good to see you guys there on stage. I wish I could be there. Currently going through union negotiations, so I'm actually having a lot of fun here. My name is Robert Seidman. I'm the CEO for Southeast Alaska Power Agency. And Robert asked me to give an update on what's going on in communities of Ketchikan, Petersburg, and Wrangell, and a soon-to-be interconnection into Mariculture. So from an update perspective, I want to give you, first of all, a little brief overview about SEPA. Many of you have seen this before, but I'll go fairly brief. We service 3 communities, the communities of Ketchikan, Petersburg, and Wrangell. We do that by way of 2 hydroelectric facilities, our Tye Lake facility and our Swan Lake facility. And we're interconnected between the 3 communities and our hydros by 175 miles of transmission. And because our communities are on islands, we have to go underwater to deliver power. So we have 12 miles of submarine cables. On average, we generate a little north of 200,000 or 200 gigawatt hours per year. A couple fun facts about SEPA. We have the 2nd largest electric transmission system in the state of Alaska. We also have the 3rd highest yield hydro facility in Alaska, and that's our Tye Lake facility. Another fun fact about SEPA is I like to say that we're 100% renewable 99% of the time. What you see in the back there is a picture of our Swan Lake facility at full lake level. That's where we're currently at today. Going into SEPA's mission, our mission is to safely provide clean, reliable, low-cost wholesale power to the communities we serve. We do that with the mission triangle, with safety as our rock. because we work with 115,000 volts and we want our guys going home every day. So on the two other pillars of that triangle, you have reliability and affordability. And Michael was speaking a little bit on it, but I'm going to give a slide that kind of illustrates our challenges with the two pillars to our mission. So in this, you'll see the same triangle, but you'll see that reliable and affordable are in a tug of war. And the reason being is because I can make my system down in Southeast Alaska super, super reliable by doubling or tripling my transmission system. We can invest in more hydroelectric facilities and double our substations, but at what cost? It's going to cause affordability to be none, and the cost will go through the roof. And again, on the other side of the coin, we could do nothing. Basically, deferred maintenance is referred to in many different ways, but by doing nothing, we don't have to pay for investment in our infrastructure, and we can keep the rates super low. So we are in this tug of war between affordability and reliability. Going into where we are today versus where we have been in the past, we did a load growth study here in recent years, and I wanted to show folks here the trend analysis as it relates to energy and capacity in Southeast Alaska. What you'll see here is the backside of that last picture was a picture of Swan Lake. Here's the actual dam that holds back the energy that Swan Lake that has. What you'll see here is January through December in blue is megawatt outputs, and orange is spill. And on average, I mentioned that we can generate up to 220 gigawatt hours per year. In 2022, we dispatched approximately 180. We also in 2022 spilled, and you can see that by way of this video, about 36 gigawatt hours of energy. So we have energy in reserves. And the rest of the slideshow is going to go into how do we tap the remainder of that energy. So continuing with the trend analysis, in 2022, you can see our community diesel in orange, what it took to meet peaks. And what I mean by peaks is SEPA can only provide a certain amount of megawatts, certain amount of energy at peak times. And that limit currently today is 48. In 2022, because of the cold weather, which we're and load growth, we've been seeing a lot of load growth. We reached peaks of upwards of 63 megawatts, which means we need to raise horsepower. We need to raise peaking capacity. So why are we seeing load growth? That's a good question. I think the main reason that we're seeing, at least from studies, is the cost of energy in Southeast Alaska. And now, so when I say energy, I don't mean electricity. Or what I mean when I say energy, I mean the entirety of the energy spectrum. Many of us in our homes, we heat our homes with either wood or oil or other means other than electricity. The fact is that 70 to 80% of our energy costs within our homes is for heating. So if you're fully electric, you see that on your electric bill. But if you're heating your home with diesel oil fuel burners, then you see that in your oil bill. In 2016, Southeast Conference did a study and found that about 72% of us in Southeast Alaska heated our homes with diesel fuel oil. And that's because in the late 70s, early 80s, when many of our homes were built, oil was relatively cheap. Times have changed. Our study recently in 2023 shows that still half of Southeast Alaskans, at least in the communities of Petersburg, Ketchikan, and Wrangell, are still using fuel oil to heat their homes. But you can see the transition from 72% to 50%. What that means is 22% of that heating energy was converted to electricity. So a little cost comparison on what does it cost in Southeast Alaska versus perhaps what it costs up there in the rail belt. For a thermoheat in Anchorage, and this is based on the natural gas price from NSTAR's website, for one thermal unit of heat, which is 100,000 BTUs, it costs about $1.06. In Southeast Alaska, or in particular in Ketchikan, this is at $5 a gallon for diesel fuel. One therm of heat, which again is 100,000 BTUs, costs about $3.24. That's about a 305% increase over the cost of energy in heating energy in Anchorage. So what does that mean? It just means that we have to absorb that cost as residents, as a residential customer, as consumers of that of any type of goods and services. Another topic on that is that we don't receive power cost equalization. That is one thing I will speak on here in a minute. So although some communities do receive power cost equalization, Ketchikan, Petersburg, and Wrangell do not see that. So that is completely absorbed by our monthly bills. So what is power cost equalization? Not necessarily what is it, but a little top discussion on it. First and foremost, who qualifies? So qualification, regulated utilities that serve a community of under 10,000 people and that are not connected to the rail belt grid or to Juneau. That is the qualification for a qualified utility. So why is Ketchikan, Petersburg, and Wrangell not qualified? First of all, we're non-regulated, but secondly, and more importantly, the subsidy is calculated on the cost of power or electricity and not on the cost of energy. Although our energy costs are 305%, our electricity costs are actually lower. So there's a disparity there. And how is it calculated? The eligible cost per kilowatt is the difference between the urban average and the utility that is applying for that subsidy. So for example, if your utility costs, let's say you're running diesels, and it's about 65 cents a kilowatt hour, but it's 20 cents a kilowatt hour in the average of the urban areas, your PCE credit would be approximately 45 cents a kilowatt hour. So what can SEPA do? In recent years, 2 years ago, I believe, we put together a 5-year strategic plan to try and meet the needs of our communities, our community's energy needs. We do that by looking to increase capacity by way of megawatts. We saw that slide where we reached our peaks. We need to increase our peaking capacity, increase our energy, our total amount of energy available to us, and then increase our ability to deliver that energy or that peaking capacity. And I'll get into those projects that we have here in a minute. Really, the way we need a partnership with that. And Mr. Rovito talked on it a little bit, but SEPA has applied for and is looking to getting financial assistance from grants and tax credits. As Mr. Rovito mentioned, we got a big win, actually. The big beautiful bill came out of the House, and hydro, I like to say, was thrown out with the bathwater. But as it went through the Senate process, and because of our senators, and others as well, we were able to get that extension, and that really makes a viable option for investing in hydro in Alaska. So what is SEPA doing in terms of increasing our energy? One of the projects we did was we raised the dam at Swan Lake. What that did is take the old elevation of 330 feet, and we added 15 feet of storage to 345 feet. That added approximately 12 gigawatt hours a year. That nearly, as we calculate that out, that's a savings of over $1 million a year. So that's a pretty big return, a good return on our investment, approximately 10 years ROI. Looking to the future, what are we doing now? So SEPA is looking into building a third generator at our Tye Lake Hydro Facility. What you'll see there is 2 green generators. Those are hydroelectric generators. And in the back behind them, there's what we call a skeleton bay. In that skeleton bay it was developed and designed for an additional generator. Currently, we are nearly complete on the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission process. We have applied for our final. We have submitted our final application permit and anticipate receiving our FERC license within a month or two. So we're close on that. We've also currently are in the procurement phase. So we got a supply contract with a company out of Washington State to actually provide a new generator, new transformer, and all the ancillary equipment that goes with it. But what will this project do? It will increase horsepower at Tyee Lake by 50%. It will increase horsepower on the SEPA system by 25%. It will increase contingency in the event that we have forced outages. Let's say one generator has an issue, we have backup. It will also increase resiliency because we have added more generators to the grid. And in the lower 48, the grid is so stable because of so many generators. In Southeast Alaska, we're limited by the number we have. And so this will help increase that resiliency. As I mentioned, we're currently in the manufacturing phase. What's also next is delivery. We can create energy, but we have to deliver it to our communities. And currently, Petersburg is still looking great. They still have room for a 50% increase in loads. However, Wrangell in 2022, we tapped out and we were out of capacity to deliver to Wrangell. And Ketchikan is also tapped out. But what we're looking to do is increase capacity in Wrangell by installing twice the size of a transformer there and doing the same thing in Ketchikan with a substation. Currently, both of those are, Ketchikan is currently 100% design, and we're going through the design phase for Wrangell. With that, it's a big overview snapshot of kind of where we are. Really, I touched on a few things. Our load growth study we talked about electric heat and the conversion from oil to electric, but there's other load growth factors out there, including potentially electric cars, electric buses, and even electric docks maybe in the future. That's all I got for you. Got any questions?
Great. Thank you so very much there. And we'll circle back with some Q&A. We want to go next to Jessie Huff, who is the Southeast Conference
Energy Program Manager. We've got her previous capacities working at USDA Rural Development and the Alaska Energy Authority. She currently manages our heat pump program that we received funding from EPA and works with our partners across the state, primarily with Alaska Heat Smart, who was supposed to fly in today, but that was self-explanatory. So just why don't you give us an overview, and then we're going to ask both Jason and Alex to kind of give some perspective on heat pumps that are objectives for the utilities as well. So go ahead and give us an idea of what's going on.
Thanks, Robert. Hi, everybody. So I want to ask a question. Do you guys know about Alaska Heat Smart? Have you heard about Alaska Heat Smart? A few. Okay, so they've been around a long time, and they've been working in Juneau and a few other communities to help install heat pumps. This EPA grant, one of the things I like about it is if you sign up for this program, it's per household. So it's not building owner. Even renters can sign up with, of course, the landlord's permission. And it'll be based on the income level of the household. If you be put into the high income level, medium income level, or low income level. So it's $4,000 incentive, $6,000 incentive, or an $8,500 incentive for a heat pump. And it is going to be for pretty much 43 identified communities from Metlakatla to Kodiak. So just coastal communities that wrap all the way around to Kodiak. And our goal is to install 6,100 of these in the next 4 years, which is a lot. And one of the things I really like about the program is we are not required to remove the current heating system. So it'll be a replacement to your current building. Heat pumps in many cases will not replace the load anyway. So this is really good. It'll be supplemental. And if we can get contractors on board in all these communities, we're also hoping that for low-income folks, they won't have to come up with the money, pay the contractor, get all their paperwork together, and then submit it to us for the reimbursement. We're hoping that for low-income households, we will be able to pay the contractor directly. So the low-income household won't even have to come up with the $8,500. We of course assume that a lot of these heat pumps will cost more than that. So there might be a little bit of, a cost even to low income. And we're working with a variety of lenders to try to make that easy for people to access money if they need to. And so that's kind of the basis of how we're hoping the program works. And it's not, currently you could go to the Alaska Heat Smart website and sign up on a wait list. And we're hoping that we can open the program by the end of this month. And like I said, we have about 4 years to then get these heat pumps installed. And
So, and just to clarify, if I missed you, not saying that you need to have a system that's already on either diesel or wood?
yeah, diesel, wood, or propane. So one of the things we cannot do with this grant is replace resistance electric heat. So, and one of the good things about Alaska Heat Smart is that they've been doing this for a while, and they have a method of doing a energy assessment that we kind of assume that there's a level of education that should occur before someone invests this much in a new energy system. So when you go in and you sign up for the wait list, even now, we will start assigning an energy assessor to you. And they're probably going to talk to you. You might have to gather 3 years of electric bills, or we are working with the utilities to try and get that data directly from them. And hopefully this energy assessment will, before you even get connected with a contractor, this energy assessment would help educate the homeowner or the household on what realistic expectations we have of the heat pump, and what you can assume that what part of your costs annually it might replace, and then what it might do to your heating load. In each part of Alaska, heat pumps function differently. They're installing them all the way up in Kotzebue, but they're only assuming they would work in the spring and the fall. Around here too, we're not expecting these to replace the full load, but they're supplemental.
Thank you. Jason, what is AT&T doing?
Well, we've had a heat pump incentive for a number of years before some of these grant programs existed. Because from a system-wide perspective, heat pumps are really helpful to all of the customers. As a utility, there are fixed costs of operations, costs that don't change based on how much energy you sell. So if you can sell more kilowatt hours, you can spread those fixed costs out more, and it helps put downward pressure on rates.
And we can stack incentives.
And you can stack incentives. So Tlingit Haida Regional Housing Authority, I guess AP&T, our customers all receive PCE, so they all end up paying the PCE rate at the end of the day. Tlingit Haida Regional Housing Authority did a study where they looked at households on Prince of Wales where they had installed heat pumps. They took prior energy use data. They looked at how people use their heat pumps for a couple years, and they found that people were saving 50 to 60% on their heating costs with that PCE rate, which is the same rate that customers in Gustavus, Skagway, and Haines are paying. So we've actually seen growth because in communities where the populations have been declining and jobs have declined from people putting in heat pumps. And again, the more energy that we can sell, the more we can spread our costs out. And so it really helps all of the consumers. And we're great to see these programs and excited to support them.
Great, thanks. Go to the email, please.
I'm gonna go ahead and use the one that doesn't scream at us. So at ALMP, we've been working with, I was actually one of the founding board members for Alaska Heat Smart, and then Lori So, our Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer, is here in the audience, and she is now serving on the Alaska Heat Smart board. So we've been really trying hard to be a part of educating people about what a heat pump can and cannot do, what role it plays, and ultimately kind of how it got started, at least from my perspective, was I would get a lot of calls. There's a lot of interest in heat pumps at ALMP. I'd get a lot of calls, and there was a real problem. People had there was a lot of work involved in going from I want a heat pump to I have a heat pump. And that's the role that Alaska Heat Smart now plays. So you can go to akheatsmart.org. I'll say that once again, akheatsmart.org, or I believe it is 586-5050, and talk to someone there who can then, as Jessie described, they can give you, they'll request some information about what your energy use has been in your home. An energy assessor will come out, take a look at your home, and help you identify what are best practices, where are the best locations to install a heat pump to get the most value out of where it is providing heat inside of a home. And most of the air source heat pumps that are being installed in Juneau are mini split systems where there's a single outdoor compressor unit to a single indoor heating unit or unit that is blowing that hot air into the home. So where you site that, how well is it going to work with your other thermostats, and a lot of other little details that are easily overlooked in the process are that's kind of the area where Alaska Heat Smart provides the most value. And by also by helping identify what is your best case scenario for a heat pump installation, it makes it easier to get quotes from multiple contractors that are all telling you, they're quoting the same installation. One of the things that was happening in Juneau a lot was different contractors would have wildly different ideas about what should be installed at that home, and it led to a lot of analysis paralysis by the homeowners. So Heat Smart is a great resource on that, and we're happy to continue working with them to so they can continue the good work they're doing in Juneau and now moving to all of these different communities. Jessie also mentioned that there is a couple of the financial institutions are providing heat pump loans. Heat Smart worked originally with True North Federal Credit Union to put together a loan program that provides a very low interest loan for heat pump installations for which Alaska Heat Smart has provided a home energy assessment. And that program is going to be expanded. So people outside of Juneau are eligible, and other financial institutions, I believe, will participate in putting together similar programs. So that's an exciting piece of this project.
Okay, so shifting gears a little bit, be a question primarily aimed at Mr. Seidman and Mr. Rovito, but the utilities may have color commentary as well. But the governor's Energy Security Task Force suggested that there were reforms, possibly at the RCA, other energy policy work that should follow. And I'm just curious, as the state's leading trade group that represents that space for policy, what are some of the high value targets that you're seeing? And maybe Robert could weigh in as well.
Testing 1, 2. Okay, this one works. Yeah, on the in APA, mostly through Mr. Robert Venables, was involved in weighing in on a lot of the Alaska Energy Security Task Force. I think I'm probably not the best person to talk about the RCA. I know that there's a lot of procedural RCA kind of processes that our membership gave feedback on that were kind of unwieldy, maybe laborious and unreasonable in terms of the stuff that they make them do to go through these processes. It's interesting. I'll mention 2 things, one on the state, one on the federal level when it comes to regulatory. One interesting bit of feedback we've received from our members is that, should I get the other mic? Is it too full? Better? Okay. I love to be up against the mic for some reason. It seems like a lot of folks, when it comes to state permitting or other processes required by the state, they're running into issues with state, like kind of like loss of state employees or capacity to get these things done in a quick time. In fact, it became one of our state policy positions for 2025 last year when some members came to us and said, there's been some instances where we've been working on some required permit or process of the state and the agency doesn't have the staff, or their staff is changing out, or through retirements or whatnot, that is taking a long time for us to get things done. And so we had communicated with the legislature and others about there might be a need to look at, and this is probably a bigger question amongst just the general states, employment level of, how can you maintain staff to get these things done. We see it at the RCA too. The RCA is significantly limited on their staff capacity, and they fully admit this out loud in public. And so you have issues before the RCA that either you have a brand new person at the RCA because they've lost a lot of institutional knowledge that is working on this. I'm sure Alec can talk on this more, and others who are regulated utilities. So I think needs to be an impetus to where if there's going to be a required process of the state fully funds and has the capacity to carry out those permitting or other processes in a timely manner, because time is money with electric utilities, and anything that's delayed takes a lot of time. And I'll switch over to the federal side on regulatory stuff. The FERC process has been a long time goal of APA to modify and streamline the licensing and relicensing process for hydropower. And we go to FERC every single year and tell them our gripes, and they say, you're right, go to Congress and ask them to give us the power. And one idea that's been out there is to make FERC the lead agency on hydropower licensing and relicensing in order to set firm timelines for the other federal agencies that have a role in permitting projects, because you have had instances in the past of one federal agency, maybe it's, Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife, taking a long time or delaying the process, and then the entire FERC process is delayed, thereby costing more money. And so I think there's a real push for, APA understands why some of these permitting requirements or other regulations might be there, but at the same time, the federal government, the state government who's proffering these regulations needs to make sure that their process is fully capable of handling the flow, because our members are doing what they need to do. They're, the utilities don't have an option to not do something, right? And oftentimes the regulatory agencies can delay and cause more time on their end. And so I think there's a big push. I don't know what the answer is besides maybe spending a lot more money to hire more staff and keep and retain people, but that's a little out of my wheelhouse on that one. But that's just some regulatory things that we've been looking at.
Great. Mr. Seidman, thoughts on policy and regulatory reform?
Yeah, I'll follow up with what Michael was saying. It's not just a state issue, it's a federal issue as well. And really, we have this incredible tax credit timeline now for hydro, but even still for the remainder of the time we have for solar and wind, licensing is really the burden. The timeline is too long. And so we've been screaming the message that, for example, the cost burden for licensing is disproportionate for small hydro than it is for the larger hydro. And so for us, for SEPA, for example, we budgeted $6 million to relicense 2 of our hydroelectric facilities. That's half of our annual income. So there should be some carve out, at least at the federal level, and the state could follow suit for some of these smaller systems that really are low impact. When I say low impact, they're in remote communities outside of they don't have any high risk to human life or safety risks to them. So I think that's kind of a big thing that we should be focusing on, not necessarily outside of the task force, but in our communities, and our voices should be heard on that. I think one other thing that we got coming here in the future is we're going to have to tackle renewable energy certificates. The rest of the country has been cashing in on this market of renewable energy that's not a megawatt for megawatt dollar exchange. It's the certificate to say that I bought renewable. And companies like Amazon and Microsoft and all the big companies out there are purchasing these certificates to offset their carbon footprints. And they're still, even today, under this administration, continuing to do so. As Alaska starts to get on board, currently we don't have a real formal process within the state. And so I see that also potentially being on the horizon.
All right, thanks. Jason, anything you want to add?
Yeah, just to throw some new gripes out there. One of the challenges we have is sometimes we have extra hydro, like in the summertime, but we can't just sell it at a dump rate without, trying to get special approvals from the RCA that are very difficult to get. So even though we may have hydro excesses, we can't really use that to market ourselves to industry like we potentially could. Another issue is a lot of the communities we serve are underutilizing their community facility PCE. Gustavus only uses about 5% of it. Haynes, I think, uses 10% of it. So a lot of community facility PCE goes unused, and the schools are not eligible to receive it. So you have schools that struggle to pay for their expenses, and then you have all this community facility PCE money just kind of going back to the state. So those are things to think about. Different, and then the other things that were mentioned too, we have the same types of issues.
Alec? Yeah, I do think that there are probably opportunities to improve certain regulatory requirements, just to kind of illustrate how difficult it can be to move through the regulatory process. ALP is a investor-owned utility that is regulated by the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. So if when we make investments like this last couple of years, we have spent $32 million to replace a penstock at Annex Creek, which is a plant that provides about 6% of our total energy. We make that investment up front, and then we will go in next year. So I apologize to everybody in Juneau. I'm going to file to ask to raise your rates next year. And it's to incorporate the value of that investment into rates. So ALP right now does not recover anything through rates towards that investment. It's not included in, it wasn't a part of what we use to make the rates that we have in place today. So we'll go in, we'll file sometime next year, and that will start a process that has a statutory timeline of 450 days. So we can ask for an interim and refundable increase after 45 days, and that is often granted. I think we can demonstrate pretty easily that it's prudent. And then we go through a process of discovery by intervening parties, and then reply testimony, and then discovery on reply testimony, and then responsive testimony. And maybe I got responsive and reply backwards, but it doesn't really matter. And then we have, a bunch of different little, and it is a very long and labor intensive process. We budget in direct expense about $300,000 to go through a general rate case. And that doesn't include the hundreds to thousands of hours of staff time that are involved in preparing for a rate case, and then responding to discovery requests and all of that. So it's a pretty intensive process, and I don't mean to imply that it could be improved so that it would be easier to get through as though we somehow need that. It's more about, because I think it is appropriate that when we request to increase rates as a monopoly service provider within the service territory, we should be scrutinized. We should have to demonstrate that we have been doing the good job that we want to do. And I think that's entirely fair. But I just use that as an illustration for how labor intensive and how much resources it can suck up to go through some of these regulatory processes.
All right, thanks. So in our last 5 minutes, I want to do a popcorn little update on projects and programs that are underway. Jessie, what is RETA?
Yeah, so the USDA Rural Development Office has a program called RETA, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Development Assistance Program. And we have money to spend in that. So if you know anybody that has a rural small business that could use an energy audit, we have money to do energy audits in Southeast. And Angie right here is who you would call at Southeast Conference. And we have a table where lunch was served that has some flyers on it. And also Shay's walking around here with Rural Cap, and she's a partner in this as well. So Southeast Conference and Rural Cap are kind of managing, distributing these energy audits in the whole state. But yeah, help us spread the word and use the money.
Thanks. Is anything you want to report on project-wise for APC?
Sure. You had mentioned APNT received an REF grant for some pre-construction work to expand the reservoir at Goat Lake Hydro. Goat Lake is our main storage project serving Haines and Skagway. Haines and Skagway share the same rate group and rate. Goat Lake doesn't have a dam. And we've figured we can probably increase the storage for winter where we really need more energy substantially by building about a 150-foot long wall that's 3 feet high out of concrete, which is about a 2-month project, we figure. This will give us more storage in the winter, and it looks like should offset all of the existing diesel use during that time. When we ran it through the AEA's model, it produced an estimated cost of 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour. If the grant pays for it, the ratepayers don't have to pay for it. And we're targeting 2027 construction. Now, our ability to get there is going to depend on how long it would take to modify our FERC license and modify our Forest Service special use permit. But we've gone ahead. We submitted a request for $2 million for construction funds in the Renewable Energy Fund program for this coming year. So about 2 years of prep time for 2 months of work. And we think this is a hydro project that can be accomplished very quickly. And, our focus has been taking the projects we have and trying to make them as efficient as possible. So this is one example. Other examples have been some overhauls at Black Bear Lake, overhauls to Falls Creek Hydro in Gustavus. We've overhauled our diesels and done some diesel upgrades. Shout out to Casey Smith, our Prince of Wales power manager, and Matt Groshek over there, one of our engineers. Those are the guys who keep the lights on and do the work. Casey had a cool project where he cleared a historic log jam at Healangai Hydro at the outlet, which made that project more efficient. And then we're also looking at another lake behind Healangai Hydro on Prince of Wales, where we think we can maybe get some extra storage out of that using a siphon. The second lake is above Healangai, and we think maybe we could use a siphon to suck some water out into the natural outlet and, get additional inflows when there's times of drought and low water. So our focus has been making things more efficient. It's always, more economic to do that and has less of an environmental impact than building something all new roads, new transmission, new powerhouse. So we're trying to squeeze out that efficiency, and we're hoping that the communities will continue to grow. We need to see growth for us to be able to build new renewable energy projects. And heat pumps have been helping to move us in that direction. And you have to build up more diesel use to have the economics to do new clean energy projects. So don't be afraid of pushing the envelope. Don't be afraid of building up a little diesel use, because that's what we need to make the economics work for new clean energy.
Alec, anything you want to share?
Sure. I think one of the things that has been, we've talked a lot about heat pumps today, and I think it would be kind of a shame to not point out that one of the things that really makes it easier to incorporate heat pumps into the system over time, or will make it easier to incorporate heat pumps into a hydro-powered system in Southeast Alaska over time, is to see more electric vehicles also as part of that load, because a heat pump will use, doesn't the demand that a heat pump puts on the electric system doesn't move by time of day or by time of year. It's concentrated in the winter and it's concentrated in the mornings and evenings. So those create some, they kind of, it can tend to decrease the overall utilization of the electric system when the loads are concentrated in that way. But EVs, because of the onboard storage, can be charged at multiple times throughout the day, and then also they use much more consistent energy throughout the year. And that has actually been the area in Juneau where we've seen the most rapid growth in new electricity consumption outside of what we see from some new construction. But so we're watching closely and hoping for a solution to the issue of safely shipping the vehicles to Juneau, because we know the recent news that that's going to be substantially more challenging is going to slow the adoption rate of electric vehicles in Juneau, which a 25 mile per gallon vehicle might cost 16 cents a mile to drive. An electric vehicle utilizing AOMP's off-peak EV rate schedule costs about 2 cents a mile to drive. So there's a substantial savings available there. And it's a load that can really provide great benefits to building out our electric system so that we lower our overall cost of energy in at least the hydro communities.
Yes, indeed. I laugh every time I drive my electric car past the gas pumps. That's it is a significant savings. So, and I appreciate Dan Kelly's commitment to continue working on that. So thank you for that. It's significant. We have to do it safe. We have to do it right, so we can get it done. And so thank you all for that. I do want to also do another shout out for Metlakatla, because the mayor told me before the panel that they have laid the electric line between Ketchikan and Metlakatla. That has been, I don't know how many years in the making, but what matters is that part got done. So they're working through the connectivity pieces, and so they'll take a little time. But that was one of the projects that we said, along with many others, were committed units that we're committed to seeing happen. The other one that I think we had 7 at the time of the integrated resource plan. Metlakatla's Intertie was on that list, as was Angoon's Thayer Creek Hydro. And those are the last of the 7. And so now we need to start a new list, which I'll just do a shout out. Jason also chairs our energy committee. And one of the things is a priority that we're looking at is just kind of updating the regional energy priority list. And so we'll be continuing that in our committee work. So we're pretty much on schedule to take a break. Mr. Seaman, thank you so much for beaming in. I know you would try to get here, but appreciate you participating to the extent you could, and for all you're doing in the space there at SEPA and for our region. He also sits on the Alaska Energy Authority's governance board. So that is a huge thing for our region. So thank you for your service there. And for the panel, would you please thank them on your way out to the break, which is sponsored by McKinley Research. Thank you, Katie. All right. Just kind of taking a look at where we're at, how we're moving forward. And what I thought we'd do is we'd take a look back first at the last little bit of investments that we've done over the last 3 years. And so Melani's going to come on. You ready? Go ahead and take it away. And then after she's done with her PowerPoint, we're going to move the tables together, and then our panel will come up here for a little chat. So Melani, come on up. Thanks.
Thank you so much. What I want to do is just do a quick PowerPoint leading into this fantastic panel that we're about to have. And so what we're going to talk about is the economic impact of the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy investments. I love that there's this feeling sassy thing that we get to all put on their name tags as we're part of this session. So there is a report. It is the 3rd edition of this report. We're looking at the economic impact each year of those really important and significant SAS investments into Southeast Alaska. And if you look at the top header, this is a collaboration between Southeast Conference and USDA Forest Service. Southeast Conference asked me to do the economic impact analysis, but this is really a partnership between those two really incredible organizations. here is the overall economic impact. I don't know why. There we go. So I'm not going to read out all the numbers in the slide. We'll go over it, but here's just sort of the summary snapshot of all the economic impact analysis. We're looking at direct spending, the multipliers, jobs, the indirect and induced jobs, the wages, including the multiplier effect, and the total impact of this program on the ground in Southeast Alaska so far has been just about $20 million. So what we do in order to do this, we've created an assessment tool. The assessment tool consists of 9 questions, and we needed to reach out to those doing all of the 59 projects in order to make sure that we had all the information we needed to do the full assessment. We had 100% success rate, 100% response rate among the 59 projects. So people are like, oh, it's 100%. I'm like, yeah, I'm just really annoying. I just keep calling people back. I'm like, you have to respond to my 9 questions. So we get it through actually knowing people and lovingly calling them back until we get all the questions answered. So that's been a great success. So the projects included the initiatives that have SAS expenditures in 2024. There were 59 total projects envisioned. 50 of them had expenditures in 2024. There are 31 SAS partners envisioned altogether. 26 of those partners had spending on the ground in 2024. These projects are so cool. There's so many of them. I wish I could just read you this whole list. I'm just going to pull, you can read as many as you feel like right now. I'm just going to highlight a couple of them, just looking across down the different projects. We have the Brown Bear Coexistence Commercial Fishing Apprentice Program, Huna Legacy Roads to Trails, Regional Biomass Strategy and Pellet Mill, and Tribal Garden to Increase Food Security. And then we do the whole multiplier analysis. And so in order to do that, we're pulling lots of different multipliers depending on the type. You're not gonna, this slide is not for reading in a PowerPoint, but it does show if you want that information afterwards, it does have all the different multipliers associated with final demand, output, direct effect earnings, direct effect jobs, in association with all the different categories that this work took place. And then we looked at jobs and wages again. If you've seen me present, I'm almost always talking about annualized jobs, so a year-round equivalent job. In this case, we're actually going to talk about positions. So there was 207 positions created across Southeast Alaska through these SAS initiatives in 2024. Again, some really exciting job titles. Some of them include trail worker, archaeologist, curriculum developer, fish biologist, master carver, storytelling specialist. If we, then of course I have to do my calculation, how many jobs each month divided by 12, so we can get that direct annualized job number. But we see, just like with all jobs in Southeast Alaska, the jobs developed in the SAS initiative that can go up, increase during the summer months. And if we look over the past 3 years, we see the jobs increasing during the summer months. Often we call summer in Southeast Alaska our working season. They go down in the winter. And then because these projects build on each other, they continue to increase the next summer. When we're looking at the multiplier for jobs, we'll use that direct annualized number. We use the multiplier analysis. There was 164 jobs created through direct, indirect, and induced employment in Southeast Alaska in 2024. Same with wages. When we look at that wage number, that 3.3 million, we look at all those different multipliers depending on the work that was being done. That turns into 4.3 million in direct wages. And then over the 3 years, we've had just about 8 million in wages coming through these really great projects. And then we look at the total economic impact. So the total economic impact including the multiplier effect in 2024, there was 7.4 direct million in spending in Southeast Alaska. 90% of that was spent just right here in Southeast Alaska. Obviously, for some projects, you need to order equipment, you need to order from outside of Southeast, but 90% of that money was spent right here in the region. And looking at the multiplier effect, the total impact is 11 million. And across 3 years, that means that it's a $20 million of economic activity across Southeast Alaska. One of the 9 questions that we asked is, describe the economic impact of this project in your own words. And I hope everyone takes the time to, who's interested in this can read it through your own words. I've just created a summary paragraph of some of the things that people have said. So in 2024, the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy projects delivered broad economic impacts across the region. They created jobs for tribal citizens, youth, carvers, biologists, and educators, especially important in rural, low employment communities like Angoon and Cake, while strengthening local economies. Investments included cultural preservation, tourism, fisheries, and food sovereignty. Environmental efforts restored salmon habitat, improved human-bear coexistence, and expanded biomass infrastructure. Capacity building included youth training and tribal workforce development, laying the groundwork for lasting economic growth. Projects also leveraged federal and philanthropic grants and showed how targeted funding drives resilient community-led development. And then the next process is repeat annually. So here's your summary slide. Over the last 3 years, through 26 active partnerships, through 50 projects, 20 million of economic activity has taken place, including 8 million in wages, creating 164 year-round equivalent jobs. And with that, I'd like to introduce the panel. I'll have Robert introduce the panel and bring the panel up to discuss these projects more. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of the beauties of that program was the fact that they were place-based, regionally, locally driven projects. And the impact was local and profound with regional synergies. And so one project would build on another project. And I don't know that I've seen such diversity in impact as this program had over the last 3 years. $25 million, $25 million, 50 projects that had a lot of ripple effects that are continuing, because we got this past year as well. And so I just want to do a shout out to all the partners. There was the multiple agencies within the Department of Agriculture. There were the Spruce Root and Tlingit and Haida as well. And that model really showed how federal dollars could be so maximized. And I think to some degree, the same applies to the state when we have the opportunity to have pass-through. So particular thanks to Barb Miranda, because early on, and Keith Perkins, Charleston doesn't get any credit. But they recognized, the leadership recognized right off that the foundation was already laid to make a lot of the decisions, because we had the comprehensive economic development strategy. And so that quickly allowed the walls to go up, a roof to be put on, and we got to do some pretty exciting work along the way. And so we just wanted to take a few minutes as we kind of contemplate, where we're at, an evolving future that has opportunities you've already heard a lot about today. But what really made this thing effective was the partnerships and relationships that were already in place. We all go back a long way. And the foundation, it was evident from the very beginning that once that started, that it was going to take root quickly. And so I don't know, before we launch into just kind of a contemplation of the future, if there's any reflection any of you want to make about how we got this underway, and just kind of a recap of what Melani was talking about as far as those investments and the impact and the relationships that we're still reaping the benefits and building on.
I would like to say something. Thanks, Robert. I'd have to jump in. My name's Barb Miranda. For those of you that don't know me, I am currently the Deputy Forest Supervisor for the Tongass National Forest. It's a pleasure to be here in this room because the sustainability strategy investments were led by you, the communities, the people, and the tribes of Southeast Alaska. We followed the One USDA approach. So sitting up here with Mr. Perkins, I've been texting with Samia Sowell from the Natural Resources Conservation Service today to ask her if she wanted to put anything into the room. And she said she would. She would like to make sure everybody knows that wishes she could be here, because this was a One USD effort to invest funds in a way that that allowed for local leadership. And that local leadership came from the communities and tribes here. And I don't want to speak about the sustainability strategy investments in past tense yet, because most of the Forest Service agreements have 2 more years left in them. So we're only halfway spent. So we got a few more years of investments that are already obligated out there with those 50 partners that are still being worked on and invested. So we've got a couple more years of working with Melani on getting data out, on tracking those initial investments. And then I also just say that I know that One USDA has continued to invest beyond that, of course, beyond that 25 million into other projects. And we have learned a lot from how we invested these initial funds. So I think you're going to see ripple effects for years to come as we continue to walk this path together.
Thanks.
Hi, it's me. Yes, I do work once in a while. This was something that I actually got to be involved with from the very, very start back in DC with my deputy undersecretary at the moment. And I loved that individual was, he considered himself, because he was not a government, political anybody. Justin Maxson came from the private sector just to see what government would look like. And so he handled it the way he kept using you as an example, because he worked for a similar Southeast conference, but it was the Appalachia coal mine world that he came from. So he got what you guys were trying to do in terms of just the day-to-day, how the Southeast conference help its members in their business world. So I like looking back there when I smile about where we're going to, because back then it was all about how do we empower local projects from the local end, instead of, hi, I'm here from the government and I've got 78 programs to show you. I've always wanted to hear from you guys, where are you trying to get to? And maybe we could help. But guess what we did every year? We'd hand you a paper application, you'd spend a year filling it out, and then it gets scored, and maybe a half year later, you're going to find out if you got your award or not. And then you're going to spend another 3 months or so doing the grant work or the loan paperwork before we close that thing. So it's kind of like a 2-year process for you guys. And so what we looked at, the SAS investment, this strategy is, I had no qualms when Justin asked me, who would be your 3 partners? And I immediately went to Southeast Conference, Central Council, Spruce Root, because all 3 of them have a strategy that covers Southeast Alaska from different angles, but in some cases, same customer, same group you're trying to support. And my 2, I I've always handed you an application or plugged you into a program officer to start working on a paper application. Me, I got Southeast Conference and Central Council to step forward and be the applicant. So we pushed a big chunk of money over to them after and I love the process we had, the submit your priority project. Everybody here had a chance to submit their community's priority project into this process. And then the Forest Service, NRCS and me, we whittled it down because we had to fit it inside a certain number, 25, and that's how the projects came up. But from that point, what I love about the process is we put the responsibility on Southeast Conference and its staff, Central Council and its staff, to be the responsible party for all the federal taxpaying dollars into their control to execute those subawardee projects while asking them to see if they could find ways to work even closer together at the regional level. And then we step back. So program staff that I work with internally were scratching their heads because they wanted to get applications, and I said, you guys don't have to do a thing. We expect those guys to execute. And they did an incredible job. And so I smile about, for me, watching these three organizations staying closely tied to the hip. It's one of the things we wanted to see. And then we left it in their hands to work with the local community priority projects that were selected, driven by the community. And they were completely accountable. You know, I wish we had 3 years or 5 years, not 3, but.
I think one of the things that kind of amused me and the impact on the deputy undersecretary was there, as we did it, we had the whole conference room at Tlingit and Haida filled with staff, and we were going through the programs as what, you know, we had that list, that master list. And, you know, we're carving up millions and millions of dollars, you know, who gets what? Sometimes that can be kind of a sticky situation. So the deputy undersecretary said, well, let's go through everything and then we'll just excuse staff and we'll have an executive session with President Peterson, myself and him to figure out, okay, who gets how much of the money? Because that's dismissed to the executive session. Staff hadn't hardly gotten out of their seats yet, and President Peterson looks at me and says, "Say, well, we did this, this, and this. What does that look?" And I said, "Well, actually, if you take 2 more out of mine because those really fit better with what you're managing over here, and that looks great." And Justin was like, the deputy undersecretary was like, "But done?"
Oh yeah, no, but what I like though is for me, for our agency though, we fund, we finance, we give you applications. How long was the application? How many pages for you guys?
Yeah, pretty quick.
Yeah. By the time you're done just applying to the agency for a community facility loan or grant application, the application's about that high. It doesn't include your city or your tribal government's last 3 years tax returns or stuff like that, but the application's that high. Instead, it was like 8 pages through them. And one of the things that I really appreciate about, because, and I'll say politely, 30 years into this business, government doesn't really do too well about moving money from one place to another place, but we left it in the control of our 2 partners, Central Council and Southeast Conference. If you guys with your subawardee finished a project and there's money left over and another project needed money, what did I say? Just make sure you're accountable. And that's it. I mean, the way you guys are able to execute was really fun to watch.
No, it was, I don't know that we could have improved on that at all. And so, again, as I referenced in my remarks, kicking things off yesterday, we do have some reports in the resource table in the back there. There's the QR codes to the fuller story, which we have in print form as well. So to take time to dive in and see what that success looks like. And as Barb said, it's an ongoing success story. So I just I thought that would help frame, you know, our, in some ways, uncertain future, but always there's opportunities. And so wanted to kind of take our primary partners that were available to join us today and just kind of talk about some of the resources and opportunities and strategies that are on the near-term horizon. And I thought I might start with just some remarks myself, because I was in DC last week. And it was very interesting because I sit on the executive committee for the National Association of Economic Development Organizations. We do an annual visit. It was my first time with this group, but an agency tour. So we met with quite a few agencies and other colleagues that are in that space. So just trying to see, what's going on? What's the language of the day? The priorities are being looked at. And so I just jotted a few notes I thought might be helpful as we're contemplating our approaches and our grant writing and our communications. One thing that everybody said across the board, because everybody comes in with their crystal balls, right? Okay, what is the future look like? Well, without exception, every single crystal ball is 100% broken. So if I was doing a PowerPoint, I'd have all of my crystal balls sitting there, and the next one would be smashed glass all over the place. Nobody really knows exactly what tomorrow brings, but there are some underlying principles, goals, and sidebars that were fairly thematic throughout. And I thought I'd mention that, especially since some of them really resonate with what we've already heard in the last 2 days. And I really like that convergence, especially when it comes to the concepts that both Rep. Story and Rep. Bynum mentioned about the connectivity with students to workforce. Commissioner Muñoz mentioned today as well, those apprenticeship opportunities. That is a high ranking goal for the administration, is they want to see 1 million apprenticeship positions across the country. So that is a key word, a key opportunity, but it's something the state's already identified as, hey, guess what we need to be focused on? Well, you know what? There's an alignment there. So as we're taking a look at our needs in communities in the region, that is a good one to incorporate. So I want to do a shout out on that. I was really surprised with the obsession, or maybe it's just the recognition, and I'm just coming late to the party, but AI, you heard Elena mention that yesterday. It's here. It is here, and it is a high priority. But there's like 3 different opportunities to approach artificial intelligence. One is just simple literacy and skills training. And me, I'm illiterate when it comes to that. Matter of fact, these guys over here, I was like, I might as well be a brain surgeon with a chainsaw. For all my skill sets when it comes to AI. So it's not my generation for sure, but there is a space there where literacy and skill training is important. But then also, as we're looking at our next round of project development and funding responses to NOFOs that come out, trying to incorporate that for efficiencies. So when we talk about fisheries modernization, when we talk about our forestry work, finding where those applications for AI will help make those efficient operations, because we know we're at a disadvantage when it comes to everything, absolutely everything. We're going to do any manufacturing. We're already so far away from supply chains. We're stretched out from transportation. Especially in the mariculture space, we know we've been talking to folks, that specialize in agriculture, that stretch. It's always been a subsidized space, agriculture in America, and they're right in the middle of the heartland. And here we are in Alaska, thousands of miles away from supply chains, as if it wasn't hard enough to do agriculture. Now our guys are doing it underwater. Right. So mariculture is really a challenge, but finding ways that we can automate and be efficient, that's going to be key. I'm convinced that's key for our fisheries, especially the processors. And I think in pretty much everything we do. And so the jobs that will revolve around AI to make that happen, that needs to be a central focus point for us. It may displace some folks in a traditional sense. So that's the third bucket of focus for AI-centered projects, is in educating, retraining, whatever the right term is there, those displaced workers. So those are the three areas that, we'll be looking at as we're taking a look at the next round of endeavors that we get involved with. Another key theme that I heard last week was just simple ROI, return on investment. They're looking for a way to say, if you invest here, you do that. That's why Melani's report was really important, to be able to show what those multiplier effects do in communities and what that return on investment is. There was also a lot of discussion about the infrastructure that would be needed to support whatever the endeavor is. So, data centers, a big obsession. And you heard Commissioner Boyle talk this morning about that energy situation, and that is key. So the transportation corridors, the energy infrastructure that needs to support whatever the endeavor is, those are key themes that I heard throughout. And there are going to be, they are kind of, they said they're resetting the NOFOs. So the administration, they're not doing away, we hear the headlines, see the headlines about all the clawbacks, and I'm not going there. I'm looking forward. There will be notice of funding opportunities going forward. We just need to be ready to capitalize on those. And what they termed it is they're resetting those. And so as those come out again or get, retooled up, we want to make sure that that we're prepared. And that's one of the things that Southeast Conference will work with the business community, the local governments, to make sure that we are as in line as possible for the highest degree of success. The three areas that we're looking at that have potential funding, they're coming out what they call a skinny farm bill. So that's on the horizon. EDA has their economic adjustment funding opportunity, and then there's the disaster related grants, and a couple of those are going to be fairly significant funding opportunities. So we're really looking at those, and they're not shy to say, give us big ask. Tell us something that's going to change the trajectory of where you're at to where you want to go. And really, that's kind of what we did with Mariculture, and we were successful. Didn't think lightning would strike twice, but we got the EPA grant. And so Southeast Conference will be moving more toward the forestry sector to see what we can do, especially as the TTC group comes together, the focus on the young growth. And we have to do things differently, and we got to do it together. But that's going to be where we're going to focus on this next round of funding. We're going to support AFDF, who's taking the lead on the fisheries modernization, and that's huge. There's also some opportunities there's many opportunities. And so we're going to work to be as coordinated as possible on those to see what else we can bring into the region. We said when we gathered in Haines 4 or 5 years ago, coming out of the pandemic, we started seeing the printing presses gearing up and the ink pouring in. We said, it's only gonna last so long. We've got to go after it all. And I think, we've done well because we've been good planners, we're good networkers. And I just applaud the group effort and all the support that we've had from the ground all the way up through the agencies. And so I just wanted to kind of give that bit of a report out from what, I've heard and learned along the way, and just make sure we're positioned to go forward. So that's that. Jocelyn. The Denali Commission came through. I mean, everybody's gotten extensive examinations this year, and the Denali Commission came through really, really well. Is there anything that perhaps you want to share lessons learned, or what you're seeing for program development or future NOFOs that we should be mindful of and be ready for?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. Jocelyn Fenton, Director of Programs for the Denali Commission. Again, we're an independent federal agency focused on rural infrastructure, and we do both planning and construction. Our funding is very flexible. And we had 3 DOGE detailees this spring. Their detail ended July 25th. And they came out with a couple of recommendations, or a few recommendations. They said, we do good work. they said we were right-sized at 17 employees. At first glance, with a $17 million annual appropriation, or give or take, they said, what are you doing with 17 employees? That's $1 million per employee. But then they looked and saw that we have, $230 million in assets at that time. And they called that an efficiency model, where we take transfers from other agencies. Our statute gives transfer authority to every other federal agency, so they can send us funding. And there's some reasons for that. And the reasons they would want to send that funding would be that broad authority. We can essentially do any type of work in Alaska, and it's with the basis of rural infrastructure and the workforce behind it in order to improve livelihoods and economies across the state. Our funding is no-year money, meaning it can cross the fiscal year. It's not 1 year, 2 year, or 5 year funds. And our funds can be used as non-federal match to other federal funding. With the idea of that there's many communities without a tax base that can pull together match funding for projects and for federal, to match federal dollars. And, while we want communities to have skin in the game, sometimes they can't come up with, the full 10% match, or even, sometimes up to 50% match with Department of Energy programs. And along with that efficiency model, we crunched the numbers, and our overhead rate was 2.3% on $230 million in assets. So I think that's pretty good for a federal agency. We do charge a baseline of 5% just for now. But, and that being said, we did lose a couple of folks during the deferred resignation program and early retirement. And we just had another resignation. So we are down 4 people, and looking to hire a few. We're allowed 1 now. But we need 2 or 3 folks. But let's see, I would say, along with those partnerships, we partner with, quite a few groups. We've got, and we participate in the SASE calls, and we're appreciative of the SAS model and, everything that they have done. But, we've quite a few partnerships with USDA, both rural development directly, rural utility service, forest service. We've got Department of Energy partnerships, EPA partnerships, CDC, Department of Interior. We have 5 different MOUs, and we were working on a 6th, and that's Fish and Wildlife Service, Park Service, BLM, USGS, and BIA. Agreements with DOT, Department of Justice. And, when Doge said that we are that efficiency model, we have boots on the ground. We, have that presence here in Alaska for some agencies that have no presence. And I really expected them to discount and say, you're way out of your lane with the Department of Justice funds and it was Tribal Victims of Crime program. But they actually said, well, DOJ doesn't have a presence in Alaska. So it's ideal for Denali Commission to take this funding and really implement the mission of DOJ. And it's been quite successful with a full, with $11 million transferred since 2019. A $7 million tranche and then another 4. And then along with that, we did renegotiate our interagency agreement and added construction to it. And we've actually had and completed over 10 construction projects through that Victims of Crime. And these are small upgrades to facilities, security systems, things like that. But it's just very impactful to know that we're making a difference in that subject area whenever, when another agency just didn't have that presence. I know you were asking something about priorities. We're the only state with our own executive order. And so we need to be bullish on it. We've got a lot of energy and resource potential here in Alaska. There's other EOs such as, the timber, mining, marine transportation. There's AI ones. It's kind of hard to keep up. Use the AI to get some summaries of all the EOs that it could affect your community. And, I would say align, your projects and your goals to make infrastructure meet your needs, but while meeting some of the national interests. Robert mentioned return on investment. We're looking for private investment, private jobs, I would say, as the federal government overall. And so Denali Commission has pivoted a little bit looking into dual use facilities. And that's, military use as well as this meeting the civilian need, having, more durable infrastructure. And multi-use, meaning, industry access to resources. And so we're looking at, what does the Denali Commission do? We do infrastructure. So we're looking at roads, bridges, barge landings, mooring points, ports, airstrips, making these facilities a little bigger, a little better, so they can meet the needs of both industry as well as, potential defense and national security uses, while also meeting the needs of those local communities. And so pairing some of those things, we're seeing, public safety building or emergency response, search and rescue. I know more about public broadcasting than I ever had before. We'll see if we can, work something out with some of those radio stations that really are a critical communication landline, call a friend, phone a friend, a support for our, rural and remote communities. And then, overall, you mentioned funding opportunity announcements. We were doing an annual funding opportunity announcement, and we paused ours from this last spring because of the uncertainty, but we're still in uncertain times. So we're still kind of on a pause. We're waiting on, an appropriation or a continuing resolution before we publish FOA. But we are looking to, we have a lot of cash on hand. We're ready to invest in projects. We do have one open statement of interest for tribal conservation districts and land trusts using our NRCS dollars. And I guess I would just say, please, have patience with our staff and our backlog of projects and funding opportunities. But continuing resolutions are great for us, because then that would continue to channel some transportation dollars our way. So, but I understand, the congressionally directed spending requests and all the work that our delegation has put into, vetting those projects and trying to move those forward. We recognize the importance of those. Otherwise, we are bullish on all the things, looking into, doing a data center statewide feasibility study, really trying to pair with some of those industry needs and statewide needs, and just, there's a lot going on right now. So we just appreciate all the partnerships we have, and thank you for having us here.
Oh, thank you. The Denali Commission has been such a great partner to leverage opportunities that, including our Build Back Better. I don't know that we would have gotten that grant if not for the support of the Denali Commission. So in so many different ways, we really do appreciate that. And what we do is just one aspect of, I don't know how many departments or disciplines or tracks or sectors the forest encompasses. I mean, I take a look over there at our little banner that's got our committees, for all those sectors. They all happen within the forest. And you're getting ready to embark on a forest plan revision. Can you just kind of describe what that forecast looks like, what all involves, and how do we add value to participate?
No, I appreciate, excuse me. I appreciate that question. And, I think Monique Nelson, the forest supervisor for the Tongass, who spoke earlier, she kind of nailed some things. I mean, 80% of the land base here in Southeast Alaska, all of our lovely communities are tucked inside of those. And I feel really fortunate to have raised my children in Gustavus, Alaska for the most part, and now Juneau. So I feel super fortunate that we are able to live in this place, and that we are tasked with managing the homelands of the Tlingit and the Haida and the Tsimshian people, and doing that in collaboration, right? There's no way that we can do that by ourselves. So I think some of the principles we learned through our work from the sustainability strategy, and that have been ongoing for years, or, all of us need to show up, right? If there's an all hands on deck call, and forest plan revision is certainly one of those. A forest plan, for those of you that may not be aware, is sort of a master plan for the for a national forest. It's guided by planning rules. We are going to be revising the Tongass Forest Plan. We hope to have a final EIS out for objections in May of 2027. And we want to go out in April with collaborative community workshops, once again visiting most of the communities here in Southeast Alaska to get reactions to a proposed alternative that we develop together. So I think some of the principles that we want to take from the sustainability strategy and the project work and the relationship building we did there is to, one, show up. I remember meeting with you, Robert, when I was asked to help facilitate the investments for the sustainability strategy. And I asked a couple people, but your answer stood out. I asked, what is it that the Forest Service and the one USDA agencies need to do that we haven't been doing well or haven't been doing for a while? And you were like, just show up. Come and be out here in the, and participate as leaders in the work that, to build the ecological and economic sustainability of Southeast Alaska. And it's no doubt that our 300, there were 300, at least at the beginning of the year, employees live in the communities of Southeast Alaska. We are embedded in the communities. We've lived there for years. We have new people coming in. And our families and our children grow up as neighbors to everybody else's children, right? We are part of the fabric of this community, probably more so than any federal agency in the West, that we are part of the fabric of rural America. And we are invested in rural prosperity and the multiple uses that create that prosperity. So as we look at Forest Plan revision, just know that the employees, the people that you're interacting with from the Forest Service, and we want you to show up with us to help build a plan that works for us. The things that I think the sustainability strategy taught all of us is that trust and relationships are important to implement federal partnerships and collaborations with communities, tribes. So looking at that trust and knowing that there have been places where trust has been broken is something that we as the Forest Service acknowledge and work every day to rebuild that trust and engage in relationship building in a way that allows us to move forward. And then I think the other lessons from SAS that I think we want to carry forward into looking at how we move into collaboration with Forest Plan revision is thinking long-term. A forest plan is a 10 to 15 year plan, so it needs to be durable. So thinking long-term and thinking about resilience and thinking about all the things that we value from the Tongass, and it expands wood innovations and active forest management and mining and recreation and tourism and subsistence and being able to go out in your backyard and pick the berries that you put on your ice cream at night. So, and then I also think the important thing we learned is think locally, right? Like the locally led initiatives. We welcome alternative development from outside entities outside of us. I feel like we're inside, but outside, so we welcome alternative solutions that are locally built and locally developed so that those can go. We're going to have a range of alternatives. Let's build good ones and let's do that together.
Final question to Mr. Perkins, Area Director, USDA Rural Development. I don't know how long you've been here, but longer than I've been around. I feel like I've been around a while, but you've always been the conduit for so many programs and so many partnerships and so many cooperative agreements. Day one. How do we keep pace? How do we keep current? What's the best way to stay engaged with the programs? Because there's so much there.
There is. Sometimes even with a lot of you out here that are longtime friends, it's always entertaining when I'm talking with somebody about water and sewer, but I just finished talking with you about housing, and then I'm talking over here about a business loan. Sometimes people will go, what exactly do you do? I think I have the best job ever. I mean, I work for a federal financing agency that can kind of just look at any part of your community and what you're trying to do. We may have a program for that, I don't know. But what I really love doing is listening. I mean, I probably have had 12 different pocket conversations on projects just in 2 days now with you guys having ideas. And that's where I think we live the best is where are you trying to get to? So that's why I love that you guys have a comprehensive economic development strategy as a foundation, because it leapfrogs into a lot of what we like to try and support. Our agency, I'm glad you mentioned RUS, Rural Utility Service. Rural Utility Services for us is that beast, that AT&T fiber that's being laid, $85 million of that came from our rural utilities program. So we get involved in regional telecom, regional power grids. We helped dust off the intertie way back when, the intertie plan way back when, and we help with large projects. But we also have programs for housing, single family housing, direct loans, guaranteed loans, business programs. We could help you with financing whatever you're looking to do. We provide grant funding to businesses or nonprofits to help facilitate workforce development. We go into water, sewer, electric, streets, subdivisions, you name it. So it's kind of like when you ask that question, I give you a wild answer, because we have 70, almost 80 loan and grant programs across pretty much anywhere inside your community or this region, which is why I got tied at the hip my first year, 30 years ago, with Southeast Conference, when I saw that most everybody in this room, your predecessors, mayors, tribal council chairs, were at these meetings. And it was a good place for me to be. When I look forward, I still like doing what I just been doing out in the hallway, which is one-on-one where you're trying to get to. How do we keep up with what's going to happen in the future? I say, for us internally, my tool, and it's on our website, and I think I can share it again to Robert because he used to have it on his website in somewhere in resources. But we've got a nice little program matrix that literally lists every single program that we have. And it's like 8 pages long, and it's like 8-point font. But it tells you the cycle, what it's typically used for, what a typical award amount might be, and who the typical applicant is. But I still come back to, when we try and keep pace and look where we're trying to get to, planning, having a SEDS, I think, is a great tool. I love that Central Council has participated with you for quite a while now, because that kind of helps when it comes to what are the priorities that might be taken to us. You guys have already been planning that with the region and the communities, the city governments, the tribal governments. And that's a valuable tool, because for me, when we start seeing where we might be going at our end, it still is going to come through the normal routine, the notice of funding availability. And when we have that many programs, you know, who knows when they're going to come out. So that's the standard process. I kind of like the human side, the individual. So, and me, when we're looking forward, and how do we keep up with the pace of it? I love phone calls. Don't have much travel money right now, but I love phone calls. You know, if you got an idea, let's talk, because I want to be able to be ready to respond to that when I see something unfolding. Right now, we're all still just kind of saying, okay, where we at? Yeah, it's new. I think it'll be fun.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And don't go anywhere, because we've got Chancellor Palmer going to come up, give us updates on the UAS. But would you please thank this wonderful group of champions that do so much for us. Okay, so our next speaker really needs no introduction. Go ahead and flip the room here. She's got a few slides. She's going to do some update on where the university system, specifically UAS, is at right now. And it's kind of a great lead into where we're going to be headed for the evening, because tonight is our annual banquet and our scholarship auction. So it's
a good segue into what happens next. So if you just want to push this, you can begin your remarks, and these guys will have you set up in no time flat.
All right, well, I will go ahead and get started. Looks like I get to close out your day before the banquet. I want to begin by thanking you for being here and taking the time to listen. So I'll quickly introduce myself and then I'll jump into an update from the University of Alaska system before I jump into UAS. So I am Dr. Aparna Palmer. Wow, thank you. My background is that I'm a marine biologist, but I also have a degree in English. So I love the humanities. I love the sciences. Thank you. Most of you know about UAS. We have 3 amazing campuses, one in Sitka, one in Ketchikan, one in Juneau. So I want to begin by thanking you on behalf of President Pitney. Pat Pitney is the president of the University of Alaska system. She wasn't able to come today, and so I will be representing her in some of the remarks that I give. So the University of Alaska system is made up of 3 independently accredited universities, as you can see on the screen. They include UAS, but also the University of Alaska Anchorage and the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Together, we offer 500 different credentials that range from occupational endorsements to associate's degrees, certificates, bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and even PhDs. And across the system, we have about 21,000 students that come to college, both part-time and full-time. The university's programs and services resulted in $1 billion of economic activity, which was reported in 2023. So we are a really important part of the economic activity and development that occurs in Alaska. And we want to be positioned that way. Now I want to switch into going over an update from the University of Alaska system. So a few points up on the board that I will cover very briefly. Number 1, under President Pitney's leadership, we have had steady enrollment growth. And in fact, this fall, we're seeing a 3% increase in enrollment relative to the previous fall. And this constitutes the 4th consecutive year of enrollment increases. So I feel like we are in a good position as a university. Next, I want to talk about the laser focus that we have on recruitment, retention, and graduation. The system has made some key investments in each of the 3 universities and at the system office to boost recruitment and boost retention, and in doing so, boost our graduation rates as well. I'll be talking about one of these initiatives in a few moments that we have at UAS. Next, I want to talk a little bit about budget planning. Right now, we are planning our budget to submit to the state. We know that there is a tightening fiscal environment. We know that federal policy is shifting. And so we are prepping a budget proposal that balances access and affordability with quality and rigor when it comes to our academic programs. Next, I want to talk a little bit about strategic positioning and resilience. Even with the challenges that the university has faced in the last few years and also this year, we remain strong. We remain strong in terms of our academics, in terms of our commitment to research, and we are looking at the opportunities that are now more available to us than ever before. For example, mining, engineering, aviation, maritime, and mariculture. These are all really important to Southeast Alaska, and we want to be part of that.
We remain committed to community and industry, especially when it comes to workforce development, and also in being responsive. One of the ways in which we are responsive is through our research. For example, our scientists at UAS played a really strong role in helping forecast and understand the glacial outburst flooding in Juneau this year. And then finally, the last point on the screen is to say that we maintain a strong commitment to Alaska Native programs. Alaska Native peoples, tribes, organizations are really important partners for the University of Alaska system. And in fact, the success of our universities depends upon all of the people in Alaska, including our Indigenous peoples. And so these are some of the points that President Pitney would have presented if she had been able to be here today. Now I want to shift to UAS. Well, to begin, we've had a really strong year in terms of enrollment. Last year, we increased our enrollment by about 5%. And in fact, in the summer, we had double-digit increases in enrollment in comparison to last year. This fall, we are kind of facing some headwinds, but we are working to make sure that we can sustain that growth in enrollment. Just as the system is focused on recruitment, retention, and graduation, so are we. In a few moments, I'm going to talk a little bit about a new initiative that we have at UAS that is being supported by the system and our board to really increase recruitment, but also increase in-migration to Alaska. As we know from Melani's introductory talk, having some approaches to really get people to come to Alaska and stay in Alaska is really important for the future of our state. And so this is an initiative that we hope will fuel that. We also want to continue our commitment to the region and the industries here. So for example, we are contributing to the mariculture workforce. So for those of you who were here for the mariculture presentation and got to see our professor, Angie Bowers, present, we are really committed to making sure that we are there to help the growing industry in mariculture. We're also very committed to maritime training, and we want to be responsive to the industry. So as an example, when we think about the Alaska Marine Highway, to get sailors out onto the Marine Highway, and by the way, we train over 80% of the people who are on the Alaska Marine Highway system, to get them on board sooner, we're actually redesigning one of our key programs, the QMed program. This is the qualified member of the engine department program, and typically we have offered a 12-week session for that. We are now changing it so that someone can go through it and be certified in 3 weeks. And we did that because we wanted to be responsive to the Alaska Marine Highway system. We also are committed to helping our mining partners succeed. We have a wonderful partnership with our mining companies in the region that allows for us to introduce 3 pathways that go into careers in mining right during high school. So if you live in Juneau, you know that there's a bridge that connects the high school to our career and technical training facility in downtown Juneau. And as of this moment, students are crossing that bridge during the 0 hour before their classes begin so that they can take courses that will enable them to get college credit and be able to enter the mining industry when they graduate from high school. We also are working on a new strategic plan. If you know a little bit about UAS, we've had a strategic plan. It actually ended in 2019. And so even though it has been very helpful and useful to us, it was time for a new strategic plan, and that should be finished by the end of the month. And then finally, I want to point out that the fabric of who we are as a university is really dependent upon the success of all of our students, but particularly Alaska Native students. We really care about our Alaska Native partnerships, our programs, and definitely want to continue our commitment to making sure that we are able to offer those programs to Alaska Native peoples, but to all people so that they can share in the heritage that makes Alaska unique, and particularly Southeast Alaska a special place to live. Whoops, went the wrong way. Okay, so now I want to switch gears and I want to talk about a new initiative that is being supported by the system and by the board. The function of this initiative is to increase recruitment at UAS, but it is also to increase in-migration to Alaska. I want to back up and just tell you, give you a quick fact. 87% of our graduates from UAS stay in Alaska and find a job here in Alaska within 1 year of graduation. So making an investment in our students at each of our 3 universities, but particularly here, UAS, makes a huge difference. So Alaska Unlocked is a program that will start in the fall of 2026. We are offering in-state tuition to every undergraduate student in the country. We want to, thank you. We want to invite people who dream or even don't know to dream, but dream about being in Alaska to come to Alaska. We know that for out-of-state students, the biggest barrier has been cost. And so this is an initiative to really encourage that enrollment. Now, this is fully supported by the system and the board. They've given us additional recruiters. They've given us additional money for marketing and advertising outside of the state. And they've given us a consultant to help build our campaign to bring these students from outside of Alaska into Alaska. Now, you may be curious, what percentage of our students are in-state versus out-of-state? Currently at UAS, we have 87% of our students who come from within the state, mainly from Southeast Alaska, and about 12% of our students who come from out of state, and about 1% that comes from out of the country. We want to make sure that we are serving our in-state students, but also increasing the number of students that come from out of state. And Alaska Unlocked is part of that. So before I end today's talk, I want to share a little bit of the marketing with you for this particular initiative. Okay, so this is part of the flyer that we will be taking to a number of different states. We have some focus states. We are focusing our attention this year on Washington, Oregon, and Colorado. Now, you might wonder why those 3 states. So we studied our own data and found that these 3 states are states from which we have gotten historically many of our out-of-state students. And these are students who have come to Alaska and succeeded in Alaska. And so we wanted to start our campaign by really working in those states that we already have strength in, but we can grow that strength. So how are we kind of marketing ourselves? So first of all, you know, like I think about this particular crowd and I think, you know all of this because let's face it, we are one of the most beautiful places on earth. Southeast Alaska is amazing. And so the first point that we're going to make to our out-of-state prospective students and their families is that we have 3 beautiful coastal campuses where the mountains meet the ocean. And this is great inspiration, not only for scientific research, but for art, for culture, for learning the ways of our Indigenous peoples, and to offer career-focused training that can be based in our strengths. Number 2, we want them to know that we are a close-knit community. We're a small university. We're a university where your professor gets to know you as a person, as an individual, and there are people who can help you build your career even as you get ready to graduate. So we have career services that work with you individually to help prepare your resume. we know that you can have meaningful connections and experiences with your peers. And so this is another thing that we're marketing. Number 3, we want everyone to know that UAS is a place where we can offer hands-on learning experience, place-based experiences. Now, you might think you have to be here to do that, but actually even our online students can experience some of this hands-on interaction. In terms of our out-of-state recruitment, we're focusing on several areas. Number 1, maritime training. If you want to be trained as a mariner and you want to be in Alaska, we're a great start for you, and that is housed at our Ketchikan campus. Mariculture. You got to see some of our aquaculture semester students earlier, and we are incredibly proud that we bring in these students from a lot of different states. They come, they get an occupational endorsement, and most of them stay in Alaska. We want to make sure that we are, one of our strengths is marine biology. Come and experience us. It's already one of our largest majors. We just want more people to know that this is a place where you can have extraordinary experiences in the marine environment. Environmental sciences. Our students get to fly up to the glaciers with our scientists in order to do the work of monitoring for glacial flood outbursts, but also other ways in which glaciers, rivers, lakes, and the ocean interact. And then finally, outdoor studies and outdoor leadership. We are such a perfect place for that. For a student who wants to go into tourism, but also outdoor adventure, we are there to help them. So these are some of the focus areas that we are including in our marketing to out-of-state students. The final thing is adventure and exploration. I love Alaska. I have dreamed of coming to Alaska for 20 years before I got to come and actually live in Alaska. I think I've told some of you that about 20 years ago, when we got our new Subaru, I said to my husband, we can drive to the Arctic Circle. Let's do it. And so we spent that summer driving up to Alaska, fell in love with it, always dreamed that I could live here and be part of the adventure that is Alaska. And I got here. And so similarly, we want to invite students from the lower 48 to have that adventure, to have that exploration as part of their journey here academically. They can learn by experiencing the tremendous beauty that we have here, but they can go hiking, they can go camping, they can go kayaking, they can go climbing. That's part of really enjoying what Alaska has to offer. So this is also part of the flyer. Why is Alaska unlocked for you? And what we're emphasizing is universal adaptable savings. And what that means is that this particular initiative applies to all undergraduate programs, all modalities, whether you join us online or in person or a combination of both. And we want to make sure that people know that the University of Alaska Southeast is one of the most affordable universities in the entire country. If you look at how we are pricing ourselves, we are incredibly affordable and we are a great deal. And so we're hoping that this will draw students in from other places in the country. So before I end my talk today with kind of this brief overview, I want to make sure and thank all of you for helping UAS succeed. Every single one of you I know has really helped us, whether you've talked about UAS or whether you've talked about how amazing Southeast Alaska is, or whether you have hired one of our graduates, or whether you have a child that has chosen to go to UAS. Thank you so much. Southeast Conference has been incredibly important in raising funds for us so that our students can receive scholarships to go to any one of the University of Alaska universities, but particularly Southeast. Before I end, I want to recognize that we have a new campus director here in Sitka. His name is Jeremy Rupp, and he's over there in that corner. He is super excited. He was born in Alaska, wandered the world, lived in Minnesota, and then drove out here or traveled out here with his family to start a life in Sitka. And so please, if you haven't had a chance to meet him, he is amazing. He's brilliant, and he is hooked in to really understanding economic development. Okay, well, the last thing I want to tell you is that UAS has a new license plate. Every university has its own license plate in the University of Alaska system. The UAS license plate that preceded this one sold 4 in its entire time. Yes. Our new license plate has been designed by an Indigenous artist who comes from Southeast Alaska. And as you can see, it represents us so beautifully. Our symbol is the whale fluke. And so you can see the whale tail there, the ocean, the mountains, and the sky. And this is my plate. It says, "Go to UAS." Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your leadership, your partnership, and for the great work you're doing there on campus. It's meaningful to our region, and we're very strong supporters. So, well, we've made it through day 2 of the agenda, and we now get to take a transitional break. So do clear the room. They're going to flip it for the banquet, but come back at 5:45. They're going to have fresh humpback island oysters for the happy hour, which is only gonna be 45 minutes. I'm not sure how we measure time anymore, but dinner will be at 6:30. But please come back at 5:45. We'll have a silent auction and a lot of good things happening and a lot of fun. They're gonna raise a lot of money for the kids. So thank you all, and we'll see you shortly.